at Sam's feet. Sam took a moment to absorb the calmness of his surroundings. A chorus of distant nocturnal insects whispered through the darkness, their faint chirr blending with the subtle hiss of cooling earth. He took a deep breath and looked over the bottom half of his profile once more. The Radiant Sage had created more insights than he had been expecting. Path of the Goddess, minus 100%. Step 1, Time Ring. Step 2, Time Pause. No further steps discovered. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 5. Transform the chaos of pain into a symphony of control. 0%. Blood Flame, Level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm. 32%. Hurting Hook, Level 4. Gain mastery over your new Hurting Hook. 37%. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. 25%. Blood Vision, Level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Vision. 45%. Blood Manipulation, Level 3. Gain mastery of Blood Manipulation. 5%. Sam looked over his profile and considered deeply the implications. He had imbibed the Radiant Sage to get better insights into how far along he was with his skill quest abilities, to know which one to pursue and to level up next. That was it. Yet, somehow, the Radiant Sage had given him greater insights into his path of the Goddess as well. And it was a very weird and disconcerting insight. According to the Radiant Sage, he was minus 100% in terms of progressing his path of the Goddess abilities. Sam had never heard of backwards progression with Traveler abilities, nor had he heard anything similar with regards to old magic and paths. Sam stared at the number for a while longer, thinking what it could mean. He stood up and triggered Time Ring and then Time Pause. The flickering flames of the fire suddenly froze in silence. Sam canceled the ability and triggered it again and again. He then checked his profile and his path was still stuck at minus 100%. Sam was trying to figure out whether or not the usage of his path abilities was adding to the negative percentage score. As in, if he kept using Time Ring, would it slowly go to 101%, then 102%, and so on, forever regressing and never getting closer to leveling up or improving. While triggering his path abilities a few more times might not have been enough to budge the percentage one way or the other, it did give Sam pause. Something inside of him didn't believe he had slowly accumulated this number with his ability. There was something about the minus 100% that felt telling in some way. It felt more like a sign that however he was thinking about his path of the Goddess abilities, he was thinking of them in the wrong way. And it must have been a change in his thinking sometime after he had acquired the path, because he had taken the Radiant Sage during their journey across the southern seas and hadn't noticed anything like what he was seeing now. Somehow, as he had been trying to figure out how to improve his path more recently, he had, on a perspective or conceptual level, misinterpreted what was needed to improve his path. That was how he was going to choose to see that minus 100% at the moment. While on the surface it might seem bad, he actually thought it might be good news, a sign that he had misinterpreted his path somehow, that he was pursuing progress with it in the wrong direction, perhaps even on a conceptual level. That was something he could work with. Even with the understanding that he might not be fully understanding his path properly, he still thought the next best step was to level up blood vision. The next level would help give him greater insights and read his environment in ways that he believed would significantly help him improve his understanding of his path. And it was his blood vision ability which was the main reason he had taken the Radiant Sage in the first place. He had wanted to see how far along he was towards leveling that ability up. He was hoping it would be slightly closer to leveling up, but he was still only 45% towards progressing it to the next level. He would have to make sure he was triggering it in every single battle he was in, just to make sure he was pushing it as fast as possible. Even still, with his knowledge of the future, Sam knew there was a perfect training ground for blood vision coming up in their journey towards Rialto. It wasn't on the immediate horizon, but it was coming, still another month and a half away. He didn't see himself leveling up blood vision until after the Crypt of the Lost King and closer to when they were nearing Rialto. Sam looked over the rest of the insights the Radiant Sage had shown him of his profile. All of his other abilities were moving along slowly. His blood manipulation was only at 5%, but that was to be expected as he had leveled it up fairly recently. His hurting hook was at 37%, and blood flame was at 32%, which felt a bit disappointingly slow given how long ago he had leveled them up. But it made sense. The higher the ability level rose, the more difficult and challenging it was to evolve and level it to its next stage of development. Most interestingly was the new skill quest he had unlocked recently when leveling up Pain Ring to level 4. The quest to get it to level 5 had not progressed at all. It remained at 0%. Sam wasn't surprised. He had no idea what transform the chaos of pain into a symphony of control even meant. He had a feeling, once he was able to comprehend what the cryptic meaning behind the new quest, he'd be able to start progressing the ability to the next level. But until then, it would be stuck where it was. Sam looked his profile over once more and nodded. The Radiant Sage had given him clarity as well as some new mysteries of his profile and path to consider. Overall, it had been worthwhile, as it had given him the understanding he needed to know what to pursue with his training next. Blood vision would take some more time, which meant improving his path would also take a bit longer to improve as well. All of which meant that the best thing Sam could do for his training in the meantime was simple. It was time his Blood Knight class reached Adept Tier 45. The days stretched on as Sam and his companions crossed the vast expanse of the Dustvale Flats. The sun blazed overhead, its heat relentless, but Reyna's steady guidance kept the group moving forward at a measured pace. At first, the scrubland seemed endless, an ocean of dry earth and scattered brush, the horizon blurring in the shimmering heat. But as the days passed, the landscape slowly began to change. The flat terrain gradually gave way to gentle rises and dips, revealing hidden pockets of dusty shrubs and sun-baked rocks. In the distance, the first hint of the Arikar Mountains appeared, a faint, jagged line on the horizon. Each day, they drew closer. The mountains were at first little more than a blur, but by the third day, the peaks were sharper, their silhouettes cutting through the sky like jagged teeth. The Arikar Mountains acted as the gatekeepers to the Arikar Desert. It was through the stony cracks of the mountains that they would enter the deadly desert and make their way to Rialto. The desert was also where Sam would be able to continue his training and begin seeing major results. Sam was trying his best every evening when he stood on guard. He would work out and train with his mana weights, experiment with his abilities, and fight the odd, mana-corrupted monster that showed up at their campsite, including lesser sand serpents and small blight scorpions. After a few more days of traveling, Sam sat watching the crackle of the fire and the shadows of the Arikar Mountains now looming before him. They were only a day or two away from being at the foot of the mountains, and from there it would be another week or two, crossing through them until they were at the Arikar Desert. Then the real training could begin. In the meantime, Sam was working on practicing his inventory materialization skills, building upon the ideas he was inspired by back at the Grand Library of Selvara. "Come on," he said aloud, gritting his teeth as he attempted to materialize an empty health potion perfectly balanced on his head. The glass bottle materialized on his head, wobbly. Sam took in a deep breath, keeping his eyes closed. He kept his eyes straight, focusing hard. The bottle stayed still. It wasn't falling from his head. Nice, Sam thought. He'd broken multiple glass containers just practicing materializing potions on top of his head. It was all part of a series of exercises and drills he'd devised to help him improve his inventory materialization dexterity. Every night he practiced materializing bottles on his head, shoulders, knees, always trying to keep them balanced. His main goal was to dematerialize the bags of blood in his Silver Dragon armor set and replace them with empty bags to keep accumulating stockpiles of his own blood for his abilities, or the reverse, so that in a battle he could replenish his usable blood stores quickly. To achieve such level of inventory materialization precision, he would have to improve his overall materialization dexterity, and so he was starting with such simple exercises. To materialize an empty bag of blood in such a way that it connected to his armor's spray mechanisms would require a much higher level of materialization precision than conjuring an empty bottle perfectly atop of his head. If he could achieve that, though, it would be worth it. And the implications of what else he could do, if he could achieve his first goal of switching bags with his inventory, would be pretty impressive. Sam was pretty sure this was an element of skill progression very few, if any other travelers had pursued in this timeline, and his first. That was a very powerful skill to push forward. A whole science and base of knowledge of what it meant to be a traveler could utterly change if Sam could take his inventory materialization to new levels. It would usher in a whole new era of how to improve, fight, and train as a traveler. Sam decided he would start referring to this new specific discipline as omni-conjuring. Sam tried to omni-conjure the empty bottle on his head once more, only for it to almost fall. He caught it before it smashed on the ground. Revolutionizing traveler training was still far off for now. Sam continued to practice his materialization dexterity when he heard a rustling nearby. He quickly dematerialized the potion bottle from the top of his head and looked out into the dark night of the Dust Vale Flats. In the distance, something moved, a flicker of motion too swift to be anything ordinary. It was only the faintest ripple of shadow, but it was enough for Sam to know something was wrong. His gaze snapped toward the source of the disturbance, Sam's senses sharpening. The ground beneath him felt suddenly too quiet, as if the earth itself had drawn in a deep, unnatural breath. And then the first jackal appeared. A flash of silver fur and crackling blue lightning surged toward him, the figure moving with startling speed. Its eyes glowed with blue thunder, and its body pulsed with energy, the static around it visibly arcing. As it came closer, a second jackal appeared beside it, then a third and a fourth, each one moving with the same electrified speed, their bodies crackling with power. The group was closing in, circling in on Sam and the campsite, weaving through the low shrubs and rocks as if they were one with the darkness. Sam's muscles tensed, every instinct screaming. These were no ordinary creatures. They were thunder jackals, predators of the Dust Vale Flats, their fur charged with violent, crackling electricity. He could hear the faint rumble of thunder building in their wake, the sound of their movements sending a warning through the still air. Their eyes glimmered with a malevolent intelligence, the kind of eyes that told him these creatures knew exactly what they were doing. Sam stood up and materialized his black shadow blade. With a lack of dungeon gates currently nearby, Sam welcomed the training opportunity. 46. Sam rushed towards the closest jackal. He gripped his shadow blade tightly. The jackal, crackling with lightning, leapt towards Sam, teeth bared. Sam moved his arm quickly, making a horizontal slash with his blade. The sword cut through the cheeks and edges of the jackal's mouth, blood splattering onto the ground. The black-haired swordsman wasted no time, taking full advantage of the spilled blood on the ground. He triggered Blood Flame, and quickly the blood on the ground went from nothing to glowing pink to erupting in a torrent of flame. The fire burned through the jackal's fur and flesh, its wails echoing into the night. Sam viciously turned his head to the three remaining thunder jackals. The beasts were clearly arrogant and unhinged to not retreat after Sam made such a quick display of their brethren. Such were the actions of animals that had turned into mana-corrupted beasts. The jackals had absorbed enough mana from leaking dungeon gates over time that they had turned into monsters similar to the ones found in dungeon gates. Whether the jackals were crazy or stupid, Sam wasn't going to say no to more monster stones and opportunities to train his skills and abilities. A red ring shot out from his chest. Pain Ring was probably overkill for a group of mana-corrupted beasts, but having the ability active meant it would be passively gaining skills, and, who knows, maybe Sam would stumble upon whatever transforming the chaos of pain into a symphony of control meant. He doubted it would happen this evening, but better to be open to opportunities than be closed off to them. Sam rushed towards the next closest jackal. He lifted his arm and shot out a huge spray of blood. With the same hand, he reached out and triggered level 2 of blood flame, the puddle of blood turning into fiery blood, the ashes of which flew towards his palm into a swirling ball of blood fire. The Blood Knight then whipped the ball of fire at a nearby jackal who he wasn't directly facing. The ball of flame smacked the thunder jackal right in the face, shocking it and sending its whole body into flames. The jackal's wails of pain echoed behind Sam as he thrusted his blade forward, stabbing the closest thunder jackal right in the chest. He stabbed the blade deeper, ripping through flesh and bone, before wrenching it free along with blood and guts from the dying monster. Only one thunder jackal left, Sam mused. Sam turned around, and a bright, translucent ring of energy shot out from his chest as triggered by Time Ring, followed by Time Pause. The final remaining thunder jackal stayed frozen, feet dug into the ground, stretched and ready to pounce, teeth bared in a nasty growl. Sam rushed forward in his time ring and positioned himself behind the thunder jackal. He lifted his arms overhead and swung his sword down. Just as the tip of his blade touched the back of the thunder jackal, he resumed time. The rush of air, sounds, movement came back into being. A bright, sparkling light of energy shot forth from Sam's blade as it collided with the thunder jackal's flesh, exploding the mana-corrupted monster into a debris of flesh and blood. What the? Sam had expected to destroy the thunder jackal, but he hadn't expected the bright light of energy and the level of destructiveness to be so intense. His blade sparkled with an energy he hadn't seen before. As Sam caught his breath, he realized what he had just witnessed. The bright light of energy had been a powerful breaker strike. It was all thanks to his new breaker's ring that he'd received in the previous dungeon. In Sam's first timeline, he hadn't put much focus into critical strikes and trying to increase his chance of them in battle. He didn't like relying too heavily on luck and chance in the middle of a battle. Critical strikes were something travelers with the archer and assassin classes focused more heavily into. The break attack via time ring and time pause definitely contributed to the extra explosiveness of his attack. Sam grinned as he considered the implications. The breaker's ring gave him an extra 15% chance of landing a breaker strike. But if Sam combined it with the powerful positioning advantages provided by his time pause ability, he believed the percentage chance of a breaker attack went up much higher. How much higher, though? That question became the focus of the rest of Sam's training that evening. Sam moved far away from the campsite and materialized a bunch of uncooked steaks from his inventory and left them on the ground. He then walked away and then crouched down behind a shrub and waited. After 30 minutes, another group of thunder jackals came sniffing and searching for the source of the meat smell. Sam grinned. He rushed forward, and when the monsters were within his radius, he triggered time ring and time pause once more. He positioned himself behind the first thunder jackal and slashed his sword downward, just like he had done before. As he relinquished time pause and the present came flooding back into reality, so too did his shadow blade glow brightly as a powerful breaker strike obliterated the thunder jackal. Sam did this 3 more times as he removed the second pack of thunder jackals. Every time he unpaused time, he delivered an explosively powerful breaker attack. As Sam collected the monster stones on the ground, he smiled, content with his training and the discovery of a new, powerful combo. Sam thought about the breaker's ring with a new sense of happiness. For an item that I hadn't considered would be that important, Sam thought, it sure is delivering some great results. Sam returned to the campsite and sat down and continued to practice his omni-conjuring. He smiled at the sight of the nearby Ricker Mountains. More power, more abilities. Rialto, Dante, Alice. Sam was getting closer to everything he wanted, and he couldn't wait. 47. A few days later, Sam and his companions stood at the foot of the Ricker Mountains. The mountain range stretched from east to west. The group stared at the massive mountains looming before them with awe. "How the heck are we supposed to get through that?" Toby balked. Captain Mordecai undid his flask and said, "I don't want to go under or over those mountains, and I don't see any other solution." The pirate shook his head and took a swig from his flask. The group slowly turned to their guide, the old and wizened Reyna Duskrider. "I assure you we'll be doing neither, both of which would significantly raise the chance of us all dying," said Reyna. She then pointed forward and narrowed her eyes. "We won't go over or under the mountains. Nope. We'll go through them." Everyone looked at her like she was crazy, and she simply ignored them and started walking ahead of them, leading the way. After 30 seconds, when there was only the sound of her footsteps and none of the others, she turned around and smirked. "You all coming or not? I thought you all had a queen to save." Days and nights passed. The path through the Arikar Mountains that Reyna led Sam and his companions was not a smooth road, but a narrow, winding trail cut into the jagged cliffs, worn by countless travelers over the centuries. The land here was raw and untamed, where every turn of the path seemed to test the strength of those who dared to cross it. The trail, barely wide enough for a single wagon, clung to the edges of towering rock faces, the earth beneath it a mix of loose gravel, sharp stones, and the occasional jagged outcrop that forced travelers to carefully pick their way around. The cliffs rose like giants on either side, their reddish-brown stones streaked with veins of deeper maroons and ochres, shaped by eons of wind and water. At times, the trail snaked dangerously close to the edge, where the drop was steep and unforgiving, leading down to a deep ravine or to the sluggish river that wound through the heart of the valley far below. Over the many days of traveling through the Arikar Mountains, the terrain was ever-changing. In some stretches, the path was little more than a rough scramble through loose rock and patches of dry, thorny scrub. In others, the ground flattened out momentarily, offering brief respite as they moved through narrow valleys, where the towering peaks formed a natural corridor, their sharp ridges cutting through the sky. Occasionally, small patches of wild grass or desert flowers grew stubbornly among the rocks, their colors providing a surprising contrast to the otherwise barren landscape. Sam trained the entire time they journeyed forward. As they walked between the mountains, he cycled and exercised his mana core. At night, while on guard duty, he continued his omni-conjuring drills. He had mastered materializing a perfectly balanced glass vial on his head and shoulders, and now he was attempting to do the same thing on his individual fingers. From there, he figured he'd be ready to start focusing on swapping out the bags of blood in his armor. It was hard to describe, but he could feel like his perspective on his relationship to the real world in front of him and the spatial realm of his inventory was growing sharper and clearer. It was like an intangible sense of understanding was growing within him. A few months ago, he would never have thought to try materializing something on his finger. It wasn't that he would have thought it impossible, it was just something he would never consider. It wasn't impossible, it just wasn't even conceivable, purely through a narrow understanding of how things were meant to be. If you dropped a rock on the ground 1,000 times and it fell to the ground each time, you wouldn't think it would do anything else, would you? Experience shapes reality. Sam felt as if he was on the precipice of something major in his training here. Even still, he was more eager to reach Adept Tier in his Blood Knight class. Soon, he thought, as he finished training for that evening, we just have to reach the Arikar Desert first. Another week of traveling through the treacherous mountain trails went by, and soon enough the group began their descent. The air, once cool and crisp, began to warm with each step, the biting chill of the high peaks fading into the oppressive heat that awaited them below. The trail became a loose, rocky slope, the ground shifting beneath Sam and his companions' feet as they navigated the crumbling cliffs that dropped into the desert. The wind, once sharp and invigorating, had grown heavy with dust, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of sand and dry earth. With each turn, the towering peaks behind them seemed to grow smaller, their jagged faces swallowed up by the ever-expanding horizon of golden dunes ahead. The mountains, which had loomed like silent sentinels, now felt distant, their jagged ridges nothing more than faint silhouettes against the sky. As they reached the base of the mountains, the land seemed to open up before them, the final barrier between the highlands and the desert breached. The ground beneath their feet shifted from rocky outcroppings to soft, shifting sands. The transition was jarring. The hard, unforgiving stone gave way to a world of instability. The wind picked up, swirling around them in gusts, pushing against their bodies as if to urge them into the endless stretch of desert beyond. The sky, once a brilliant blue, now took on a hazy quality, the harsh light of the sun reflecting off the sand, making the landscape shimmer with a heat-induced mirage. The first step into the desert was like stepping into another world. The air was thick, heavy with the dry, oppressive warmth of the dunes. The temperature seemed to spike almost instantly, the coolness of the mountains vanishing as the heat of the desert rushed to claim them. Each breath felt like inhaling hot air from an open furnace, dry and scorching, as if the very air was parched. The landscape stretched out endlessly before them, a vast sea of dunes, their soft, rippling surfaces a tapestry of gold and copper, with no end in sight. "Welcome," said Reyna, "to the Arikar Desert." 48. There was an eerie quiet to the Arikar Desert, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that sent clouds of dust spiraling through the air. The heat was relentless, the sun beating down mercilessly, and the land stretched out with no visible landmarks to guide them. It was as though the desert itself had no beginning and no end, an endless expanse of sand that would consume all who dared to enter. As the first days in the desert passed, they moved deeper into the endless, empty maze of sand. Slowly, the Arikar Mountains faded into the distance, their rugged silhouette barely visible against the horizon. The temperature seemed to rise with each step, the shifting sands making the journey feel like a constant battle against an unseen force. But the promise of the desert's heart, the secret places hidden beneath the dunes, pulled Sam and his companions forward, guiding their path deeper into this harsh, unforgiving land. Upon entering the desert, Reyna Duskrider, the desert guide, had completely inverted their travel routine. They set up camp during the day, sleeping beneath the hot rays of the sun, and traveled in the cool breeze of the desert in the nighttime. This was a necessary change, for it conserved energy for all of them to travel in the cool night air, but more importantly, Reyna used the stars to guide them forward. She occasionally would turn to Sam and say, "Are you sure you want me to take you the way you suggested? It would be much easier for me, and safer for you, to take you directly to Rialto." Sam shrugged. "Sure, you save us from death in the desert and hand us to the slaughter of a powerful traveler with telepathic and reality-altering abilities." "Okie dokie," said Reyna. "As they say, the customer is always right." Sam smirked, glad the guide wasn't arguing or pushing against him further. While he couldn't guide them through the Arikar Desert, he could prepare himself and the others for battle against an incredibly deadly foe that included a time traveler with mental magic and a master-tier traveler of the Apex Quartet. They had a lot of work to do before they arrived at Rialto. The good news was the Arikar Desert would give them plenty of training opportunities, if they chose to explore it, and that was what Sam was planning to do. As the days passed, traveling across the sand dunes at night, Sam knew they were getting closer to the dungeon gate that he knew from his knowledge in his first timeline would appear soon. He didn't have as encyclopedic knowledge of the stars and their meaning across the desert as Reyna did, but he knew a few constellations to look out for, and he was seeing the ones he needed to see to indicate the dungeon gate where he'd level up Blood Knight to Adept tier was getting closer. Everything was going smoothly until that night the air began to change, a subtle shift that only Sam and Reyna seemed to notice. The wind, which had been gentle and steady, started to pick up speed, its familiar dry bite becoming sharper, colder. The sands, once still, seemed to stir, as if something unseen was waking beneath them. In the distance, a faint veil of dust appeared, rising from the dunes like a ghostly apparition. It was subtle at first, a slow-moving haze that shimmered in the sunlight. But within moments, it grew, twisting and roiling like an angry beast awakening. The wind shifted direction, howling through the dunes in a rising crescendo, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the earth and echoed in the stillness of the desert. "Follow me!" Reyna yelled. "Run!" The group suddenly started dashing across the desert. "We can go faster than running," shouted Edgar, turning into his spirit werewolf mode and galloping forward. "Just tell us where we need to go," said Clara, kicking off the ground and jumping massively forward. Sam triggered his blood manipulation ability, creating wings at his back and picking up Reyna. "That way," Reyna said, pointing in the distance. "There's shelter over there." "How far away is it?" yelled Toby, surfing on his mystic wave weaver, with a screaming Captain Mordecai hanging onto his body. "Why am I the one to escort the captain?" "Go, Waterboy, go!" screamed Mordecai. The wind screamed behind them, howling through the dunes like a living creature, pushing and pulling at them, urging them to move faster. Sam's sharp eyes caught sight of a narrow cave entrance nestled in the rocks ahead, hidden from view unless you knew where to look. The storm was already too close, the sand swirling around them in a dizzying dance. Sam motioned for the group to follow, flapping his blood wings, sending him and Reyna further, until they collapsed inside the rough stone of the cave entrance, just as the sand began to sting their face. The rest of the group arrived in the cave a few seconds later. For a brief second, the cave offered a momentary reprieve. The temperature was cool. The air was thick with the scent of rock and earth. The rumble of the storm raging outside was a constant hum, reminding them of the danger they had just narrowly escaped. "Holy smokes," said Toby. "That was close." "It sure was," said Reyna, dusting sand off her clothes. "We'll have to wait here until the storm passes." Everyone in the group nodded, except for Sam. He walked to the entrance of the cave they had just passed through. "Hey," said Reyna. "Where are you going?" Sam knew the dungeon gate he needed to train in was nearby. The storm could last a week or longer. He couldn't afford to miss this training opportunity. Sam looked over his shoulder. "I'm heading out to train," he said. "You're going to die out there, you know," said Reyna. "Don't worry," said Sam. "I'll be back in a few days." He then stepped out into the desert storm without a single note of fear in his eyes. Reyna paled in disbelief at what the black-haired swordsman had just done. "Does he normally act so suicidal?" Clara placed her hand on the woman's back. "Don't worry," Clara said. "With Sam, you get used to it." 49. The wind howled like a beast, biting through the air as Sam staggered forward against the onslaught of the sandstorm. His cloak whipped around his body, the gritty sand stinging his skin with every step. The desert seemed to roar as the storm raged, sand swirling violently around him, blurring everything in sight. His breath was ragged, his vision nearly obscured by the suffocating cloud of dust that rolled over the dunes. Reyna had been right. The sandstorm had the power to kill Sam, and another minute in this swirling hell of biting sand would have finished the job. But Sam had stepped out into the sandstorm with a survival plan. A bright, ethereal, and translucent ring shot out from his chest, and soon after the storm around him completely paused. The environment around him had frozen in time, thanks to his Path of the Goddess abilities. Now, with a moment to breathe, Sam then triggered his blood manipulation abilities, creating blood wings at his back. He then jumped up, flapped his wings, and started soaring high into the air. As he flew upward, he continuously triggered and untriggered time ring and time pause, making it so he could push through the sandstorm unaffected. He eventually flew so high up, he could see the bright, clear blue sky again, and the immense sandstorm happening down below. He flew forward, scanning the area. In the distance, he could make out a faint orange glow obscured by swirling and deadly sand. There it is, Sam thought, grinning. It was the Adept Tier dungeon gate he had been looking for. He flew towards the orange glow, continuing his quick triggering of time ring and time pause, until eventually he didn't have to do any more as he was soaring through the fiery orange glow of the dungeon gate and leaving the dangerous sandstorm behind for another world altogether. Within a blip of a second, Sam arrived on the other side of the dungeon gate, soaring into a dreary, gray-skied landscape illuminated only by the river of bright orange glow of molten lava seen all over. In the distance were the black silhouettes of volcanoes, burping and spitting out huge gushers of hot, fiery lava. It was so oppressively hot it made the Arikar Desert feel like an Arctic tundra. Sam felt the palpable heat press against his skin as he descended from the air, landing on the black, sandy surface of the dungeon world. Sam had read about this specific dungeon world in his previous timeline. In his first life, this world had been dubbed the Brimstone Plateau. The heat was part of the reason why this specific dungeon was perfect for training towards Adept Tier with his super rare Blood Knight class. To get to the next tier of the Blood Knight class, Sam had to raise both his strength and endurance stats to 71. The currently nightmarish heat meant that every minute Sam spent in here, he was passively raising his endurance. It would also mean that when he really focused on raising his stats, that extra level of resistance inside this dungeon world would make his current training goals that much more attainable. Before Sam could truly get focused on training, he would have to set up a base camp first. Just as he was scanning the area to see if anything was nearby, he felt the ground at his feet rumble. Emerging out of the ground were 5 angry and ghoulish creatures composed primarily out of magma and black sand. Ember goblins. They each had glowing orange daggers, and they ran in the direction of Sam. They made shrill, high-pitched noises for a battle cry as they attempted to surround Sam. Sam materialized his shadow blade in his hand and rushed forward. He had barely moved a step when a translucent ring shot out from his chest, and time suddenly froze. He wasted none of his allotted frozen time and quickly positioned himself behind the first Ember Goblin and began his slash just as he undid time. A bright sparkle of light emanated from his blade as he successfully dealt a breaker strike in the Ember Goblin's back. Blood that was as dark as night spurted out from the creature's back and sprayed all over Sam's face as he wrenched his blade free from the fallen creature. He looked around and could see 3 of the remaining Ember Goblins, but there should be a 4th. At that moment, Sam sensed a presence behind him, and he then tried something he was eager to experiment with. Sam focused on his Omni-conjuring and materialized his other powerful sword, his demonic rune blade, straight out from his back. A gurgling, defeated scream echoed from behind Sam as the demonic rune blade materialized near the Ember Goblin, cutting through his heart and chest. Sam dematerialized the second sword back into his inventory and rushed forward to take on the 3 remaining Ember Goblins. Sam drew from the spilled blood of the first 2 fallen Ember Goblins. Bright ashes of blood flame flew out of the puddles of the blood and toward Sam's palm, quickly swirling into a powerful ball of blood magic. Sam went for a direct attack on one Ember Goblin, stabbing it right into the chest, while whipping his blood flame ball at the other attacker nearby. The final Ember Goblin thought he had successfully landed a sneak attack as he flew through the air with his dagger raised. But in one swift motion, Sam turned around and decapitated the creature with a single slash. For a few more seconds, Sam stayed on guard, waiting for any more surprise attacks. But when none came, he relaxed his position. He caught his breath and picked up the fallen monster stones of the Ember Goblins. He then looked off in the distance of the smoky volcanic landscape. It looked as if his training had begun, and he hadn't even set up a base camp yet. 50. An hour later, Sam had set up his base camp on a rocky area that was above the reach of the flowing rivulets of molten lava. While it was important that he had set up a base camp, the day was far from over, and Sam planned to get as much training in as he possibly could. He knew from his research from his first timeline where he needed to go next. He then ran off the rocky ledge and jumped into the air, forming blood wings from his back as he did so. He then flapped his wings and sent himself flying across the large dungeon world. He soared high above the volcanic landscape, searching for a particular area. Just northwest of the major volcano at the center of the Brimstone Plateau was a large area filled with massive rocks and boulders. There they are, Sam thought to himself, eagerly. Sam descended down towards the many rocks below. Just as he landed, an ember goblin popped out of the sand, screaming. Sam quickly materialized his blade and sliced the creature's head off. Adrenaline surged through Sam's body as he hadn't been expecting the ember goblin to be there. He quickly checked his mana sense and confirmed that there were no more nearby combatants. Sam sighed with relief and then turned his attention back to the large stones and boulders nearby. The stones were pitch black and had an almost alien quality to them. While the stone did have jagged edges and shape, for the most part, their surfaces were smooth. These rocks were the reason Sam had wanted to come to this dungeon gate so badly. The material was known as vulcanite stone, and it was the strongest, densest, and toughest stone ever to be discovered in Westrian history. Even the smallest of vulcanite stones was far heavier than anything he could artificially create with his mana weights. They were key to his plan to quickly train his strength and endurance stats. He walked up to one of the medium-sized stones. He crouched down to his knees and with both hands attempted to lift up the rock. He pulled and pulled, feeling his entire body strain. His face reddened. Sweat came out of his pores. The veins on his neck bulged. Sam managed to pull the rock a half-inch off the ground before he let go. He materialized a water bottle straight away and chugged. It looked like he had a lot of work cut out for him. After a 60-second break, he got back to lifting the vulcanite stone. For the first day of training, Sam just focused on lifting the medium-sized vulcanite stone over and over. By the end of the day, he couldn't say he saw any significant progress, but he felt it in his gut that he was getting stronger. He flew back to the base camp where he concocted a special stamina potion that would help speed up his rest and recovery time, so that after sleeping for the evening, he would be able to go back and continue his training the following day. He was slightly disappointed to see his strength stat hadn't budged at all after the day of training, but he knew that in the coming days it would start to rise exponentially. The following day, when he returned to the rock field, there were a few ember goblins waiting for him, but he quickly finished them off with his time pause plus breaker strike combo. He was irritated to see the ember goblins, but it was confirmation that he made the right choice by not camping near this field of vulcanite stones. For the rest of the day, he continued lifting the medium-sized vulcanite stone. Even at the start of the day, he could see improvement over the previous day. He was able to lift the stone as high as his knees before having to put it down. After half a day of lifting the stone like this, he took a break for lunch. Once he was finished refueling, he found 4 more medium-sized stones similar to the ones he had been lifting. At each one he found, he sprayed blood nearby it. He then created a blood doppelganger. For the rest of the day, Sam and his 4 clones all worked at lifting the vulcanite stones. By the time he went to bed that evening, Sam could see that his strength stat had grown by a full 1.2 points. Here we go, Sam thought to himself. More than that, his endurance had also grown by 0.4 points, meaning all the strength training he was doing, especially in the oppressive heat of the Brimstone Plateau, was contributing to training that stat as well. More than that, his endurance had also grown by 0.4 points, meaning all the strength training he was doing, especially in the oppressive heat of the Brimstone Plateau, was contributing to training that stat as well. The following day, Sam found slightly bigger stones for him and his doppelgangers to lift and practice on. This went on for quite a few days, with Sam enjoying impressive stat growth for both his strength and endurance stats. Eventually, however, even as they started lifting heavier and heavier vulcanite stones, Sam started to see that the exponential growth was beginning to not just plateau, but diminish altogether. Sam had been expecting this. The dungeon gate system could be fickle like this. His muscles and body were getting used to the same style of training every day, and so the training was losing its efficacy. Also, as Sam got closer to reaching adept tier in his strength stat, the harder it was going to be to train that specific stat. This was always the case. The final few points to the next tier always got more and more challenging to raise. Sam was prepared for all this. Simply lifting vulcanite stones wasn't going to cut it anymore. For him to raise his strength stat, he was going to need to incorporate training that included not just pressing his body and muscles to the limit, but also included his mental, emotional, and tactical strength as well. For the next stage of Sam's training, he was going to have to fight actual monsters composed of vulcanite stone. 51. Sam began walking away from the field of boulders, heading in a new direction to an area of the dungeon world he had yet to explore. He moved across the landscape, triggering his mana sense. He could detect that nearby was a fairly large mana entity. Sam knew the creature would be much more formidable than the ember goblins he had faced earlier. Sam suddenly heard a rumbling noise. Emerging from the ground in front of him was a huge boulder of vulcanite stone. The smooth, jet-black surfaces appeared from beneath the dirt, except, unlike the boulders he had been surrounded by in his earlier training, this giant piece of vulcanite stone had glowing red eyes along with arms and legs to maneuver itself with. This was the evolution of Sam's training. From lifting up vulcanite stones to fighting creatures composed of the same extremely powerful material. The creatures were known as vulcanite golems. The golem rushed towards Sam, pointing its sharp head towards him like a rhinoceros. The golem was trying to quickly overpower Sam and put the Blood Knight in a disadvantageous position. Sam triggered Pain Ring as he rolled backwards to escape the golem's incoming charge. The whole ground rumbled, and when Sam emerged, his eyes widened at the sight of the golem still rushing towards him. He quickly lifted his hand and sprayed blood just behind the incoming golem and reappeared right behind the charging creature. Sam quickly breathed a sigh of relief and triggered Pain Ring. He followed this up with Time Ring and Time Pause. He stood there, breathing in and out, waiting for the full 60 seconds of Time Pause to elapse. He wanted to gain the free, uninterrupted minute inside of the Pain Ring with the gnawing teeth of his Silver Dragon armor set to raise his power levels higher. He was going to need to raise his strength to break through the powerful body of the vulcanite golem. Time Ring ran out, and the present came flooding back into motion. The loud, echoing pops of the volcanoes in the distance, the screech of the vulcanite golem stumbling over after charging too fast. Sam had read about this weakness of the vulcanite golem in his research in his first timeline. The monster had an impressive charge, but it resulted in a total loss of momentum after it finished its rush towards its enemy. Sam took the opportunity and rushed towards it, leaping in the air with his shadow blade and coming down upon the golem with a powerful leap attack. Here goes nothing, Sam thought. Sam's blade completely bounced off of the powerful vulcanite golem's toughened exterior. He hadn't gained enough power within his Pain Ring to damage the vulcanite golem yet. The golem turned around and rushed towards Sam once more. The creature suddenly bent its knees and leapt in the air coming towards Sam. Blood teleported back to the original puddle he had sprayed, reappearing to catch the explosive debris of the vulcanite golem's landing. The golem did a few more leap attacks, until it returned to its original charge move, rushing at Sam once again. The Blood Knight teleported and dodged the attack, waiting for the creature to lose its momentum like it had before, and give Sam another opening to attack it in its moment of weakness. Sam rushed forward, leaping into the air and coming down on the vulcanite stone with his shadow blade. As his blade made impact with the black stone, he heard a satisfying crack. Sam kept pressing his blade forward, watching as lines spiderwebbed across the stone and began to crumble and fall off. Sam pressed his blade harder. Blood began to gush forth from the vulcanite golem, and soon enough, the creature was dead. Sam caught his breath as he watched the vulcanite golem morph into an adept tier monster stone. He picked up the stone and dematerialized it inside his inventory. He quickly went over the battle in his head. It had taken him around 5 minutes, including the minutes spent within time pause, to gain enough power within pain ring to take the vulcanite golem out. This was an important piece of information. With this, he'd be able to speed up his training even more. A few hours later, Sam was in a special area in a far corner of the Brimstone Plateau that was filled with countless vulcanite golems. He ran through the dangerous area, making sure to draw the attention of each and every one of the powerful golems. After 15 minutes of this, he had over 30 golems chasing after him. He ran away from them, goading them from their hiding place and taking them to a red circle he had set up just a little beyond the monster-filled area. It was a pain ring that he had stood in for over 10 minutes. When he left the ring, he lost all the power he had gained inside of it. But if he returned to it, he gained all of that power back. He rushed back inside the pain ring he had set up earlier and waited for the incoming monsters to arrive. He gripped his shadow blade and slashed at the first golem that entered the pain ring. The blade cut through the powerful stone like butter, the golem screaming out as life faded from its eyes. The horde of golems rushed forward and Sam quickly ended them all, one by one. Once all of the golems were defeated, he picked up their monster stones and dematerialized them into his inventory. He then went out searching for more vulcanite golems. He went through this process of baiting hordes of vulcanite golems for a few more hours. His muscles ached and he felt exhausted by the end of it. But it had all been worth it. He smiled as he looked at his profile. His strength stat had hit 71. He was halfway to Adept tier in his Blood Knight class. 52. With his strength training complete, Sam triggered blood manipulation, creating blood wings on his back, and flew into the sky and made his way back to base camp. Back at camp, Sam entered his tent and took a quick 10 minutes to rest on his bed. Before he completely drifted off, he made sure to take some stamina and recovery potions to help with the strain of his muscles and fight off the fatigue from a long and grueling day of training. Once he'd taken the recovery medicine, he rested for an hour before getting up and making some steak and stir-fry veggies for dinner. Following supper, he reviewed his profile, grinning once more at the sight of his strength stat now at 71 points. He had Adept tier level strength. It was truly impressive. He then looked at his endurance stat. Due to the oppressive heat of the Brimstone Plateau, his endurance stat had been passively growing as he focused on raising his strength attributes. He now only needed to raise his endurance stat by 6 more points, at which point his super rare Blood Knight class would reach Adept tier. Sam was getting more excited about raising his class tier level now that he was getting closer to it. He had never reached Adept tier in Blood Knight in his first timeline. He had plateaued at Journeyman tier like so many other travelers before him. He was aware of other more famous travelers with the Blood Knight class who had reached Adept tier though, so he knew what the next ability he unlocked would be, and Sam couldn't wait to get his hands on the power himself. Sam was eager to start the next stage of his training. He would rest for the evening and get started the following morning. The next day, Sam woke up bright and early and headed to a new area of the Brimstone Plateau to complete his training regimen. He soared through the air, heading towards the massive volcano at the center of the dungeon world. He eventually descended at the bottom of the volcano at a rock that wasn't covered in magma. Sam winced with pain as he felt his feet boil beneath him due to the extreme heat of the stone he was standing on. He quickly dematerialized his Silver Dragon armor set. The set was a unique piece of equipment, and so it had properties that protected it from melting within the extreme heat, but Sam was still concerned. Also, by removing the armor, he exposed his skin to the oppressive heat more directly, making his training more challenging and hopefully more rewarding as well. Sam then sat down on the sizzling stone and felt his skin boil and burn. His flesh quickly recovered though, because he was still wearing his necklace of healing, which could keep up with the destructive heat and keep it from melting him completely. Sam then closed his eyes and meditated. He focused on the extreme heat and the incredible pain coursing through his body. He kept reminding himself, the pain is the point. The pain is the point. It was excruciating, He felt his entire skin burn and reform, burn and reform. He would have thought he would have been used to such constant pain after living with the Silver Dragon armor set and its gnawing teeth equipped for so long. But in fact, this was a totally new and even more challenging agony to deal with. Still, Sam let himself suffer. He quietly meditated under the scorching and deadly heat for 8 hours. When he was done training that day, he could see that his endurance stat had risen by 2 points. The following day, he did the same thing, except this time he went higher up the mountain, halfway towards the volcanic center. The pain and heat was even more oppressive here. Still, his necklace of healing managed to catch up with the destructive heat against his skin as he meditated from this new position. His skin would bubble and boil only to reform and reattach itself in the healing process. Back and forth his body went through this painful dance of healing and destruction. By the end of that day, he had raised his endurance stat another 2 points. He gulped, just thinking about what he planned to do for the next day of training. He knew that he couldn't keep doing the same thing. He had to raise the intensity to keep pushing the stat higher. Sam had a plan for this. He just hoped it would work. The following day, he returned to the volcanic mountain. This time, he didn't just stop halfway up the mountain. He went to the very tip where he could see the bright orange and gurgling volcanic center. The heat was so agonizingly intense that Sam could barely keep his eyes open. He sat down on the edge of the volcanic precipice and began to meditate once more. There was just one problem. His necklace of healing could no longer keep up with the destructive pain of the surrounding heat. Sam could see his flesh burning and healing, but his skin wasn't fully healing back to full health. The pain was overtaking him, and it would kill him in a few minutes. Sam gulped. It was time to implement his plan. He meditated and focused. He triggered his blood manipulation ability. This time, instead of creating doppelgangers or creatures out of blood, he just focused on manipulating the blood internally. He kept his blood moving in such a way that helped lower his body temperature. The overwhelming heat was so excruciating, it made manipulating his blood a difficult task. But Sam pushed through it. Soon, he was cooling his body internally, which helped fight back against the powerful heat and allowed his necklace of healing to keep up the dueling dance between destruction and revitalization. Sam stayed there at the top of the volcanic mountain in utter agony and pain for a full 8-hour day. He wanted to scream, but he held back so he could conserve his energy and focus. This moment was undoubtedly one of the most physically painful experiences of his entire life, both in his first timeline and in his current one. But it had all been worth it. For just as he felt like he was about to go insane, a message appeared in his retina. Congratulations, Blood Knight has reached Adept Tier 53. As soon as he reached Adept Tier in his Blood Knight class, Sam immediately flew away from the scorchingly hot surroundings and returned to his base camp. He quickly materialized water bottles and began drenching himself in water to cool himself down. He shook his head, just thinking about the horrible heat he'd just endured for the last few days. The heat had been so agonizingly awful, it made the standard level of heat in the Brimstone Plateau seem reasonable. Once he'd gotten his bearings, he made himself a quick meal, followed by a few stamina and recovery potions. After that, he went to bed to rest his body. He had reached his goal of getting to Adept Tier with his super rare Blood Knight class. All he had to do now was clear the dungeon by finishing off the dungeon boss. After that, he could return to his companions, and they could continue their journey to Rialto to defeat the evil time traveler Dante Silvaris and rescue Queen Alice. He thought of Alice's beautiful face and gorgeous eyes as he fell asleep that night. The following day, Sam woke up, made himself breakfast, had a mug of coffee, and did some stretches. Once he'd finished his final sip of coffee, Sam was done with his warm-up and preparations to deal with the incoming dungeon boss. Let's finish this, he thought, as he dematerialized his campsite into his inventory and then soared into the air with his blood wings. From his research in his first timeline, Sam knew where the dungeon boss was meant to be located. His mana sense only confirmed his knowledge. The dungeon boss was located near the center of the dungeon world, nestled in a valley of black sand between two massive volcanoes. The valley was surrounded by a river of bright orange magma. There was no way to enter the boss chamber by simply walking. One had to fly or jump magnificently high to get inside the area. Sam descended from the air and landed on the periphery of the boss chamber, a few meters on the inside away from the river of lava. As soon as Sam's boots were planted on the ground, the whole area began to rumble. At the far end of the boss chamber, a red creature composed of nightmarishly burned-away flesh emerged from beneath the black sand. The creature had a large head with glowing red eyes and a mouth filled with misshapen and jaggedly sharp teeth. It stood on two legs and had 4 pincer arms emerging from its back and 2 more lower arms to support the creature's feet if it wanted to gallop extra fast. The boss monster was a truly frightening sight. Sam had read about it in his first timeline. The dungeon boss monster had been dubbed the Inferno Devourer. The creature lifted one of its pincers and stabbed the ground. The floor of black sand trembled, and a wave of energy and cracking earth rippled forwards towards Sam. Sam jumped out of the way of the attack and quickly materialized his shadow blade. The powerful weapon's glowing purple runes stood out amidst the surrounding dreary environment of gray and orange. Sam rushed towards the boss monster to close the gap between them. When he got within range, he triggered Pain Ring. "Let the countdown to more power begin," Sam grinned. Now, within striking range, the Inferno Devourer responded defensively. The monster opened its mouth widely. From deep within the abyss of its ghastly mouth was a small, bright, orange circle. It quickly got larger until emerging from the monster's mouth was a torrent of blazing fire. The monster moved its head horizontally back and forth. Sam could feel the heightened heat against his skin as he leapt backwards in a forced retreat. Sam triggered Time Ring and Time Pause. Even frozen in place, the horrific creature still made Sam shiver. The traveler quickly moved himself into position where he could slash at the Inferno Devourer's neck with ease. He let the Time Pause run out so he could maximize the power he was gaining within his Pain Ring. In the final few seconds, he let time resume just as he was slashing his shadow blade right into the boss monster's neck. The blade barely made a scratch against the Inferno Devourer's thick and durable exterior. The boss monster screeched in surprise and whipped its pincer quickly at Sam with lightning speed, sending him hurtling back across the boss chamber and onto the ground. Before Sam could even lift his head, the Inferno Devourer was scurrying across the chamber with heightened speed. It was lifting its pincers to stab the ground where Sam currently lay. Sam weighed his options. He wouldn't be able to roll quickly enough to get out of range of the boss monster's attack. He also didn't have the option of pausing time at the moment. He stretched out his arm and sprayed blood just beyond the incoming Inferno Devourer. Just as the boss monster was about to dig its pincers into Sam and end his life, Sam disappeared, reappearing right behind the monster in a puddle of blood. Sam rushed forward, taking the moment to attack the creature once more. He leapt and stabbed his shadow blade into the creature's back. Once again, to Sam's dismay, his blade hardly made a scratch. Sam was not gaining enough power within the pain ring fast enough. The Inferno Devourer quickly responded to Sam's sneak attack, similar to what it did last time, with a quick sideswipe with its pincer. Sam was ready for it this time, though. He sprayed more blood and teleported once again behind it. Sam took a deep breath and prepared himself for a long and grueling battle. He'd have to keep teleporting until Pain Ring raised his power high enough to start properly wounding the boss monster. Sam prepared himself to teleport once more from another retaliatory sideswipe when the Inferno Devourer did something different. The creature jumped high into the air, looming over the sky above. It then darted towards Sam with incredible speed. Sam quickly teleported once more. When he reappeared, his eyes bulged at the sight of the creature coming right towards where he had teleported. "Aw, crap," Sam thought. The boss monster was learning Sam's moveset and had created a contingency plan. It was time to unleash his new Adept Tier Blood Knight ability. 54. Sam's eyes widened as the Inferno Devourer rushed towards him at full speed. Sam triggered level 1 of Blood Flame. A huge burst of blood flame shot out of the ground around him. Rather than teleporting again, Sam used the sudden burst of blood flame as a way of creating a distraction and rolling away. No longer threatened, Sam sprayed the surrounding battle area with more blood in case he needed a wider range of blood teleport options. Not that Sam thought he would need it at this point. The boss monster landed explosively into the ground. It quickly pulled pincers out from the black sand and reoriented itself in Sam's direction. It rushed after Sam once more. This time, Sam didn't even blink. He triggered his new Adept Tier Blood Knight ability. His face suddenly reddened. He screamed. A horrible, agonizing pain erupted throughout his entire body. Suddenly, both his whole body, weapon, and armor was surrounded by a dark red flame. Sam's eyes glowed with the same red energy. As the Inferno Devourer rushed towards Sam, the Blood Knight coated in the new red energy jumped forward, slashing his sword, meeting the boss monster head-on. Sam landed on the ground, his back turned to the boss monster. He could hear the two sides of the boss monster's body slide off, and the explosive spray of blood and the splash of guts falling into puddles of carnage on the ground. The Inferno Devourer had been defeated. Sam caught his breath. He stood up and turned around to find the utter destruction he'd unleashed upon the Inferno Devourer had already been slightly cleaned up by its morphing down into an Adept Tier Monster Stone along with a treasure chest. Sam walked over and picked up the Monster Stone and dematerialized it into his inventory. He then wiped sweat from his brow. He was glad the fight with the boss monster was over. The red flames surrounding his body and blade also began to fade away now that the battle was over. The flames, the extra power, it was all thanks to his new Adept Tier Blood Knight ability. Blood Surge Frenzy. Sam grinned as he thought about it. He looked over his profile. Sam class, Blood Knight, Super Rare, Rank, Adept Tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 4. Mark part of the battlefield is yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. The more hurt others are inside the pain ring, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Hurting Hook, Apprentice Tier, Level 3. Shoot a hook rope that, if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bended at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Hurting Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, Journeyman Tier, Level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Blood Surge Frenzy, Adept Tier, Level 1. Absorb a huge pain toll across one's body that then gives user a coating of blood mana across one's body and weaponry. Class, Death Lord, Legendary, Rank, Journeyman Tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice Tier, Level 2. Teleport to and from spilt blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilt on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilt blood now as well. Blood Manipulation, Journeyman Tier, Level 2. Blood, internal or leaking, from body can be manipulated. Can create autonomous blood clones via blood manipulation. Strength, 71. Agility, 57. Endurance, 71. Magic Affinity, 64.1. Path of the Goddess. Step 1, Time Ring. Step 2, Time Pause. No further steps discovered. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 5. Transform the chaos of pain into a symphony of control. Blood Flame, Level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm. Herding Hook, Level 4. Gain mastery over your new herding hook. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. Blood Vision, Level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Vision. Blood Manipulation, Level 3. Gain mastery of Blood Manipulation. Blood Surge Frenzy, Level 1. Find the rhythm of your fury. Sam grinned. He was so pleased to see all the new additions in his profile, especially his new Adept Tier Blood Knight ability. He focused in on it. Blood Surge Frenzy, Adept Tier, Level 1. Absorb a huge pain toll across one's body that then gives user a coating of blood mana across one's body and weaponry. The new ability was incredibly powerful. It forced Sam to intake a huge amount of pain, which on its own complemented his Pain Ring ability, giving him a huge burst of pain to contribute to his power increase, followed by his body becoming coated in a new form of mana he had yet to wield until now. Blood mana. It looked similar to Blood Flame, but it was different. It was darker and more potent somehow. Beyond the extra power gained from the burst of pain, the blood mana also increased his power and strength. It was from that raw increase in power that Sam was able to finish off the Inferno Devourer in a single, devastating slash. Sam looked over the skill quest for the new ability. No one with the Blood Knight class had ever reached beyond Adept Tier with it, and as far as Sam knew, he had never heard of a traveler with the Blood Knight class ever reaching Level 2 with Blood Surge Frenzy. Looking over the skill quest, he could understand why. Blood Surge Frenzy, Level 1. Find the rhythm of your fury. It was another cryptic skill quest, much like the newest quest to level up and evolve Pain Ring. Sam had a lot to learn about this new ability, and he couldn't wait to practice and test out its limitations and potential combinations with his other abilities. Still, it was amazing to think that after coming back in time so many years ago, he was now reaching a place with his abilities that went beyond his first life's knowledge. It was both a triumphant accomplishment of all of Sam's hard work and also a reminder, a challenge. Sam clenched his fists, feeling a surge of ambition. He didn't come back in time just to meet the world where it had gone before. No. He planned to surpass both his past self and everyone else. 55. Even with the dungeon boss monster dead and defeated, the Brimstone Plateau still raged with tumultuous torrents of volcanic fire. Sam wiped sweat from his brow. There were still a few more hours left in the dungeon before the gate closed and disappeared from Westria, but Sam was done training for the day. The priority now was getting back to his companions and continuing forward in their journey across the Arikar Desert. There was only one thing left to do here in the Brimstone Plateau beyond flying back to the exit and leaving this hellish place. Sam grinned as he took a step forward towards the treasure chest left behind by the dungeon boss monster. He lifted the metal binders off the chest and then pulled it open, revealing the contents inside. Sam looked into the chest, and his eyes immediately widened in shock. He then smiled in delight. He was very surprised by the contents of the treasure chest. This was something so good that it was left out of the history books in Sam's original timeline. Inside the treasure chest was a fragment of black stone that looked similar to vulcanite stone, but was actually significantly rarer and different, despite the similarities. The dead giveaway that this was a different type of material was the presence of translucent orange crystals speckled across the otherwise inky black exterior. The material was extremely rare, and it could only ever be found in fragments like this inside of dungeon gates. The crafting material right before Sam's eyes was known as a dusk steel fragment. Put into the right hands, such a fragment could significantly improve a traveler's weapon or armor. While there were other materials that could improve one's equipment, the dusk steel fragment was notable for the fact that it was the safest and most optimal material to use when working with mythic rarity equipment and above. This included most of Sam's swords and his silver dragon armor set. While Sam wouldn't be able to use the dusk steel fragment straight away, it offered a new avenue for progression with some of his equipment, which was very promising. Sam bent down and picked up the dusk steel fragment. Once the rare item was properly in his hands, It then vanished as Sam dematerialized it into his inventory for safekeeping. With the treasure chest looted, there was now nothing more for Sam in the Brimstone Plateau. He leapt in the air, created blood wings on his back, and flew back to the glowing entrance from which he had arrived many days before. When Sam returned to the Arikar Desert, he was immediately struck by the bright blue sky and the golden sea of sand. It appeared that the horrific sandstorm had died down during Sam's time inside the Adept Tier dungeon gate. Sam flew back across the desert, retracing his flight from earlier, and along with the help of his mana sense, he was able to locate the cave where his companions had hidden during the storm. He descended towards the ground to find Reyna Duskrider and Clara both waiting for him with their hands on their hips and shaking their heads in disappointment. "Well, this is a warm welcome," said Sam as his boots hit the ground. "Happy to see me? You know some of the best desert guides have not returned from storms as bad as the one we faced," said Reyna. "And yet, here I am," Sam smirked. "You could have died," said Clara. Sam frowned. "And yet, here I am." Clara turned to Reyna. "I told you he'd be like this." "Men," balked Reyna. "They're either suicidal like this one or—" At that moment, Captain Mordecai stepped out of the cave, shirtless and burping from another bottle of ale he was drinking. "Hey," said Mordecai. "I live life on the edge as much as this young whippersnapper." "Sure," said Reyna. "This kid is going to train himself into the grave while you'll drink yourself to death." "Sounds like a pretty good way to go to me," Mordecai smiled. Changing the subject, Sam asked, "And Toby and Edgar, where are they?" Clara looked down into the cave. "They've been training in the cave non-stop. I've been working with them as well. Edgar has been helping us with our mana cycling, and together we've been workshopping ways to improve and advance our abilities." Sam grinned. "Good work. We're all going to have to bring our absolute best when we get to Rialto. Based on where you want me to take you next, you're going to have to bring your absolute best before then," said Reyna. Sam nodded. "Glad you haven't had second thoughts about our plan." "Oh, I've had second thoughts," said Reyna. "Second thoughts, third thoughts, fourth thoughts. But so far, you've proven yourself lucky. If you can go out into a sandstorm like the one we saw and return to tell the tale, such impressiveness gives me a tiny bit of confidence that you know what you're doing." "As suicidal as he acts," said Clara, "there's normally a plan behind it all." Sam grinned and shrugged. There was nothing he could say. His friends knew him too well. The group caught up on what had happened to them during the last few days. The sandstorm had lasted for days and had only died down a few hours before Sam had exited the dungeon gate. With the desert once again clear to traverse, the group wanted to continue their journey forward. The plan was to rest for the remainder of the day and then begin traveling later that evening when it was safer and the temperature was cooler. Sam knew how important their next destination was. He also knew that Reyna really didn't want to take them there, but it was also maybe the most important place they needed to go to before they went to Rialto to take on Dante. It was only there that they would have the opportunity to acquire the necessary items that would give them a fighting chance against the telepathic time traveler. That evening, they would set off for the crypt of the Lost King. 56. Days passed, and the group traveled across the Arikar Desert in relative peace. There had been no threat or inkling of a sandstorm since the one they had experienced had come and gone. They journeyed at night beneath the stars and rested during the scorching hot days beneath the sun. Eventually, the silhouette of a large mesa emerging out of the ground came into view. From his research in his past life, Sam knew that beneath that very mesa was the crypt of the Lost King. They were still another week's journey away. While his companions rested in their tents during the day, Sam continued to train. He would materialize a portable canopy roof from his inventory and use that to create a shady outside area near the group's campsite to train within. Sam sat within the shaded area, meditating and cycling his mana core. At the same time, he considered his next steps with his training and goals. The main goal at the moment was to get to the crypt of the Lost King, where a valuable material was held that would help them all in their battle against Dante Silvaris. Following that, he hoped to work on leveling up his blood vision and using the gains there to hopefully break through his path of the goddess and figure out how to evolve and improve the abilities he had gained from learning old magic. But, in the meantime, before he could get to all of that, Sam was focused on continuing his omni-conjuring training and exploring the full limit and extent of his new blood surge frenzy ability. Sam had been pretty pleased with the level of improvement with his omni-conjuring. In the last dungeon world, he had managed to slay a monster by materializing his blade facing outward on his back. All of his drills and exercises were paying off. He thought he was finally ready to start practicing the very thing that had inspired him to study omni-conjuring in the first place. Sam was ready to start practicing swapping out bags of blood inside of his silver dragon armor set. If he got good enough at it, his enemies and allies would never even know he was doing it. And, to be fair, under most circumstances, Sam didn't actually need to swap out the bags of blood because he had enough being generated by the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set. However, there were a couple of scenarios where it would prove incredibly useful. First off, it would just be more efficient to be constantly collecting bags of blood so that he always had a reserve for when he needed it. Right now, the bag in his armor collected as much blood as it could from the gnawing teeth of the dangerous armor, and then the rest of the blood generated just disappeared and faded away with the help of his necklace of healing, meaning a lot of blood that he could use was going to waste. Secondly, with the new ability to create doppelgangers of any shape and size, having massive quantities of his own blood to play with was more necessary than ever before. Thirdly, being able to swap out an empty container of blood for a fresh one in the heat of battle would also prove invaluable. All of the above reasons Sam had to keep reminding himself as he went through the grueling training regimen beneath the hot, beating sun. He started his training with his armor unequipped. He spent the first night just practicing materializing the empty bag of blood on his chest where it would be positioned beneath his armor. Sam did this over and over again, materializing and then, before the bag could fall onto the ground, dematerializing it back into his inventory. The following day, Sam started practicing the bag swap with his armor on. He stood beneath the shaded canopy, his eyes closed, focusing intently on the spot in his armor. In less than a second, Sam dematerialized the current bag and swapped it with an empty bag. He felt the bag fall to his waist inside of his armor. He sighed with disappointment and frustration. Just need to keep practicing, Sam thought to himself. The whole process was so much more difficult than simply materializing the bag on his chest. It required way more precision than the first exercise would make it seem. In the span of less than a second, Sam had to dematerialize the bag of blood and materialize an empty bag in the exact spot that it clicked in, with the tubes and the rest of the contraption collecting his blood from inside his armor. Dematerializing the already connected bag was simple enough. It was conjuring the empty bag that was proving the really challenging part. Sam practiced again and again for hours. By the end of that day of training, Sam knew he was getting closer to his goal. He could feel the empty bag almost clicking in with the other tubes, but not entirely. Sam had to materialize the bag in the perfect position for the whole process to work. After journeying and getting closer to the large mesa in the distance that evening, the following morning Sam started to see real headway. Click! The sound rang through Sam's ears like a miracle. Sam had dematerialized one bag and swapped it with another inside his armor. The new bag was already beginning to collect blood from the armor's gnawing teeth digging into his flesh. Sam focused and tried to remember the exact coordinates on his body he had unconsciously instructed his inventory to materialize the empty bag from. Sam was glad to see he could do it once, but now he needed to make sure he could dependably do it whenever he needed. The following evening, as they journeyed forward, Toby looked at Sam with concern. "Have you slept recently?" Sam grinned, focusing on swapping out the bags beneath his armor even as they moved forward. "I'm going to take that grin as a no," said Toby. "The thing with training and the pursuit of power," said Sam happily, "is that it never ends. There are always new mountains to climb on the quest to the top." "Okay," said Toby. "I'm just saying don't forget to sleep. Training isn't everything, you know." "I won't," Sam said, and with a glimmer in his eye added, "Even rest is a part of training." 57. They were 3 days away from arriving at the mesa in the distance. The immensity of the desert mountain became more and more apparent the closer they got. Sam and his companions would be at the crypt of the lost king soon. As they traveled during the evening and the dark early mornings, Sam continued to practice swapping out bags of blood in his armor. Within a few days, Sam had got to a point where 50% of the time he could materialize the empty bag in the right spot. Given that he could practice his omni-conjuring while they journeyed forward, Sam decided to dedicate the rest of their downtime to practicing and exploring his new Blood Surge Frenzy ability. Sam was so excited to have hit Adept tier with Blood Knight and unlock the new ability. He was now at the frontier of the super rare Blood Knight class. If he leveled up Blood Surge Frenzy, it would be a first in history in both this timeline and his previous. Same if he ever managed to reach Master tier with the class as well. Once again training under the shaded canopy as his companions rested, Sam stood straight and got to work testing the ability. The first thing he wanted to know was how long it took him to recover from the massive pain spike that initiated the ability. Sam got to work and triggered his new Adept tier skill. Within an instant, a wave of agony tore through Sam's entire body, causing him to collapse to his knees and scream with pain. He panted, trying to get composure. 30 seconds later, he stood back up on his feet, the dark red fire of blood mana blazing across his entire body. Sam noted the time frame. The immediate pain spike was the hardest part, but the pain really didn't abate until the 30-second mark. He recalled holding his own when he had triggered the ability against the Inferno Devourer, compared to this time where he fell to his knees. Sam figured the adrenaline of a life-or-death battle had kept him on his feet. Still, Sam didn't want to rely on simply adrenaline keeping him alive. He would have to practice triggering the new Adept tier ability and learn to withstand the pain with composure, or, at the very least, without falling over. Before starting such a drill, though, Sam waited to see how long the blazing blood mana would stay enveloped around him. The blood mana began to dissipate around his body after 5 minutes. Okay, Sam thought. Good to know. He then readjusted his position and stood firmly before triggering it once more. The spike of pain shot through his body with such intense force, Sam had to clench his fists and dig his feet into the ground to keep balance. He felt himself wobble a bit, but he managed to stay upright. 30 seconds later, as expected, the pain began to fade. Sam then tried to trigger the ability once more and force himself to receive the pain spike again. If he spammed the ability again and again, he would get used to the pain quicker. But nothing happened when he triggered the ability. I see, he thought. Blood Surge Frenzy wouldn't allow the user to trigger it immediately afterwards, which was a bit disappointing, as Sam had wondered if he could use the ability to fill himself with pain extra quickly inside of his pain ring. Oh well. The pain spike that came with the ability raised his power levels significantly enough that he couldn't really complain all that much. After another 5 minutes of waiting, Sam discovered that he couldn't trigger the ability again until the blazing blood mana had dissipated and no longer enveloped him. With some technical details noted, Sam then began to explore and focus in on the portion of the ability that followed the agonizing pain. He triggered the ability once more, stood his ground in the face of tumultuous suffering, and then let the red flames of blood mana overtake his body. He held his hands in front of him. The glowing red mana made a line around his fingers, lightly tracing the contours of his body. He opened and closed his fist with ease. He materialized his shadow blade into his hand. Upon doing so, the blood mana enveloped and included his weapon. He did some practice swings, and the blood mana followed the arc of the blade. This remained true even as Sam slashed the air as fast as he could. Sam threw his shadow blade further, and as soon as it left his grip, the blood mana disappeared from it. Sam paused for a moment. He thought about how the blood mana stuck to him. He then considered how similar the blood mana was to his blood flame magic. Part of him wondered if he could apply the principles of that ability to his newly acquired blood mana. He tried to take the blood mana around his hand and swirl it into a ball like he did with level 2 of his blood flame ability. For a split second, Sam thought the blood mana began to move the way he directed it, but next thing he knew, a huge wave of pain rippled through his body, sending Sam straight to the ground. He saw black for a quick second. Sam blinked. He wasn't sure what had happened. He looked around. The bright blue sky day and golden sand of the Arikar Desert surrounded him just as it had done so a few seconds ago. Something was different, though. A translucent circle of energy surrounded him. It was Time Ring, the first step of his Path of the Goddess ability. Sam had triggered it involuntarily. He winced in confusion. Sam couldn't recall ever having an incident of triggering his abilities accidentally or unconsciously. That said, he had encountered all sorts of weird things when trying to reconcile old magic when he had the artificial constraint of the system magic. Clearly, something Sam had just done had awakened something in his Path of the Goddess. Sam wasn't sure exactly what had done it, but he felt a tiny bit closer in his goal to break through to the next step of his path. 58. Sam placed his hands on the ground and pushed himself up. A few seconds later, he was standing up the way he had been before the strange moment had occurred in his training. Now, standing upright, underneath the shaded canopy, Sam went over what had just happened in his head. He had attempted to manipulate his new blood mana in a similar way to how the different levels of his blood flame ability could manipulate and control blood fire. Upon attempting this, his body had convulsed, he fell over, and he unconsciously triggered Time Ring from his Path of the Goddess abilities. He couldn't quite make sense of it. Weird, Sam thought. He couldn't quite see the relation that manipulating blood mana had to do with time magic, but it was getting Sam to think outside of the box more. The translucent circle of the Time Ring continued to ripple and shimmer around Sam. He began to wonder at a new idea. His body was still burning with the flames of blood mana. He attempted to draw some of the mana into the palm of his hand once more. Nothing happened. No convulsions. No pain. It was all so strange. It was weird to think about how similar blood mana was to blood flame, and yet they were totally different. Sam mulled over the perplexities of blood mana and why he couldn't manipulate it like blood flame. It was possible it could be simple as the system didn't mention manipulating blood mana in the Blood Surge Frenzy ability in his profile, and so therefore he couldn't do it. And yet, Sam had discovered time and time again that there was a lot of leeway or hidden implications tucked inside an ability's description. Then, Sam had a new idea. What if? Sam dropped to the ground and sat cross-legged. He had another minute with the blood mana still flaming around his body before he would have to trigger the ability again. Sitting cross-legged, Sam closed his eyes and focused on his mana core at the center of his chest. He then focused on the blood mana around him. He started with his right hand, the hand he used to drain monster stones. And just like with monster stones, Sam began to send some of his own mana into the flames of the blood mana and began to pull it back into himself, slowly leading the red blood mana through his channels and meridians, bringing it back to his core. Here we go, Sam thought. The blood mana swirled towards his bright yellow mana core, and upon impact, the blood mana sizzled and burned away instantaneously. Sam's mana core had rejected the blood mana. Sam tried imbuing his own mana into the blood mana once more. This time, however, instead of trying to create a bridge to draw the blood mana into his core, he attempted to manipulate the blood mana with the help of his own mana. Again, nothing happened. Sam simply stared at the blood mana flaming around his fingers. A few seconds later, the blood mana dissipated from his entire body. Sam was at a slight loss. However, he knew the perfect person to speak to about this very problem, and, thankfully, that person was traveling with him. Later that night, as they strode towards the mesa beneath the beautiful starlight, Sam walked beside Guildmaster Redfield. "Guildmaster," said Sam, "can you help me with something?" Edgar raised one of his eyebrows. "This is a surprise. You're normally so sure-headed, running from one place to another, never asking for help. The boy who has all the answers is finally asking a question, is he?" Go on then, I'm curious. Sam explained to the guildmaster what he had been experimenting with during his training, specifically the unsuccessful attempt to draw blood mana into his core. I couldn't manage to make it work, said Sam, but it made me think of you and your spirit druid mana, and I wondered if you might have any insights into this situation. Edgar nodded his head, slowly, taking in Sam's words. You're thinking on the right track, said Edgar, and I'm impressed that you even attempted to draw the blood mana into your core, especially as the access to the blood mana is ancillary to another ability, all of which is going to make what you're trying to do more difficult. Why won't my mana core accept the blood mana? Mana and mana cores provide travelers the fuel to do the magical abilities that they unleash, right? This is Traveler Basics 101. The mana core at the center of a traveler is known as pure mana, and it's only through the system, with its classes and abilities, that the mana gets converted into resulting abilities, be it Pain Ring or Water Blast. That's how the system relates to mana. Sam nodded his head to Edgar's words. He had read similar things before, but it was speaking to him in a new way now. He was reconciling this information with what he had learned about elven old magic. The fundamental difference between old magic and new magic was the organic process of old magic and the artificial controlling nature of the system in new magic. Paths helped one guide and morph their pure mana into something else, something more unique, more tailored to oneself and one's development. The mana was organic, and it grew with oneself. Sam suspected the mana cores of elves who had gone deep down their paths didn't look the same as traveler mana cores. All of which is to say, Edgar continued, if you introduce a form of specialized mana, be it spirit druid mana or blood mana, into your mana core, the core and the system itself is going to reject it quickly and immediately. You'll meet a lot of resistance. However, if you can get your core to adopt the new mana in its stream, you can see some powerful advancements. It won't be easy, though. Sam nodded his head. He didn't care if it wasn't easy. It was going on his list of training goals. 59. Sam tried to extract more information about integrating specialized mana into one's mana core from. He was catching up to his past now, and he would need allies and mentors to help him push forward. And Sam couldn't ask for a better mentor than Edgar Redfield, member of the Apex Quartet, one of the 4 master-tier travelers in all of Westria. In the early morning, when the sky was still just a faint pale blue, they arrived at the mesa they had been journeying towards for so long. For ages, it had just been a big mountainous object in the distance, but now they were so close they could touch the very exterior that composed the towering rock formation in the middle of the desert. To the outside observer, the mesa before them looked impenetrable. However, Reyna took them towards a narrow fissure and instructed the group to, one by one, squeeze through the crack. It took them a few minutes, but once on the other side of the fissure, there was clearly a passageway waiting for them. Patches of sunlight poked through from somewhere high above. They moved down the winding, labyrinthine passages until eventually they reached the center of the mesa's interior, where they entered a larger area where an ancient structure rose imposingly in front of them. They had arrived at the crypt of the Lost King. The structure's weathered stone steps were carved into the surrounding rock, leading up to a massive, intricately adorned entrance. The base was flanked by worn stone columns, their surfaces covered in faded carvings and hieroglyphs that had been eroded over time. The hieroglyphs were the familiar symbols of the ancient Carvesi civilization. The stone itself, a deep ochre hue, had been scorched by the relentless desert sun, yet it retained an aura of timeless majesty. The surface of the stone was cracked and pitted, evidence of years of exposure to the harsh desert winds and shifting sands. But it still held an undeniable presence, a testament to the forgotten Carvesian Empire, now left to the ravages of time. The ancient site had first been discovered by Opalian archaeologist Velron Mirax almost a century ago. Many had traveled to the site in the intervening decades, though very few entered the crypt and returned to tell the tale. Mirax had believed that the crypt of the Lost King was a burial site for a banished and exiled Carvesian king. Others believed it might be something else entirely. The place had forever been shrouded in mystery. The most important detail to Sam was that Mirax had written about the crypt containing a rare and powerful red stone material within its depths. Sam needed to get his hands on that material. It would be instrumental to defeating Dante Silvaris in Rialto. Without it, they might as well hand themselves over to the deadly time-traveling psychic. "Here we are," said Reyna. "We've been traveling all night. I know you're in a rush to get inside there, but I propose we rest, at least for a few hours before moving forward." Impatient as Sam was, he couldn't help but agree with Reyna. The crypt of the Lost King would be filled with dangerous traps and monsters. They would have to be careful. Rushing in when they had already been journeying all night long was a recipe for disaster. So the group set up a small camp and took a few hours to rest. Over the course of their rest period, it was a surprise role reversal that Sam ended up doing as was instructed, and resting in his tent, while Toby didn't rest at all, choosing to spend the period examining the hieroglyphs on the column outside. The discoveries Sam and Toby had made unlocking the Carvesian language meant that all previously discovered Carvesian ruins had to be re-examined with the new knowledge they had pieced together. Sam was enjoying a brief nap when he was shaken awake. Toby loomed over him. "Sam," he said, his face pale with concern, "I need to show you something." 60. "Is everything okay?" asked Sam, still getting his bearings after Toby had shaken him awake. "We're not in immediate life-threatening danger, no," said Toby. "But it's important you see something." "Okay," said Sam. He cracked his neck and got up on his feet and followed Toby outside his tent. Together they passed their small campsite and walked up to the stone columns guarding the entrance to the crypt of the Lost King. "Have you uncovered something interesting, Tobes?" asked Sam. "Yes," said Toby, his face still serious. "In more ways than one." "Okay. Start from the beginning then," said Sam. Toby walked Sam through his deciphering of the columns. "It's basically a long list of warnings of the different ways the crypt will cause you an immense amount of pain if you choose to enter." Toby then pointed to a symbol that was all throughout the column. It was a picture of a man on a throne holding a staff. "I can see why the place ended up being called the Crypt of the Lost King," said Toby. "I imagine Velron Mirax, a century ago when he discovered this place, took that symbol to mean king." "Well, you know better than me. Does it mean king?" asked Sam. The ancient Carvesians prized information and learning above all else. The wise man was the true king of Carvesians. That symbol there means knowledge. A better name for this place would be the Crypt of Lost Knowledge. Sam let this information sink for a moment. "That makes a lot of sense," he finally said. "Based on our experience on the Starfall Archipelago and the battle in Serenia, the Carvesians thought it was important to hide a lot of their technology and discoveries. They were so obsessed with knowledge that they ended up discovering things they deemed unsafe for future civilizations to know." Sam felt a pit of excitement and nervousness form in his stomach. It was making him even more impatient to enter the ancient site. "So that was the first interesting thing I found," said Toby. "But it's not the reason I shook you awake." Toby walked over to the next column and pointed to a group of symbols. "I don't know what those symbols mean," said Sam. "No," said Toby, shaking his head. "Look closer." Sam leaned in and then saw what Toby was talking about. His friend wasn't pointing to the symbols at all. He was pointing at the imprint of a palm and fingers sticking out amidst the coating of sand and dust on the column. Sam finally understood Toby's grave reaction. Somebody was already inside the crypt. Sam and Toby relayed the information they had discovered to the rest of the group as they quickly dismantled their campsite. They had one more reason to stay vigilant and on guard as they entered the crypt. And then, with the knowledge that they were following in the footsteps of a mysterious other person or group, Sam and his companions stepped forth into the shadows of the Crypt of the Lost King. As soon as Sam took the first step into the crypt, Blue torches lit up on the wall nearby. The crypt was officially aware of their invading presence. There was only one passage at first, which led to some stone steps. As they descended the stone steps, a horrific, putrid smell began to overtake their nostrils. As soon as Sam and his companions entered the chamber at the bottom of the stairwell, they could see why. Multiple rotting corpses of giant spiders lay on the ground in dried-up puddles of blood. The monsters looked to have been slashed to death with a bladed weapon of some kind. "More evidence of the person who entered before us," said Toby. "Well, whoever they are, at least they cleared the way for us," said Mordecai. "Until they slit our throats in the shadows," said Raina. "Keep your guard up, everyone," said Sam. The chamber broke into multiple different passages. Some of them were dead ends, and the group had to do some backtracking. During their exploration, they continuously found dried and brittle remains of skeletons, a reminder of what happened to fellow adventurers in this ancient crypt who were not careful. They eventually reached a circular room. The torches began to flicker after the entire group stepped into the circular chamber. The floor began to glow and suddenly began to descend downward. The chamber floor wasn't actually a floor. It was a moving platform, one that was descending into unknown depths. "I don't like this," said Toby. Clara looked up to the quickly disappearing light of the room as they descended deeper and deeper. "I don't think any of us do, Tobes." Sam triggered his mana sense. He couldn't pick up any enemies. Still, it brought him comfort to materialize his shadow blade into his grip. The group took a battle position as the floor continued to descend downward. They didn't know if anyone would attack them on their journey downward, nor what was waiting for them at the bottom of this descent. They stood for much longer than they were expecting. The rocky depths of wherever they were going surrounding them as it continued lowering them down into the unknown. "How deep is this thing taking us?" grumbled Edgar. Another minute went by until the rocky surroundings opened up and the group got a better view of where they were heading. A dark orange ceiling with sparkling lights of what were most likely glowing stalactites, but appeared like the stars in the sky of what appeared to be a massive subterranean world they were entering. Sam and the others looked around with awe. Below the sparkling orange sky was a large, dark green structure that looked like a palace of some kind. It was far in the distance at the end of a very long and wide stairwell. The floating platform eventually reached the ground at the top of the stone steps. Raina looked at the creepy sky above them and turned to Sam. "Remember when I said I didn't want to come here?" 61. At first, none of them moved. Sam and his companions all stood on the docked platform, cautiously. "How long do we have to wait here until it takes us back up again?" asked Toby. Clara gestured towards a nearby pile of skulls. "Judging by those guys over there, a really long time." After another minute or so of waiting on the platform, Sam was the first to step off of it and onto the stone platform in the eerie underground world they had descended into only a few moments before. The twilight sky above and the twinkling lights were deeply disconcerting. Sam wondered if they were truly underground, or did the floating platform descend them through a portal of some kind. Either way, with the elevator refusing to lift them back up to the surface, Sam figured he had his explanation for why so many people had entered the crypt of the lost king, never to return. Sam took comfort in the fact that he imagined a switch that turned the elevator back on must lie deeper in the crypt. Most likely inside the haunting dark green palace looming in the distance. "Come on then," said Sam. "The way I see it, there's only one direction to go in right now." Sam took his first step down the large stairwell, materializing his shadow blade in his grip as he did so. The purple runes of Sam's inky black blade glowed, adding another soft light to the dim surroundings. Sam quickly surmised that the stairwell was so large and gargantuan it would take them over an hour to reach the bottom. They descended the steps for 30 minutes, uninterrupted by any obstacles. Then the screaming started. Far away, shrill screeches could be heard. The group paused their descent and looked all around them. At first, they couldn't see anything. They just heard the horrible wails getting louder and louder. "Look," said Mordecai, pointing his finger up to the starry orange sky above them. A flock of large bats with crimson-stained wings flew through the air, moving right in their direction. Their wings stretched wide as they swooped down with terrifying speed. The large bats' faces were a twisted, nightmarish sight. Wide, gaping mouths lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, ever hungry for the warm, pulsing blood of their prey. "Get ready for battle, everyone!" Sam shouted, triggering his blood manipulation ability and forming blood wings on his back. He jumped in the air and headed towards the flock of monstrous bats. As Sam flew, gunfire from Mordecai's musket echoed behind him. Huge, hostile globules of water came from behind Sam as well. Toby's masterful water manipulation attacks. The water blast knocked one of the incoming bats, sending it swirling off course. Another one of the bats got struck by a huge wave of pink spirit druid mana that cut through the bat's body, splitting it in half. The sky exploded with blood. Sam flew forward to kill the closest bat to him, only for a force of energy to appear there before him. Clara jumping high in the air with electrifying speed from her specialized jumping boots. She jumped in the air so quickly she skewered one of the giant bats with her spear. "All right, everyone," said Sam. "Save some for me." There were only 2 remaining from the flock now, and Sam rushed towards the first one. He thrusted forward and stabbed the bat right in the stomach. Screaming in the pain, the bat's chattering teeth tried to reach forward and bite into Sam's flesh. With his free hand, he triggered blood flame, erupting the whole bat on fire. Sam wrenched his sword free and flew away, leaving the bat monster to roast to death. He was moving over to finish off the final one when a huge, magically conjured hammer composed of sand appeared out of nowhere and crushed the bat. Sam looked around in shock and saw Reyna Duskrider smirking from below. Sam was impressed. Based on everything he'd just seen, the Desert Guide had the super rare class known as Sand Warden. With the enemy monsters now defeated, Sam flapped back down to the stairwell to reconvene with his companions. "I would say, close one," said Sam, "but we kinda kicked those bats' butts." "I doubt they're going to be the worst things we find down here," said Reyna, looking around cautiously. "Look, sometimes you gotta face big dangers to reap big rewards," said Captain Mordecai, rubbing his hands gleefully. "Just think of the treasure at the bottom of this place," says the guy who barely contributed to defeating the monster bats. 62. The entrance room of the underground palace was a square chamber with 3 large doors at the other end. One door was empty, and the other 2 were blocked shut by large stone slabs in the wall. As soon as Sam had entered and the lights had come on, a stone shutter came down and closed the open door. The door on the far right shuttered, and the stone shutter rose, opening that passageway. "Look, Sam," said Toby, pointing to the ground where a set of boot prints lay. The footprints moved from the palace entrance to the door that had just closed. "It looks like the chamber recognizes when someone new has entered and offers a different passageway forward," said Clara. As a group, they decided to exit the palace once more and re-enter and see if anything changed. But nothing did. It appeared as if the palace was able to sense more than just someone stepping in and out of the entranceway. Sam figured whatever magical and ancient sensors the room was using, it was able to detect their unique mana and wouldn't change doors until a completely new visitor arrived there. "Well, I guess we won't have to compete against our rival grave robber just yet," said Sam. They continued to move forward, entering the newly opened room of the underground palace. The following chamber was much larger than the previous one. It was first a hall that then opened up into a large rectangular room covered in wall carvings and hieroglyphs. The only discoverable exit to a subsequent room was in the far corner, and the door was shut with stone. Edgar walked up to it quickly and conjured a swirl of deadly spirit druid mana around his fist and swung a huge punch right into the door. Blue shield energy emitted from the stone, immediately absorbing Edgar's attack, dealing no damage to the door. "Humph," said the guildmaster. "It was worth a try." "Agreed," said Sam. "I think the only way we're going to open this next door, though, is through deciphering some of the carvings here on the wall." He walked over to a corner and materialized his campsite from his inventory and started setting up. "As much as I'm in a rush," said Sam, "I have a feeling we might be here for a little while." The group set up camp and then began to study the carvings on the wall. Toby took charge of the project, telling everyone what the ancient Carvesi symbol for doorway was and asking everyone to report to him whenever they found the symbol mentioned. Many hours passed, and, by the end of it, Toby had collected 4 instances of when the use of the doorway symbol was used. The wizard-class traveler then told everyone to take a break while he studied the 4 instances and figured what information they might want to search for next. Over the course of looking for the doorway symbol himself, Toby had come across many different carvings that caught his interest. After translating and hitting a mental block on what to pursue next within the chamber, he decided to focus on studying the hieroglyphs beyond solving the issue of the locked door at the other end. He figured inspiration would come to him, and in the meantime, he might as well make the most of the treasure trove of knowledge currently at his fingertips. "Look at this," Toby said to Sam a few hours later. Toby pointed Sam to a whole wall of symbols and carvings that he'd been studying for the last hour or so. Toby first pointed to a symbol of a crystal-like jewel. "Remind you of anything?" Sam winced and looked at the symbol closely. "It kind of reminds me of the Ocean Heart amulet." The Ocean Heart amulet had been a rare item that Commander Krakanos had acquired to summon the mighty Leviathan to take over Serenia with a few months earlier. "My thoughts exactly," said Toby. "And then look at this." Nearby was a symbol of what looked like a place of worship with a line above it to denote that it was underground. "And that looks like the underground temple where Krakanos used the Ocean Heart amulet to summon the Leviathan." "Exactly," said Toby excitedly. "All of the walls in this corner are discussing this very thing. I don't think the Ocean Heart amulet and the Leviathan were a one-off thing. This was a whole magitechnology that the Carvesians had clearly been developing. Cross-referencing with my translated symbols from my notebook, I was able to gather more information on this based on the wall carvings here." "Amazing work, Tobes," said Sam. "What did you find out?" "So," Toby took in a deep breath, trying to contain all of his excitement. "I believe that the Ocean Heart amulet was one of many different orbs known as realm shards. Such realm shards didn't have any intrinsic value themselves, except that they were able to power anchor sites, like the underground temple in Serenia." "Oh, wow," said Sam. "I really don't like the idea of more devastating creatures like the Leviathan getting summoned." As far as Sam could remember from his first timeline, no such thing had happened. The summoning of the Leviathan had been a completely new event in Sam's new timeline compared to the previous one, where it had never occurred. "I think we might have stumbled onto the very thing that led to the ancient Carvesians' destruction," said Toby, speculating. "Clearly, the Carvesians realized the destructive power they had created and did everything they could to hide such power away so that it couldn't be used by any future civilizations." Before Sam could say anything, Toby continued eagerly. "And if you can believe it, there's more. Look at this." Toby then pointed to a whole set of carvings that had portals and figures coming out of them. "Let me ask you again," said Toby, grinning. "Remind you of anything?" It looked just like dungeon gates and travelers, but that was impossible. As far as Sam knew, the dungeon gate system had only appeared just under a decade ago, not thousands of years before during the time of the Carvesians. Sam felt his stomach tighten. "But how?" Sam stood dumbfounded in front of the ancient stone carvings that Toby had been investigating. "Do you think," said Sam, "that the dungeon gates appeared in the time of the ancient Carvesians as well?" "I'm not entirely sure," said Toby. "That was my instant reaction as well. They definitely had some dealings with portals and other worlds, much like the dungeon gates, though whether to say those portals were dungeon gates is harder to know. Look at this." Toby pointed to a symbol of a figure exiting a diamond shape that looked like a portal. "This translates to interversals," said Toby. "Maybe that was the Carvesian word for traveler?" "Maybe," said Sam. Sam was at a loss for words. In Sam's first timeline, both the history of the ancient Carvesian civilization and the dungeon gate system had been mysterious and unknown. Never did he think the two might be interlinked. The knowledge that they might be was both massive and underwhelming. It told Sam that the chasm between what he thought he understood about his world and what he didn't was far more gigantic than he realized. But beyond that, it didn't actually help him much, at least not immediately. Sam resolved to take these new insights and make sure he incorporated more study of the Carvesians and their ancient ruins in his list of goals. Sam was about to ask if Toby had anything else he wanted to show him when he turned his head, and Sam felt his entire stomach lurch. Sam's heart immediately started racing. How could this be here? Sam didn't think he could be more surprised than what Toby had already just shown him, and now he was seeing something even more disconcerting. He gulped at the sight of the wall carving in front of him. A strikingly massive figure carved in inky black stone loomed over one wall. The figure was tall and lanky. Sharp white lines were made to show the figure's eyes. Its mouth was carved with a menacing, sharp-toothed smile. The figure had massive black claws and was clutching an orb that looked almost like a planet within its grip. Sam wanted to puke. There was no mistaking it. The carving was depicting the Demon King. "Tobes," said Sam, doing his best to keep his voice level. "Can you translate this carving and everything around it?" "Oh, that one?" asked Toby. "That one looked so over the top I kinda assumed it was just a myth, not anything practical that could help us." Sam shook his head. "Just translate it for me, please." "Okay, give me an hour," said Toby. The next hour went by incredibly slowly. Sam tried his best not to hover over Toby's shoulder as he was working, and instead focused on continuing to improve his omni-conjuring. He was now working on trying to materialize two things at once, which wasn't difficult if he materialized things into his hands, but much harder if it was on his shoulders, and he was trying to balance them. To avoid making a huge mess, Sam was no longer using empty glass potion bottles, and instead was using leftover monster stones, because if they fell on the floor, they didn't shatter into a million pieces. Eventually, Toby called Sam back over. "What did you find out?" Sam asked eagerly. Toby scratched the back of his head nervously. "So the figure in this carving, I think it must be some kind of god the Carvesi feared? The translation of the figure's name is Son of Oblivion. He has the power of domain manipulation, the ability to shape and warp domains, be it dreams, a dungeon world, or even an entire world like ours. So that was the Demon King's full power. Even if his army hadn't completely wiped out humanity's final army in Sam's first timeline, a mere snap of fingers would have. Sam knew he had to get stronger and help everyone else around him to get stronger to take on the Demon King, but this was a reminder of just how much further they needed to go. Domain manipulation was in the sphere of conceptual powers, the kind of powers that separated mere mortals from gods. "Still sounds like a myth to me," said Toby. "Could you imagine having to fight something like that?" Echoing memories of the carnage of Sam's final moments in his first life shot through his head. The unstoppable demon army, the piles of human corpses, the overwhelming destruction. "I can imagine it a lot more clearly than you realize, Tobes," Sam thought to himself. 63. "Sam," said Toby, "you've gone pale. Is there something you're not telling?" Toby's words were interrupted by the sudden trembling of the closed stone shutter lifting from its position. Someone, or something, was opening the door on the other side. Everyone in the chamber stood up and materialized their weapons, ready for a fight of some kind. The stone door opened, and rushing forward was a shadowy, hooded figure. Sam rushed towards the figure, his hand gripped tightly on his shadow blade. The figure didn't look like a monster that belonged in the crypt. It must have been the person who Toby had suspected had entered the crypt just a little while before they did. The figure might have information that could help them. Sam would have to fight this figure, but make sure he didn't kill them. Sam leapt forward with his blade. The figure conjured a blazingly bright orange sword in his hand. "What?" What that looks like. The figure took Sam's moment of surprise to gain the upper hand, and he leapt back. Sam lifted his arm and sprayed blood on the ground and quickly triggered level 2 of blood manipulation. Before the figure could strike again, they were suddenly stuck. Holding them in place in the ground were multiple blood arms and hands gripping the figure's legs tightly. The figure squirmed. "Don't worry, we don't plan to kill you," said Sam. He smirked. "You can remove that hood, Prince Matteo." The hooded figure continued to squirm in front of Sam and his companions, refusing to remove his hood. Seeing that they weren't getting anywhere in their current situation, another arm emerged from the puddle of blood Sam had sprayed. This arm elongated up to the full height of the figure's head, and with the fingers composed entirely of blood, snatched hold to the top of the figure's hood and threw it off. Emerging from beneath the shadowy hood was a scowling young man with medium curly brown hair and a thin mustache. It was none other than Prince Matteo of the Cortalis dynasty, the heir to the throne in Rialto, the missing prince of Opali. Just as I had guessed, Sam thought to himself with satisfaction. It had been the young man's sword that had given him away. Before that, Sam had no clue who might be attacking them here in the crypt of the Lost King. But as soon as that flickering bright orange sword appeared, Sam knew who it was. The sword was known as a Sunblade, a magical sword that could only be conjured by someone with the mythic rarity, Traveler class, known as a Sun Sword. From Sam's first timeline, there was only ever one figure that had such a class, and it was Prince Matteo Cortalis, who had received it in the form of a class stone many years ago. "Who are you?" hissed the prince. "Did Lucius send you? Or was it that bloody silver-haired scoundrel posing as a royal advisor?" Sam's eyes perked up at the prince's words. Lucius must have been referring to the master-tier traveler and guildmaster of the Travelers' Guild in Rialto, Lucius Maro. And the silver-haired scoundrel had to be in regards to Dante Silvaris. Sam tried to give Matteo a warm smile, but the prince continued to scowl and squirm. "My name is Sam, and I can assure you none of us are working for Lucius or Dante." Matteo's eyes perked up. "Dante? You know him then?" "Sort of," said Sam. "As you can see, the majority of us here are not Opalian." Prince Matteo looked around the room at Sam and his companions. They had all lowered their weapons and dematerialized them inside their inventories. "No," he said. "You're not. Are you from Volsungar?" Sam smiled. "That's right. What are you doing here?" Sam took a deep breath in. "That man, Dante, the silver-haired scoundrel, as you call him, kidnapped our queen. We're here to get her back." Prince Matteo's eyes darted around. "Queen Alice Grace of Volsungar? Kidnapped? No such order was ever given." "We believe it's a secret mission under the purview of Dante Silvaris," said Sam. Matteo shook his head in dismay. "I won't deny that's a very compelling story, but how do I know you're not making it up and lying to me? If we were working for Lucius or Dante, would we have really kept you alive this long?" Matteo sighed. He was still clearly unsure and yet resigned to accepting the possible truth of Sam's words. "If I let you go from my bloodhand's grip, do you promise to not attack us or run away?" asked Sam. Matteo nodded his head. Sam grinned, and with a few twists of his fingers, the thick crimson hands holding Matteo in place collapsed into puddles of red on the floor. There was a brief moment where Sam and the crew waited with bated breath to see if Matteo did anything rash, but the young man just stood there. "It sounds like you all are going to be heading to Rialto at some point," said Matteo, grinning. "In which case, we have a lot to discuss." The group then headed toward their underground campsite. Edgar offered their newest guest a glass of iced tea from his inventory. "Thank you," said Matteo, as he sat down at a stool with the rest of the group. He then looked back at Edgar, recognition finally dawning on the young prince. "Wait a minute. You're—" "Yep," said Edgar. "One of the 4 members of the Apex Quartet?"
said Matteo in disbelief. "You guys really are on a rescue mission." "I'm sure you recognize me as well?" Captain Mordecai grinned. Matteo stared at the pirate captain with a blank face. "Sorry, no. I can't say I recognize any of the rest of you lot. Sorry." "So if you guys are on your way to the capital to rescue your queen, why are you here at the crypt of the Lost King?" asked Prince Matteo. "You're quite far out of the way from your destination." Reina coughed.
"That's exactly what I've been saying."
"There's a special material known to be found inside the crypt of the Lost King," said Sam.
There used to be more of it, but now I suspect it's at the very bottom of the crypt. The material is going to be necessary if we're going to take on Dante. Prince Matteo's eyes widened at that. He then pulled out from underneath his shirt a necklace with a bright red stone on it. "The material you speak of, it doesn't happen to look like this, does it?" Now Sam was the one that was surprised. That was the exact material Sam was looking for. It was an incredibly rare material known as veil stone. It had special properties that helped combat against mental magic, which was why it was so crucial that Sam and his companions get his hands on some. "That's it." Sam smiled. "I'm glad to hear that," said Prince Matteo. "You confirmed my own suspicions. You see, I came here because this necklace was a gift given to my family by the great Opalian adventurer Velron Mirax over a century ago. It has been passed down the generations ever since. A few months ago, it started to glow more and more inside the royal palace in Rialto. I had no idea what it was doing, but I eventually surmised it was protecting me from whatever was turning my family and friends into—" Prince Matteo's face fell into his hands. "I don't know what happened to my grandmother," he said, overwhelmed. "But she stopped being herself. Same with everyone else around me. I thought I was going crazy." "You're not going crazy," said Sam. "That scoundrel of a royal advisor has telepathically taken control of the entire royal court. You were the one exception, and it was all thanks to your veil stone necklace." 64. Matteo leaned his head back, an odd sense of relief and relaxation pouring over his face. "You don't know how good it feels to hear someone else tell you you're not crazy," said the prince. "I didn't know the red stone was specifically protecting me from mental magic, but I knew it was protecting me from something. Once an assassination attempt was made on my life, I knew the palace was no longer safe for me. I ducked out in the middle of the night, gathered everything I needed, and ventured into the Arikar desert in search of this very crypt." "You did that all without a guide?" asked Reina in disbelief. Matteo smiled. "Believe it or not, they don't just spoon-feed the heirs to the Cortalis dynasty. No. After centuries of noble families feuding for control over the throne in Rialto, the Cortalis family came to see that all heirs be trained in the way of the desert, in case they needed to flee from an attack." "Impressive," said Reina. "Thank you," said the prince. "So, in the end, after traveling across the desert for months, I arrived here, and I've been in here for weeks now, trying to solve all of these puzzles. I didn't even bother opening the door to this room until I randomly decided to use my mana sense, and then I saw all of you." "Thank goodness we didn't all kill each other," said Toby. "Agreed," said Prince Matteo. "If you're all as proficient as the blood magic user over here, then I'm afraid to see what the rest of you can do." "Thank you," said Sam, smiling. He wanted to change the conversation and make a plan for what they were going to do next. "Can I propose an offer of sorts? We're both after the Veilstone, so why don't we work together to get to the bottom of the crypt, and then afterwards, why don't we travel to Rialto together? It seems like we share a common enemy there. It would make sense for us to work together, does it not?" Prince Matteo nodded along, and then thought to himself quietly for a moment. "I like the sounds of your suggestion quite a bit. An enemy of Dante Silveris is a friend of mine. But you must make some promises to me if I'm going to agree to this. If and when we get back to Rialto, You cannot actively seek to kill Lucius Maro or anyone who might be suspected to be under the control of Dante. If they are found to be true enemies of both you and I after the psychic manipulator is defeated, that is another story. But until then, we limit the harm done to the people who were formerly my closest allies and friends." Sam thought over the prince's words carefully. As far as he knew, Lucius Maro and the Queen were the two major people under Dante's direct telepathic control that the prince must be referring to. Fighting against the master tier Lucius Maro without the threat of killing him might put them at a disadvantage, but Sam could work with that. At the end of the day, making any kind of deal with Prince Matteo was advantageous in the long run. This would be the first step towards easing relations between Volsungar and Opali, showing that the two rival nations could be allies and the devastating losses of last human war could be completely avoided. "That works for me," said Sam. "It might be worth going over some of the things you witnessed in Rialto before your departure. It might help us better prepare for the upcoming fight, that is, if we ever get out of this crypt." Matteo nodded. "I've been mulling over all the strange oddities for months now. Dante had been obsessed with sending out the Barragans, or high-tiered travelers, out into the desert in search of some ancient orb he had read about in a book. Amara Barragan had managed to acquire it for him. After that, I remember hearing him muttering something about protecting the anchor site." Toby and Sam gave each other a look. "Does any of that mean something to you?" asked Matteo. "We were literally just discussing this," said Toby. The ancient Carvesians had developed a technology that allowed them to summon mythically powerful beasts from other realms. We fought against this very thing in Serenia. There are two parts to the technology: the realm shard and the anchor site. "It sounds like Dante is in possession of both," said Sam. "What do you think he's going to do with it?" "The last time we had to deal with realm shards and anchor sites, a madman summoned the Leviathan to take over the world," said Sam. "Oh my goddess," said Matteo. "We need to get back to Rialto this instant. We'll have no way of beating Dante without getting our hands on more Veilstone first," said Sam. "And besides, there's been something deeply peculiar to Dante's actions. He doesn't entirely seem to be in a rush. He's waiting for something. Or someone," said Matteo. "Either way, best if we prepare ourselves for the battle against him, than rushing in blindly," said Sam. "Agreed," said Matteo. The prince stood up firmly, smiled, and bowed to the entire group. "Thank you all for assisting me. I look forward to solving the final puzzles in this frustrating crypt and getting back to Rialto." "Shall we get to it then?" said Sam. "Let's," said Matteo. "Follow me and I can show you the next room." The group quickly packed up their campsite and followed the Opalian prince into the next chamber of the underground palace. The next room was a hallway that led into a massive throne room-like chamber with huge stone ceilings. At the far end was a gigantic statue of a king sitting upon the throne. Sam looked over his shoulder and could see 3 passageways heading back. Those passageways must correspond with the different doors at the start of the palace. "It will be good to get some fresh eyes on this room," said Matteo. "I've spent so long in here, trying to figure out what to do next or how to open another doorway forward, but it has seemed impossible." "Did you see any hieroglyphs or ancient Carvesi writings carved in the wall?" asked Toby. "Yes, I did," said Prince Matteo, "though I couldn't decipher what any of it meant, so it felt fairly useless. I don't see how it's going to help us, given that the ancient Carvesi language has been lost now for centuries." Sam and Toby shared a look. "About that," said Toby, scratching the back of his head. "We might be able to get a little further than you have with the carvings." "Tobes is being modest," said Clara. "He can read ancient Carvesian now." Toby blushed. "I wouldn't go that far, but we've been able to piece together enough words and their meanings that with a little work, we can normally translate even the words we don't know." "That's amazing," said Prince Matteo. "Well, come take a look at this then." The group walked to the end of the hallway to the bottom of the massive stone statue that reached the top of the underground throne room's ceiling. "There," said Matteo, pointing to some words carved into the wall. Toby looked at the words for a moment and translated what he thought he was reading. I think this says, "To go deeper, one must claim the throne." Toby looked to everyone around him. What do you think that means? Maybe we have to sit on the statue? The group shrugged. I will say that's one thing I've not tried while I've been down here, said Prince Mateo. They all agreed to give it a go. With some mana-assisted jumping and other abilities, they all managed to sit on the lap of the stone statue of the king. Sitting upon the statue, it suddenly began to shake and tremble. Then its stone eyes' lids blinked and its mouth began to open with a sinister smile. 65. The statue blinked and smiled down at them. Well, that's my cue to get off, said Captain Mordecai, scurrying off the statue and back onto the floor. I hear that, said Toby. The whole group all quickly scrambled off the giant statue they had been sitting on and back onto the floor of the underground throne room. As soon as Sam's feet were back on solid ground, he materialized his shadow blade tightly within his grip. In the corner of his eye, he could see all of his companions doing the same, preparing for a potential battle with the Statue King. The smiling stone statue's eyes rolled into the back of its head. Its left eye was paper white with a strange red symbol on it that looked like an ancient rune of some kind. The statue's right eye was just ghostly white. Both had a glassy, liquid look to them that was out of keeping with the rest of the statue's gray stone body. The whole underground palace shook as the statue stood up off of its throne and walked towards them. Are we sure we need to fight it? Asked Clara. Maybe it's more a puzzle than an opponent. The Stone King's fist came hurtling towards them. They all leapt backwards as the statue's fist smashed into the ground, creating a small crater of rubble. Everyone get back, Sam yelled. They had the entire space of the throne room to take the statue on. The farther away from the statue they could get, the more they could analyze how the creature fought and what it was capable of. They rushed to the other end, only for a huge shadow to meet them when they got there. Looking up, the statue had leapt and was coming down to squash them. Change of tactics, Sam yelled. Everyone stay mobile. Toby quickly jumped on his mystic wave weaver surfboard, throwing out water blasts at the Stone King. The giant statue slashed its arm in the air. Toby ducked and drew its attention from the rest of the group. Soon Clara was airborne with her specialty jumping boots, and Edgar was flying through the air on his spirit druid griffin. The three airborne fighters were enough to draw attention away from Reyna, Prince Mateo, and Captain Mordecai, who were all ground-based. With only his musket and average human capabilities, the pirate captain made the wise decision of getting out of the way and heading into the previous room. That's the smartest thing I've seen him do in a long time, said Reyna, as she drew upon her traveler powers. She created a massive axe out of sand and had it swing at the stone statue's legs. Let's attack its legs and hopefully we can knock it over and remove its ability to stay mobile. The group sent a barrage of attacks at the monster's legs. Clara landed on the ground, only to leap back up and come hurtling down again with her Starfire Spear ability right into the stone statue's left leg. Across from her, Toby swirled around the statue's right leg, slashing at it with his scythe of 1,000 waves. Prince Mateo charged forward, slashing at the statue's legs with his crackling sun sword. Edgar pommeled spirit druid mana blasts at the targeted area. Sam came in last, hoping to deal the finishing blow to the statue's legs with a slash of his shadow blade. Instead, his shadow blade crashed into the statue's legs, dealing 0 damage. The Statue King jumped in the air and landed on his feet, creating a huge tremor and energy blast, shooting Sam and all of his companions in different directions. Sam's back slammed into the wall. The Statue King flicked its fingers, and the whole room glowed. Stone tiles on the floor lifted out of the ground and swirled and flew towards Sam and his companions. One stone tile hit Clara first, melting down over in her chest, paralyzing her in place. Sam scurried onto his feet and leapt into the air, creating blood wings on his back. He scanned the battlefield and saw all of his companions had been paralyzed by the melting stones. It was up to him now to finish it. He flew, dodging the statue's attacks, trying to come up with a new strategy. Clearly, attacking the Statue King's legs wasn't working. There must be a weak spot. Sam looked the statue over and locked his eyes on the statue's, specifically its left eye with the red rune in it. Sam figured that must be powering the stone statue somehow. That must be its weak point. Sam flew towards the statue, but the creature kept swatting its hands at him, not letting him get close to its face. Need to create a distraction. Sam flew closer to the ground and sprayed it with his blood, draining his full bag to do so. He then started creating as many bulky blood doppelgangers with wings as he could. He managed to create 7. The blood doppelgangers began to fly and attack the statue. Sam got close to the statue's eye before it swatted him away once more. His doppelgangers weren't creating enough of a distraction. He needed more. Except, he'd used up all of his available personal blood for blood manipulation. The blood bag, specifically drawing blood from the gnawing teeth of his armor, was near empty. It would be a while before it would be full again. It was time he implemented all of that practice he had been doing with omni-conjuring. Sam flew around the Statue King, dodging its attacks, while trying to focus his energy to materialize a full bag of his blood from his inventory into the right section of his armor. First things first, which was dematerializing the empty bag. He did so just as he flew beneath a quick, deadly swing of the stone Statue King. Now, Sam thought, gritting his teeth, flying through the air, comes the moment of truth. 66. Sam flew through the air, dodging the Stone King's attacks, keeping his focus on materializing a bag full of his own blood in the precise location in his armor that was needed. Reading the Statue King's movements and attack patterns, Sam was waiting for the powerful monster to take a moment to cool off. Once that happened, Sam would have the 5 to 10 second window he needed to focus on getting the blood he needed in the precise place he needed it to be. Sam ducked another quick slash of the Statue King's and could tell now that this was his moment. He focused and omni-conjured the bag of blood. Click! Sam's heart raced as he gave out a quick breath of relief. Perfect, Sam thought. Let's do this. He flew towards the ground and began to spray the new bag of his blood out onto the ground. He emptied the new bag within a minute. He then triggered level 2 of blood manipulation. Heads of Sam's blood clones began to bubble up and emerge out of the huge puddle of blood he had just sprayed on the ground. Soon, a small regiment of bulky blood clones with wings began to swarm and distract the Statue King. Sam kept himself hidden, waiting for his moment to strike. The statue was preoccupied with the different clones buzzing in his way. Sam crept over top the Statue King, floating at the top of the underground throne room. He waited and could see the Statue King had become too preoccupied to worry about Sam. Now is the time to strike. Sam pushed his feet off the ceiling and shot himself towards the statue's left eye. His shadow blade pointed right at the creature. 3, 2, 1. The statue looked up at the worst possible moment. The statue's eye widened at the sight of Sam as his blade plunged right into its glassy surface. A burst of blood shot outward from the statue, drenching Sam. The statue suddenly stopped moving. It then collapsed onto the ground in one final shudder on the ground. Sam stepped back onto the floor of the underground throne room. He wiped sweat off his brow. He took a deep breath, then looked around to make sure his companions were okay. The closest person nearby was Clara. The auburn-haired girl was squirming beneath the paralyzing melted stone. She had been pushing against it for the entirety of the battle. Suddenly, the stone softened and Clara was able to push the stone off of her and return to her feet. "Thank goodness," she said. Sam looked around and the rest of the group was experiencing something similar. The melted stone must have been one of the Stone Statue King's abilities, and now that it was defeated, the stone had lost its magical properties and could be pushed off with much greater ease. In the far corner of the room, Captain Mordecai popped his head out. "You can come out," said Raina, dusting stone debris off of herself as she stood up. "Great," said Captain Mordecai. "I was trying to figure out how I'd get out of here if you guys all got killed, and it really looked bleak." "Oh, that's bad," said Toby. "I've done that before. That's how you start spiraling." Yeah, I was wondering how long I could survive off eating you. Cheese, said Clara. How about we just move on and keep some of our more deranged thoughts to ourselves? Seriously, said Edgar. Prince Mateo looked at them all, strangely. You guys are a weird bunch, you know that? Yeah, and you haven't even met Queen Alice yet, Sam laughed. The group all laughed. They hadn't joked about Alice and her temper and naivety in a long time. It felt nice to make fun of her. It reminded them of the good times, the times before she had been kidnapped. It was a feeling Sam wanted to return to. It was nice to remember it, even if only fleetingly. A melancholic determination came over him. He turned to the end of the throne room where the stone statue had originally been situated. He walked over to the throne. Examining it, Sam saw that the seat of the throne had 2 handles on it. He stretched his arms out and grabbed the handles. He pulled. It took a lot of strength, but he was able to pull the stone handles up, revealing a trap door beneath the throne. A ladder led beneath the seat. Let me go down and check out what's down here, said Sam, turning to the rest of the group. You all stay up here and keep guard. Sam climbed up onto the throne. He placed his feet on the ladder heading underground into the shadowy darkness. He began to descend, 1 foot at a time. Soon, he had lowered himself where he could no longer see the throne room. Darkness surrounded him. He continued his descent. Eventually, he reached the bottom where he found a tunnel lit with the blue torches that could be found all across the underground palace. Sam followed the torch-lined path and eventually arrived at an open cavern with rock with glowing red veins. Sam grinned. It was exactly what he was looking for and hoping to find in the crypt of the lost king. Veilstone. He materialized a pickaxe in his hands. He walked over to one of the crystal veins. He lifted the pickaxe behind his head. He gave a massive swing against the stone. The red vein cracked, and a couple of red veilstones fell to the ground. He picked up the stones and pocketed them into his inventory. Just a few more, he grinned to himself. He then lifted the pickaxe behind his head once more. He swung and smashed into the stone with satisfaction. They were 1 step closer to defeating Dante Silvaris and rescuing Alice. We're coming, Dante, Sam thought, and we have a lot less to be afraid about you now. In fact, you should be afraid of us. Very afraid. 67. Sam dematerialized his pickaxe and wiped sweat from his brow. After taking a few deep breaths, he materialized a jug of water. He brought the jug to his lips and guzzled down the liquid. Hydration was important, especially after an hour of mining the vein of veilstone shards at the bottom of the crypt of the lost king. At first, he had just hoped to gather enough veilstone shards for everyone in his party. Yet, once Sam had achieved that, he figured the more veilstone they had, the greater their advantage against Dante Silvaris would be, and so he had continued mining for over an hour. Sam finished off the jug of water before dematerializing the now empty container back into his inventory. The nearly cleared vein of veilstone stood in front of Sam, a reminder of the hard work he'd done mining as much of the incredibly rare stone as he could. All of their hard work journeying to the crypt of the lost king, fighting through monsters and puzzle traps was to find this hidden material. It felt weird after all of that effort to get here to now leave after such a short period of time. Even this final chamber, with its hidden veins of veilstone, felt almost humble compared to the vast chambers of lost hieroglyphs, underground palaces, and sentient giant statues. From what Sam understood, the crypt of the lost king had originally been a mining site for veilstone that got repurposed as a mausoleum for the ancient people's lost knowledge. No doubt the veilstone was important, but the real treasure was all the hieroglyphs Toby had translated and copied down in his notebook. Sam shuddered just thinking about some of the stone carvings they'd looked at earlier that day. The carvings of the realm shards and anchor sites. The technology to unlock such potent power like the summoning of the Leviathan. To think Dante had gotten his hands on such magnificent power. The only thing more disconcerting than that was the worst carving of all. The one of the figure of pure darkness, the carving of the demon king, the son of oblivion. It was obvious. They needed to leave this place. They had more training they needed to do to prepare for their upcoming battle with Dante Silvaris. Sam turned his back from the mining site and headed towards the ladder back to the underground throne room. A few minutes later, he returned to find his companions all busy at work. Clara was training with mana weights in one corner. Edgar was meditating and cycling with his spirit druid mana flaming around him in another. Prince Matteo, Reina, and Toby were all in the previous room examining the stone carvings and hieroglyphs further. And then there was Captain Mordecai. He was taking a nap. Sam called everyone's attention, and within another few minutes, they were all gathered in front of him. "Everyone hold out a hand in front of me," said Sam. "Except for you, Prince Matteo. You won't need what I'm about to give." Matteo nodded with understanding. Then, without speaking, Sam placed a shining red veil stone in each of his companions' open palms. "What you are holding in your hands is a powerful and rare gemstone," said Sam. "It's known as veil stone. You must keep it on your person at all times. Never dematerialize it into your inventory. The veil stone is one of the few materials that's resistant to mental magic. This will be our main defense against Dante's powerful mental magic. Truthfully, we would have been helpless against him before this. Now, we hold a fighting chance." All of Sam's companions' heads nodded at the seriousness of his words. "It's still not a perfect defense," Sam continued, "but it's better than nothing. The way Veilstone works is that it warns users when someone is trying to impose a mental assault on them, and can protect the wearer from a prolonged mental assault for up to 5 minutes. If Dante gives up on trying to break your defense, the Veilstone resets." "So if Dante's going to want to break into any of our minds and take control of us, he's going to have to spend 5 minutes doing so. And that will give us plenty of time to strike and finish him off," said Clara, grasping the basics of Sam's plan. "That's the fundamental idea," said Sam. "If Dante breaks through the Veilstone's defenses, he can only mentally control you for 1 minute, and he can't telepathically control you to harm yourself. After a minute, you get another 5 minutes of protection." "Not bad," said Mordecai. "Dante could still use one of us to harm the other," said Sam. "I'd hate for him to take over the Guildmaster, even for a minute." A silence took over. Dante's sheer, raw power was beginning to sink in. Sam continued. "There's a few more pieces to my plan of storming Rialto and saving Alice, but the building blocks are beginning to come together." Determination began to swell across the faces of the group. The journey towards Rialto wasn't over yet. It had been an arduous trip so far, but they were getting closer to meeting their goal. Within a few minutes after handing everyone their own piece of Veilstone, Sam and his companions were packed up and ready to move back through the underground palace. While Sam had been mining the precious red stone, Prince Matteo had uncovered a switchboard in the throne room, which they all presumed would restart the lift back to the surface. They all sighed with relief when they stepped on the lift, and it began to ascend back the way it had come. The strange underground cave world with its twinkling orange sky faded from view as the lift rose them back to the surface. Within an hour, they were outside the crypt and navigating the mesa and returning to the Arikar Desert. "Okay, boss," said Reina. "Where's next?" Sam grinned. The dungeon gate that was going to help him power level his blood vision ability was finally going to form in a couple of days. Sam's theory was reaching the next level that would help him examine his Path of the Goddess ability much more precisely than he could before. Hopefully, after that, he'd be able to unlock the next step of his path. Sam gave Reina the coordinates they needed. Reina shook her head and chuckled. "You really don't want to make this journey easy, do you?" Sam thought about his lost queen, the evil time traveler, the fate of 2 kingdoms that were currently hanging in the balance. "It doesn't matter what route we take," said Sam. "Nothing we do on this journey will make it easy. But still," said Prince Matteo, joining the conversation, "we march forward." Sam smiled at him, Reina, and the rest of his companions. "Exactly." 68. Sam kept his eyes shut tightly, focused intently on his task. He was sitting cross-legged inside of his tent, the sun of the Arikar Desert looming just outside. An empty bottle appeared on his left shoulder, followed by another on his right. Sam gasped at the speed of his materializing. He twitched and swerved, the empty potion bottles flying off his shoulders. Sam's arms shot with lightning speed, catching the following bottle before they could smash onto the ground and create a huge mess. He dematerialized the rescued potion vials and then leaned his head back onto the floor. A throbbing ache pulsed against Sam's forehead. That was the price he paid for concentrating too hard on training omni-conjuring. With the ability to swap out empty bags of blood for full bags of blood and vice versa inside of his silver dragon armor set, Sam had effectively achieved what he had wanted from his practice of advanced inventory materialization already. Still, Sam believed even more could be achieved and figured he would continue to practice at the discipline. He had now moved on to trying to materialize two things at once. He knew for a fact he could easily materialize a blade in either hand fairly effectively, but it was much harder to do the same thing with other objects at different parts of his body. Sam rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. He was taking a brief moment of respite. It had been days since they had left the crypt of the Lost King. Him and his companions had gone back to traveling across the Arikar Desert at night and resting during the day. Or, in Sam's case, traveling at night and training during the day. Just as he was beginning to accept that taking a nap might not be a bad idea, he felt the presence of someone outside his tent. Flipping open, it was Toby. Behind him, the sky was an orangey pink as the sun was setting across the Arikar Desert for the day.
"Reyna wants the camp to be dismantled and for us to be moving in 10 minutes, said Toby. "Just came to warn you." "Thanks, Tobes," said Sam. "I'll be out straight away." "No problem," said Toby. "Now I have to go wake up Clara. She's not exactly the world's biggest morning person." "But it's nighttime," said Sam. "Yeah, that's true," said Toby, scratching back of his head. "Let's just say it's morning whenever she has to wake up from sleeping. And between you and me, sometimes it's not pretty." Sam smirked. "Good luck, Tobes. I hope your fiancé doesn't give you too much grief." As Toby walked away from Sam's tent, Sam stretched his arms and yawned. He soon gathered his things and packed everything up and then dematerialized it all inside of his inventory. 10 minutes later, the group set off across the desert, just as the moon and stars were coming into view. A week of traveling went by. Sam stayed in constant communication with Reyna about their coordinates. They eventually arrived at another large mesa similar to the one that had housed the crypt of the Lost King. The morning they arrived at the mesa, they decided to camp on the outskirts of the desert mountain. Once everyone had set up their tents, they all reconvened for a quick group meeting and meal before everyone would take some time to rest after the long day of traveling. They were all eating an assortment of different foods due to everyone eating whatever meals they had prepared in their inventories before the journey. An assortment of sandwiches, salads, and dips were being eaten. The main criteria seems to be colder food to contrast the blazing heat of the desert. As they ate, they sat in a circle and went over what their next moves should be. "If we're heading towards Rialto, we're taking a very long route to get there," observed Prince Matteo. "You don't need to tell me that," said Reyna. "I have no idea where we are." Clara shrugged.
Toby, Mordecai, and Edgar all nodded in agreement. "Ignorance is bliss," Reyna sighed. Sam grinned at the desert guide. "Thank you for your patience, Reyna." He then turned to Matteo. "And thank you, Prince, for joining us. We've arrived at the destination of our last detour before we'll start heading directly to Rialto." Everyone nodded and listened closely to Sam. "Shortly after this meeting, I'll be leaving the campsite to pursue some of my own specialized training," said Sam. "I'll be back in a week or so. The rest of you should focus on your own training while I'm away. The time between now and when we arrive at Rialto is beginning to narrow. We need to use the time we still have wisely." The upcoming face-off in Rialto was going to be their most challenging struggle yet. Dante Silvaris not only had deeply powerful mental magic, but also the incredible advantages of being a time traveler like Sam. On top of that, Dante had deeply powerful allies like the master-tier traveler of the Apex Quartet, Lucius Maro, along with the deadly members of the Barragan Collective. Quite frankly, The cards were quite stacked against them. Yet every bit of training they did, Sam knew they were slowly squeezing the gap of their disadvantages against their enemies. With the Veilstone, they now had some protection against Dante's mental intrusions. Now, they just needed to push themselves so that they could be the strongest possible travelers to go up against the evil man when they finally confronted him. The fate of both kingdoms rested upon this. The fate of so many lives. The fate of Alice. Everyone around Sam understood the stakes. Sam took the last bite of his lunch and then stood up and smiled at his group of companions and friends. "Okay, everyone," he said. "I'll see you all in a week." He gathered his things and then headed out into the Arikar Desert once more. The dungeon gate he had been waiting to find should have formed by now. It was finally time to level up blood vision. 69. The sun blazed down on Sam as he traveled across the desert. He had been walking for half an hour since saying goodbye to his companions. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He paused for a moment to get his bearings. He materialized a water jug and took a long sip. Based on his research from his first timeline, a famous dungeon gate should have appeared nearby. He was starting to wonder if he had walked in the wrong direction. Sam shook his head. No, he thought. The gate must be nearby somewhere. He then leapt into the air and triggered his blood manipulation ability, creating sinewy blood wings on his back. He flapped his newly conjured wings and flew higher into the air to get a better view of the surrounding area. Within seconds, he spotted what he was looking for. In the distance was the orange glow of an adept-tier dungeon gate. He had been struggling to see it from ground level as the gate's color was camouflaged and blending in with the bright sand dunes of the Arikar Desert. Sam flapped his wings and soared through the sky. The wind blew his hair back. The momentum of flying kept him cool despite the hot air all around him. A few seconds later, he was landing right in front of the blazing orange dungeon gate. His boots dug into the sand. He had learned his lesson to not just soar through a dungeon gate at full speed. He especially didn't want to do that with the dungeon world he was about to enter. At a moderate pace, he strode through the orange flames of the gate and entered the dungeon. Within seconds, Sam had left the Arikar Desert behind and had entered a strange, fleshy room. The walls were orange and pink and had lines of blue and red veins upon them. The walls moved to and fro, throbbing. The dry heat of the desert had immediately disappeared and was replaced with a palpable, wet, humid heat. Gusts of moist, warm air came and went. Sam grinned. This was it. This was the dungeon world he had been working towards. The living sanctum. An entire dungeon world that was a living organism. Sam triggered blood vision. His whole vision erupted in a sea of red as he was seeing so much flesh and the blood channels and interiors beneath it. According to Sam's profile and the last time he had digested some radiant sage, his blood vision was at 45% in its skill quest to level up. Just having the ability on while being inside the living sanctum would be passively training the ability. There was just so much for the ability to pick up inside this strange dungeon world. It was the perfect place to train blood vision and level it up. The walls of the living sanctum began to tremble and vibrate. Bumps and warts began to bubble up on the floor at Sam's feet. The bumps continued to grow until the lumps popped out from the floor and became floating red blobs. The blob began to form a big black eye and then a mouth of sharpened teeth. Sam had read about these monsters. They were known as amoeblings. Sam's shadow blade immediately emerged inside of his grip. The amoebling rushed towards him, jaws opening, and Sam thrust his sword right into the creature's mouth. Blood splattered everywhere. The creature died instantaneously. That was easy enough to kill, Sam mused. Before he could take in a breath of relief, however, 5 more bumps began to form on the floor in front of him. Here we go. Sam wasted no time. He stabbed the bumps before they could even form into amoeblings. Blood splattered all across the floor of the dungeon world. Bumps kept forming all along the walls of the living sanctum. Sam's heart began to race. There were soon going to be 50 amoeblings floating in front of him. It didn't matter how quickly he could kill them, they would overpower him soon enough. There was also nowhere to run. The living sanctum could create amoeblings wherever he ran to. Sam had been so eager to get to the dungeon world and train his blood vision ability that he had forgotten just how creepy, deranged, and deadly the living sanctum would be. He quickly thought of a potential solution. He spun in a circle and sprayed the surrounding walls with blood. Then, with a snap of fingers, the hallway was alight in blood flame. The entire hallway and nearby corridors were filled with flame, roasting every single amoebling, bump, and wart. Screams of death echoed all around him. 60 seconds later, the blood flame began to die down, and the formerly pink and orange hallways were now a rotten, burnt brown color. No amoeblings would be forming around him here for the next little while. Sam took a moment to catch his breath. He now had a solution to create a safe space inside the living sanctum, even if it was only temporary. The moment of respite only lasted a few seconds. From further down the corridor, he could hear rushing footsteps. If the living sanctum was truly a conscious, breathing entity, it was now unleashing whatever defenses it had to eliminate the intruder threatening it from within. Turning down the corner of the corridor were 3 more amoebling-like creatures, except rather than being floating, vicious blobs, they were galloping, furious wolves. Flesh wolves. The red-soaked wolves galloped down the hall with the intention of ripping Sam to shreds. Their rapid breaths and footsteps echoed down the hall. Their eyes glowed with a hostile redness. They licked their lips, exposing their razor-sharp teeth. They would be surrounding Sam in 30 seconds or less. Sam strode forward, gripping his blade. Let the training begin, he thought to himself. Sam kept his blood vision going, seeing everything drenched in red, just the way he liked it. 70. The flesh wolves rushed towards Sam, their feet galloping across the throbbing floor of the living dungeon world. Their breaths were hot and loud. They wagged their tails with excitement for fresh meat and prey. Sam clutched the hilt of his shadow blade tightly. A bright red circle shot out from his chest as he immediately triggered Pain Ring. He followed this up with Time Ring and Time Pause. Sam's surroundings froze around him. The nearby wolves were suddenly paralyzed by time, trapped vulnerably in mid-step. If he wanted, he could rush up to the wolves right now and unpause time just as his sword slashed through one of their necks, slicing its head off cleanly. Except that wasn't what Sam was planning to do. He wanted to gain more experience with his newest Adept tier ability, and so triggered that instead. A huge rupture of pain exploded all throughout Sam's body. His skin reddened, his muscles tightened. He screamed up to the ceiling in a mixture of agony and rage. By the time the pain had subsided, Sam's whole body was coated in dark red flames of blood mana. Blood surge frenzy was now in full effect. Sam quickly moved towards one of the 3 wolves and positioned himself with his blade just above the creature's neck. He unpaused time right as Sam's sword went crushing through the monster's neck. A huge spray of blood shot outward from the headless wolf. Sam was already rushing the other 2. The 2 flesh wolves still weren't scared enough of Sam to run away. Instead, they tried to encircle Sam. They wanted to bite into his back whenever he was turned facing the other. That plan only worked, however, if Sam had difficulty defeating either one of the flesh wolves. And with Sam's power already surging to great heights from all the pain absorbed just from triggering blood surge frenzy, plus the coating of deadly blood mana over his blade and body, struggling to kill these wolves felt highly unlikely. Sam made a quick feint to jump attack. The wolf in front of him did a quick leap back. Sam then slashed his sword behind him just in time to slit the throat of the flesh wolf attacking him from behind. The remaining wolf didn't cower even as its companion bled out to death at Sam's feet. Sam took a few slow, cautious steps towards the remaining flesh wolf. The wolf dug its heels into the ground before pushing itself into the air and coming at Sam directly. The wolf's mouth opened wide, its sharp teeth ready to chomp a full piece of flesh out of Sam's neck. Sam slashed his sword with lightning speed, cutting open a fatal wound in the wolf's stomach before it even got close. Blood and guts spilled out of its body mid-air before the creature slumped to the ground, dead. Sam continued to grip his sword tightly. He triggered Mana Sense, and only after a minute of no more enemies being sent his way did he finally relax his guard a bit. By that point, The 3 flesh wolves had disintegrated down into orange monster stones. Sam went and picked up all 3 and then pocketed them inside his inventory. For the next minute or so, Sam drew upon the blood mana blazing over his entire body and let it enter his mana channels. He brought the mysterious red mana towards his yellow journeyman tier core and let it spin and absorb some of the blood mana. These had been Guildmaster Redfield's instructions. Just keep doing this until the time came where he'd be able to properly absorb and imbue his core with blood mana. Sam was very curious to learn more about augmenting one's core with specialized mana. He had never heard of such a thing before his discussion with Guildmaster Redfield. It was another path to power and understanding that lay before him. He was eager to learn and discover more. When he got closer to facing the 3rd threshold, Sam planned to discuss this with Edgar further. Eventually, the blood mana surrounding Sam's entire body began to die down and fade away. Sam took a deep breath in. He hadn't come to this dungeon to train blood surge frenzy. No, he had come to level up blood vision. He was sure even the few minutes he'd already been inside this dungeon world with the ability on, he was just passively getting closer and closer to leveling it up. Sam took a step forward and made a left down one of the halls. He also had a pretty good understanding of what would be the perfect place inside of this strange world to push his training even further. As he marched forward, Sam kept his blood vision active. It was like his vision was coated in a dark red lens. He could see through the throbbing and pulsing walls of the living dungeon world. He could see the veins and networks of blood and cells moving through the labyrinthine nexus of connections. It was an overwhelming and glorious sight to behold. In a normal dungeon world, Sam would only get the opportunity to use blood vision against sentient enemies and animals. To utilize the skill in every direction he looked was an undeniable gift to leveling the ability quickly. But there was more to blood vision than just observing veins and blood cells beneath skin and flesh. It had deeply powerful potential as an offensive ability, especially when combined with his incredibly talented swordsman skills. Sam's eyes narrowed as he saw a particular vein beneath the walls of the dungeon world. He pulled back his blade and thrust forward, stabbing the wall right where the crucial vein lay. The whole dungeon world shuddered and shook as blood poured out into the hallway. Blood vision was all about pinpointing weaknesses in one's enemy, and then exploiting that weakness to its fullest potential. And that was why Sam was marching ever forward to the center of the living dungeon world to train blood vision. He was heading to the heart chamber. 71. The living dungeon world pulsed and throbbed with every step Sam took. The walls were vibrating more vibrantly and with greater force. Sam knew he was getting closer to his destination. He was about to turn a corner when he paused. Something didn't feel right. Things were going too smoothly. To the dungeon world, he was a deadly disease, an invader that needed to be wiped out. There was something strange about the fact that nothing beyond the initial flesh wolves and amoeblings had been sent to fight him off. The traveler triggered mana sense. Sam smirked as soon as he saw it. There was an enemy waiting for him just beyond the corner. The dungeon world hadn't been ignoring him. It had been baiting him into a trap, luring him into danger. Sam focused his blood vision at the wall of the corner he was about to turn around. Just through the wall, he could make out a series of veins forming the silhouette of a being shaped like a soldier. Sam grinned. This was the exact enemy type he had been looking for. If his vision wasn't completely soaked in red due to blood vision, the creature before him looked like a knight composed entirely of little white cells. Beneath those white cells, however, was a shifting network of blood. The creature was known as a white cell guardian. It was the dungeon world's fiercest guardian and defender against threats. The powerful monster only appeared in close proximity to the heart chamber. For the white cell guardians to show up further afield inside the living dungeon world would have to be a massive, fatal threat, like a biological disease. So far, the dungeon world was clearly underestimating Sam. He would be the virus that ended this dungeon world. Sam triggered Pain Ring. The bright crimson-colored ring shot out from his chest, creating a large circle that included beyond the corner of the passageway he was in. With blood vision, he could see the white cell guardian react to the sudden sight of hostile magic. The creature turned the corner and rushed Sam. Sam smirked. Who is baiting who now? He quickly paused time, giving him an opportunity to trigger Blood Surge Frenzy safely. Sam unpaused time, ablaze in blood mana, with his sword swinging down towards the white cell guardian. Even with less than a millisecond to react, the white cell guardian dodged the attack. Its head shot inside of its body, completely disappearing. Sam watched via blood vision as the blood cells and pathways completely shifted and morphed inside the white cell guardian. A few seconds later, the creature had completely changed shape, going from the soldier appearance to a four-legged beast with swirling white tentacles for arms. It had multiple red eyes in this new form, glaring at Sam. The transformation was truly amazing. The entire blood cell structure of the creature had reformed and reshaped in this new form. This was precisely why the white cell guardians were the perfect monster to fight against, to train his blood vision. They demanded an intense level of precision and observation to defeat, pushing his use of the ability to the absolute maximum. Sam gripped his blade. With astounding speed, the white cell guardian rushed Sam once more. Sam was learning more and more about the creature as he studied it beneath his blood vision. The monster didn't actually have any bones. Its movement was purely dictated by blood pressure and blood surges. As the monster got within striking range, Sam could see beneath the monster's exterior that blood was flowing and accumulating in its biggest tentacle, pointing directly at Sam. "It's going for a central strike!" Sam leapt to the side, dodging the attack with ease. The ground behind him erupted with destruction as the white cell guardian's tentacles smashed into the floor. Sam stabbed the creature right where the blood was moving inside the creature. He wrenched his blade free, watching as blood poured out of the monster as he did so. The white cells quickly covered up the wound, and the guardian reshaped itself into a form that could operate with the now limited amount of blood still powering it. It became a spider, about 1/2 meter in size. The white cells gave it a ghostly, spectral appearance. With blood vision, Sam saw blood surge towards the creature's feet. The surge of blood powered a jump to the ceiling for the spider. It followed that up with another leap directly towards Sam's head. Sam shifted to the side and stabbed the spider right in the chest, more blood leaking out from the creature now. With a manic flurry of slashes and slices, Sam ended the white cell guardian, leaving it a diced-up mush on the ground. A few seconds it morphed into an orange Adept Tier monster stone. Sam picked up the stone and dematerialized it into his inventory. He turned the corner to find a long, throbbing passageway. At the end of it, he could see the passage dip. There was a huge horde of white cell guardians. Throbbing just above the horde of creatures was the dungeon world's massive beating heart. Sam grinned. He cracked his neck. He loved a horde of enemies that were perfect for what exactly he was training. He let the blood mana of Blood Surge Frenzy fade off of him, so he could refresh the ability once he was closer to the heat of battle. Time to take on the horde, then. Sam rushed forward, and the 2 white cell guardians protecting the entrance to the heart chamber rushed right back at him. With blood vision, he watched the blood pressurize around the creature's feet with every step they took. When they came into fighting distance, Sam saw the blood surge around their arms and he slashed them in that exact same spot. Red liquid poured out of the white cell guardians as they shifted and morphed into a new form. Sam's eyes narrowed on the shifting blood streams and rapidly sliced and diced the 2 guardians before they could transform. "Thank you, blood vision," Sam thought. "With enemies like these, I know you're going to level up soon." 72. 2 monster stones rolled at Sam's feet where the white cell guardians had been standing. He paid no heed to the glowing rocks below him. Sam stood at the precipice of the living sanctum's heart chamber. A huge red beating organ hung from the center of the open room. Massive tubular veins flowed out from the pulsing heart, feeding the rest of the living dungeon world. The heart hung in the chamber like a chandelier. Below the beating organ was a horde of white cell guardians. There was over 30 of them. They looked up at Sam with their white, faceless bodies with little red slits for eyes. They looked at him, and then at the 2 monster stones that were their former brethren. The white cell guardians didn't need the proof to know the person in front of them had slain their ally. They knew on a deep, intuitive level. The white cell guardians were linked to the living dungeon world in the same way Sam's own blood cells would react to a hostile force inside of his own body. Sam opened his free palm and sprayed blood at his feet. Seconds later, the puddle of blood was glowing, pink ashes of crimson blood flame floating upwards to his palm, quickly accumulating together to create a swirling ball of blood flame. The Blood Knight whipped the ball of blood flame into the center of the horde of white cell guardians, sending them into a frenzy. Sam didn't wait to see what other chaos happened. As soon as he whipped the ball, he was rushing back down the hall towards where he came. Part of him contemplated spraying the whole hallway with blood and igniting the white cell guardians who chased after him, but that would be too easy and would do nothing for training his blood vision ability. Running down the hall, however, did make it easier to take on the horde of white cell guardians. Rather than fighting 30 or more at once, he could take on 2 to 3. The white cell guardians rushed into the hallway just outside the heart chamber. They were a crowded mob of fury rushing towards Sam, the invader of their world. Sam gripped his shadow blade and watched them all, his vision coated in a sea of red due to blood vision. The white cell guardians leading the charge morphed their arms into swinging blades of destruction. Blood pressurized and formed around their feet and arms. Sam narrowed his eyes and slashed his shadow blade first at their arms and then their feet. Blood exploded everywhere. Sam leapt back to gain some space from the incoming group of fighters. The next set turned their arms into shields, with a few behind them turning their arms into spears. Sam triggered Time Pause, quickly triggered Blood Surge Frenzy, and then emerged from frozen time behind the shield and spear regiment of white cell guardians, gutting their stomachs. Blood poured out into the hallway. Sam continued his assault on the white cell guardians, his vision a sea of red. He moved from one pressurized blood spot to the next, obliterating white cell guardians before they could even react. Sam's whole body and sword were ablaze with blood mana, making his attacks fiercer and deadlier than ever before. He ducked as a white tendril attack came swirling towards him. Sam counterattacked, standing up and swinging his blade and severing the tendril arm from the white cell guardian. Sam moved forward, stabbing the next set of enemies in the feet, arms, stomach, brain, wherever blood was forming. With the help of blood vision, he could effectively predict all of the white cell guardians' movements. He was the perfect enemy to defeat them. Any other traveler would face immense difficulty facing them. Yet, with his blood vision ability, he effectively neutered their greatest ability to transform and morph into what was necessary to defeat their enemy. Sam's blood vision and his amazing swordsman skills stopped them completely in their tracks. Sam spun, slashed, jumped, ducked for over an hour. Soon it was just him, panting out of breath, staring down at one final remaining white cell guardian. Sam rushed forward, his eyes narrowed, taking in the blood forming in the creature's neck. A split second later, Sam's blade was cutting right through the white cell guardian's throat. The creature's head exploded and fell to the ground. A message rushed into Sam's retina. "Congratulations! Blood vision has leveled up." Sam grinned. His training was now complete. He looked at the hallway and the sea of monster stones. He spent the next 20 minutes picking them up and catching his breath. It was a relaxing activity after the hour of utter carnage and mayhem. With blood vision leveled up, he could take his training and powers to whole new heights. It was very exciting. From here, he could begin his final training before they arrived in Rialto to take on Dante. But Sam was getting ahead of himself. He still had to clear the dungeon, which meant there was still a dungeon boss to take on. Sam returned to the heart chamber that he had been in an hour earlier. The massive, pulsing red heart now hung all alone. The heart was key to accessing the dungeon boss chamber. Sam rushed forward, jumped, created blood wings on his back and flew to meet the throbbing red heart at the ceiling of the chamber where it hung. He then gripped his blade tightly and slashed at the tubular veins connected to the heart. The whole dungeon shuddered as one massive vein exploded in destruction. Sam kept slashing until the huge heart was dangling attached to just one tube. Sam slashed the final tube, and the heart crashed into the ground of the heart chamber. The heart pulsed with less and less vigor as blood sputtered out of it, slowly draining into a lifeless heap of flesh. The whole dungeon began to shake and shudder. The place had lost its life source. Sam knew far away that walls were falling down, opening up a new passageway to the dungeon's boss chamber. It was time for Sam to take on the living dungeon in the last area, keeping it alive, the brain center. 73. Sam turned away from the dead and deflated heart and headed out of the chamber from the way he came in. The dungeon had grown eerily still now that Sam had destroyed the heart at the center of it. The walls and floor were no longer throbbing and pulsing with life. As Sam walked down the labyrinthine hallways, the once warm orange and pink glow of the walls was diminishing in its luster. By the time Sam reached the end of a certain passageway, Sam's surroundings had turned brown and rotten. With its heart destroyed, the living dungeon world was in the process of dying. If Sam didn't have his knowledge from his past life to guide him inside this dungeon world, he would have been deeply concerned about the entire place collapsing in on him. Luckily, he had the knowledge that that wouldn't happen, so he felt no reason to panic. The dungeon world wasn't going to completely collapse on him due to its dead heart. It just meant that the dungeon world wouldn't be living for that much longer. If the dungeon world up until then had been like traveling through an organism's body, it would now be like traveling through the husk of an organism's corpse. There was still one location that was still alive, though. The dungeon world's brain center. Sam moved through the halls briskly. With the walls now rotting, there were no amoeblings or white cell guardians to attack him anymore. There was only one enemy left to defeat: the dungeon boss monster. Eventually, Sam returned to the room that he had originally entered the dungeon world in. The orange dungeon gate blazed open while the room around it had turned a sickly brown and green color. In the distance, down a passage Sam hadn't taken, glowed a bright blue light. Sam moved towards it. The blue luminescence got brighter with every step Sam took. He turned a corner and found a spiral staircase composed entirely of glowing blue magic. Sam took a cautious step onto the first platform of the magic staircase. His foot landed firmly on the glowing blue platform. He lifted his other foot and then stood on the first platform with both feet. He waited a second to see if he'd fall. When he didn't, he continued up the staircase with more confidence. From Sam's understanding of how the Living Sanctum dungeon worked, the magic blue staircase only appeared after destroying the heart in the heart chamber. Destroying the heart unlocked the dungeon boss chamber. As Sam reached the top of the blue staircase, he found a purple flame, indicating the boss room ahead. Sam materialized his shadow blade in the grip of his hand and stepped through the purple magic fire. Here we go, Sam thought. Just beyond the purple flames was a large circular chamber with a domed ceiling. Glowing blue lines crisscrossed the ceiling of the room. Floating at the end of the room was a floating purple brain. Sam took a cautious step towards it. The purple brain swirled around, revealing a horrific creature. It had the shape of a brain, but it had glowing red eyes and a massive mouth with teeth. Tentacles began to grow outside of it. The boss monster was known as the Mind Tyrant. The monster began to glow. Sam braced himself for an attack. A red line vibrated at the edge of his vision. I see, Sam thought, gripping his blade and rushing towards the Mind Tyrant. The boss monster was attempting to inflict a telepathic attack on Sam. The red line in Sam's vision was the power of his newly acquired Veilstone, defending him against the Mind Tyrant's attacks. It was good to have some hands-on experience with the mental magic protection before taking on Dante. It also gave Sam a time limit for the boss fight. He had 5 minutes to take out the dungeon boss monster. Sam rushed forward, closing the gap between him and the mind tyrant. The creature glowed. Blue orbs appeared above its head, 3 to be exact. The orbs shot towards Sam one by one. He strafed to the side to dodge the magical attack. 4 minutes remained before the mind tyrant would be able to pierce his mind. A huge blue sphere appeared above the mind tyrant's head. A huge burst of energy shot out of the sphere in a powerful straight line. Sam leapt back. The new magic attack was much harder to dodge than the previous smaller orbs from a few seconds before. If Sam were to put the mind tyrant in traveler terms, he'd see the boss monster as exclusively a magic user. That meant there were 2 strategies on how to best defeat it. The first option would be to wait it out until it was drained of mana and could no longer cast spells for a temporary period of time. The second option would be to neuter its ability to cast spells altogether. The problem with the first option was Sam didn't have time to waste. He was down to 3 minutes before the Veilstone's protection wore off. There was no issue with the second option, at least now that Sam had unlocked level 2 of Blood Vision. Time to test my newest ability, Sam grinned to himself. He triggered level 2 of Blood Vision. His perspective changed to a deep red color as he saw the blood vessels and veins beneath the brain of the mind tyrant. More than this, however, he saw blue lines intersecting with those veins. A ripple of energy shot out of Sam's chest as he triggered Time Ring and Time Pause. The battle in front of him came to a complete halt. Sam rushed forward, finally closing the gap between him and the boss monster. He then positioned his blade to stab the glowing blue area inside the mind tyrant. Time rushed forward as Sam thrust his blade forward, stabbing the mind tyrant right where the blue orb was. To the mind tyrant, it all happened so fast. The swordsman flashed in and out, teleporting around it, the blade constantly plunging into the mind tyrant's mana channels and meridians. Within a few seconds, the mind tyrant had lost access to its mana. It fell to the ground, no longer able to float. The last thing it saw was the Blood Knight jumping in the air and coming down with a powerful final slash, slicing the boss monster completely in half. 74. Sam's chest heaved in and out as he sucked in air. That final leap to slash the mind tyrant in half had taken a lot of energy and focus. He was relieved the battle was over. The boss monster would have been extremely difficult to defeat, but thankfully, the newest evolution of Blood Vision gave Sam a powerful advantage against the foe. He grinned just thinking about it. The newest evolution of Blood Vision allowed Sam to see an opponent's mana channels wherever they intersected with blood pathways. The new wording in his profile for the ability was Blood Vision, Journeyman Tier, Level 2. Vision overlay that allows user to see blood pathways and intersecting mana channels. Allows for greater accuracy and destruction, pinpointing and hitting vital points of one's enemies. It was an incredible evolution to his Blood Vision power. Beforehand, the ability was amazing at pinpointing weak points and particularly arteries beneath the skin that could cause maximum damage if hit. This was great against human opponents, but even better against monsters with physiologies that were unknown to Sam. Now, the ability had increased its usefulness even more. While the newest evolution didn't allow him to see every single mana meridian and pathway beneath an opponent's skin, it did allow him to see the mana channels that intersected with blood pathways, which also happened to be where the most vital mana channels were held. It was through this new ability evolution that he could see the mind tyrant's most crucial mana pathways beneath its exterior. By then stabbing those precise points, Sam removed the boss monster's ability to wield any magic whatsoever. The battle was over as soon as Sam had done that. The boss monster was defenseless at that point, and with one powerful slash, Sam was able to take it out. Looking over his profile, Sam grinned once more at the new Blood Vision ability description. He quickly looked over his skill quests to see what was involved with leveling up the ability further. Skill Quest, Blood Vision, Level 3. Superior understanding of blood and mana granted upon a worthy sacrifice at the Cathedral of Blood. Sam balked at the description. He had never heard of anywhere known as the Cathedral of Blood. Pursuing level 3 of blood vision was going to require some research. Overall, though, Sam was pleased with the performance of his abilities in the fight with the dungeon boss monster, yet there was one niggling detail bugging him. The Veilstone had offered decent protection against the Mind Tyrant's telepathic attacks, but not much. 5 minutes was not that much protection in a drawn-out battle. The specter of taking on Dante was haunting him. The battle against the mental magic user was going to be a lot more difficult than Sam's fight against the Mind Tyrant. Sam let out a deep breath. One task at a time, he reminded himself. They still had a little over a month before they reached Rialto, and Sam's specific preparations and training were still incomplete. There was still time to create more advantages against the difficult upcoming opponent. Sam's breathing started to steady. He looked down to the two halves of the Mind Tyrant that lay in front of him, its blood and guts pooling out in a sprawl. The boss monster began to glow. Its whole body took on a glowing white silhouette. The shape of the dead Mind Tyrant slowly shrunk and morphed down into a rectangular shape. When the object stopped glowing, a wooden treasure chest and an orange Adept Tier Monster Stone lay directly at Sam's feet. Sam bent over and picked up the orange Adept Tier Monster Stone. Once in his palm, the orb quickly vanished into his inventory. He then turned his attention to the treasure chest. He undid the clasps and lifted the lid. He was curious to see what he had unlocked inside the chest. He had come to this specific dungeon world to train his blood vision stat. The loot at the end hadn't really been his priority. He couldn't even remember what had been mentioned in the journals and logs from his first timeline that had outlined this dungeon world. From what he recalled, the loot at the end had been unremarkable. All of which made it quite surprising when Sam looked down to the bottom of the treasure chest to see what was waiting for him there. Ah, interesting, Sam mused. If one had only given the treasure chest a quick glance, one might have even accidentally thought the box was empty. Yet, right at its center was actually a tiny silver bud. Sam bent down and picked it up with his fingers and examined it closely. He was amazed. It was an incredibly rare horticultural material known as a lunar seed. Sam was very pleased with this find. Full knowledge of lunar seeds was incredibly sparse, but what Sam did know was that such rare seeds grew into plants that offered many powerful benefits. He wanted to start growing and nurturing the seed straight away. The very idea made him pang with a sudden sense of homesickness. He missed Resfall. He missed Alice. He missed the Travelers Guild Hall. He wanted to get back there. He wanted a true place and home to return to after clearing a dungeon, not a makeshift campsite. Sam pocketed the lunar seed into his inventory and clenched his fists. Once they defeated Dante and rescued Alice, they could return home. I can't wait, Sam thought with a rising determination in his gut. With this stage of his training complete, the dungeon boss defeated and the loot acquired, Sam was ready to return back to base camp. He strode out of the dungeon world's brain center and a few minutes later exited the dungeon. A few hours later, Sam returned to his companion's base camp in the Arikar Desert. The group was resting in the shade. It was dusk, and so the group would be waking up now to train in the cooler air of the desert. The group was happy to see Sam return. They all looked stronger and determined. It looked like they had been training as hard as he had. Over a meal and catch-up, Sam turned to Reyna. "How far off are we from Rialto?" asked Sam. The guide thought for a moment. "I'd say roughly 4 weeks." "Good," said Sam. "Start plotting our course there." The guide smiled. "Finally, you'll let me do the job I've wanted to do from the beginning." Sam grinned. They had another 4 weeks to do their final training and preparation before they took on Dante, and hopefully saved Alice, and averted the historical tragedy that was the last human war. 75. Sam took a step forward, hiking up a steep sand dune. The rest of the group was in front of him. Reyna and Edgar were leading in the front, while Sam was in the back, guarding the group's rear. The stars twinkled above them. The wind was soft and quiet, calming the sand dunes. A gentle breeze would occasionally lift tiny whisks of sand that would briefly curl in the air before falling back to the surface. It wasn't just the desert that was quiet, though. A blanket of silence had overtaken the entire group. The looming confrontation in Rialto was beginning to weigh on everyone more and more. Sam was determined to stay focused on his training. It would be the first thing he did as soon as they set up a base camp after their evening of journeying across the desert. He wanted to use the new evolution of his blood vision ability to test certain things about his Path of the Goddess ability further. Yet, as much as his thoughts did linger on his training, Sam could feel himself losing focus as his mind wandered. Whether Sam liked to admit it or not, deep emotions were swirling inside of him. His impatience to get to the Opalian capital, his angry thirst for vengeance towards Dante, his concern and fear for Alice's safety and well-being. All of these feelings were propelling him forward, and for that reason, he didn't want to quell them. But he didn't want such feelings to bind or hinder him from everything that still needed to get done. Sam knew from his first life that the warriors who survived and lived through gory battlefields were the ones who were able to calmly ride the waves of emotions of fear, anger, terror, without letting it overwhelm and steer their focus on the task at hand: survival. That, or they just had dumb luck. But Sam didn't like to bet on dumb luck. As Sam crested the sand dune they were hiking up, he found Toby waiting for him. The rest of the group was further ahead, distant shadowy silhouettes beneath moon and starlight.
"Figured I'd wait for you," said Toby, smiling. "There's a weird energy tonight."
Sam sighed and nodded. The battle for Rialto is finally approaching. There's a lot on the line, for everyone.
"I know what you mean," said Toby somberly. "If we don't rescue Alice, Clara won't have a bridesmaid at our wedding."
Sam looked at his friend in shock. Toby cracked a smile.
"Inappropriate?"
"No, of course not," said Sam, also grinning. "Saving our queen should definitely be all about you and your wedding."
"My thoughts exactly," said Toby. "Seriously, Sam, ask yourself this. If Alice isn't Clara's bridesmaid, who is? Mildred Cross? Too mean. Captain Olivia Reeves? Too competitive. Ardoniel of the Glittering Forest, Thalia Ashgrove? Also too mean. Princess Muriel of Serenia? Too volatile and, most likely, very busy."
Sam couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head.
"There he is," Toby grinned. "Clara and I were worried about you. You hardly ever laugh anymore. Always focused on training and the next mission."
His friend was right. In their mission to get to Rialto, Sam had forgotten to appreciate the little things, the little moments that make life worth living, that made him grateful for this second chance the goddess had gifted to him. Part of him wanted to joke around even more with Toby, maybe even suggest Clara make Queen Athena of the Mermaids her bridesmaid, but he held his tongue. There were moments in life to appreciate the small things, and then there were other moments where you needed to focus, so you could fight and protect those very small and beautiful pleasures. Toby's silliness had reminded Sam of that. The moment for focusing was now. As they continued to move forward, Sam looked up at the stars and smiled. He couldn't help but think about what it would be like to joke and laugh with Alice again. Prince Matteo walked up front, behind the old desert guide woman and Edgar Redfield of the Apex Quartet. He kept his eye on both of them and the direction they were taking him in. He desperately wanted to trust these people, and for the most part he did, but trusting others was difficult after you'd spent a year living with everyone you knew and were closest to, acting under the spell of an evil telepath. Matteo was eager to get back and fight for Rialto. He was fearful for his grandma. She was only the family he had left. He hoped Dante hadn't harmed her. The prince knew he couldn't take the city back by himself. He just hoped these people, these Volsungarians, would be up to the task. Never in a million years would he have seen himself allying with people from Volsungar to take back control of Opali. Volsungarians had been the bad guys in all the children's stories he'd heard growing up. Evil, conniving, ambitious Volsungarians. The master-tier traveler ahead of Matteo stopped for a moment and pulled out a small piece of parchment from his chest pocket. The prince had seen the man do this before, not exactly sure what the older gentleman was doing. As he got closer to the older traveler, Matteo could see that the piece of paper had a drawing. A sketch of an older woman and a young girl. Is that his wife and daughter? Matteo mused. Edgar suddenly noticed the prince watching him and quickly wiped away a tear and folded up his piece of parchment and put it away. "Don't stop on my account," said Matteo. "It's better that I don't look at that piece of parchment," said Edgar. "It only pulls at my heart and makes me yearn for my sweet Mildred and Lily, who are so far away. Every conflict and battle brings you closer or further to those you love. Closer, for if you live, you're grateful for the chance to see them again. Further, for if you die, you'll only see them in your last memories in your final few seconds on this world." Edgar spoke with such intensity in that moment, all doubt Prince Matteo had for whether he could trust and rely on these people went out the window. If anyone was going to help him take back his home, it was this lot. They were either going to succeed or die trying. For this group, there was nothing in between. 76. Raina stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing to take in something in the distance. It was the tiniest speck on the horizon, a smidge of orange. Daylight was coming. The guide continued forward. They would travel for another hour and then set up camp. She was focused on doing her job. Her mission was to get them to Rialto. She had no doubt that she would accomplish her mission. What troubled her more was what would happen after that. This odd group of miscreants were clearly heading into an absolute death trap. Raina's job was to get them to Rialto. She kept telling herself this, and yet a conflicting twist continued to wrench in her stomach. Did her job end when the capital city was in sight? When they got through the gates? When these kids were dead in the streets after taking on the Opalian Travelers Guild and the Barragan Collective? Horrific scenes of the group behind her, bleeding to death in the streets, flashed through her mind. Snapping Raina out of the nightmarish imagery swarming her mind was a loud, bellowing burp. She turned to see Captain Mordecai walking beside her. "What in the heavens did you get me into, Salt Whisker?" Captain Mordecai's eyebrows raised, like a child knowing he was in trouble, yet not quite sure what of potentially many misdeeds he was being punished for. "You realize how in over your head we are?" hissed Raina. "In fact, you're the most in trouble here. Everyone else has magic. What do you have? A flask of rum isn't going to save you when you get to Rialto." Captain Mordecai twisted his flask closed and put it away. He nodded and thought, solemnly. "I don't know what's worse when you have a quippy retort or when you go all sad and quiet," sighed Raina, shaking her head. After a few moments, Mordecai finally spoke. "You're absolutely right. I am in way over my head. We're going to be in Rialto soon, where we're going to face off against some of the most powerful people in all of Westria. People who could end my life with a flick of their fingers. I'm an ant going up against gods." Raina was caught off guard by the man's honesty. "Mordecai, I didn't realize." "But I'm Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker of the Brine Buccaneers. And goddess be damned, I want to be on the adventure to end all adventures. So, I don't have godlike superpowers like everyone else? Does that mean I'm not allowed to live my dream anymore? I'm not allowed to be an adventurer, a pirate, a risk-taker? Because I don't have godly powers? That's the bar now? Screw that. If anything, I'm the most courageous, crazy, and heroic person here for the sheer fact of how weak I truly am. Do you really think I don't know that, Raina?" Raina didn't know what to say to the man. "I don't care if my life is on the line," said Mordecai. "I believe in this group, and I want to play my part." Hearing the man speak like this reminded Raina of why she had fallen in love with this crazy pirate in the first place so many decades ago. Suddenly, the idea of leaving them all at the city gates felt a lot more inappropriate than it had before. Raina shook her head with a frustrated acceptance. It looked like she was going to walk into the death trap with the rest of them. After decades apart, Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker had inspired her once again. An hour later, the group was sitting around base camp, getting ready to rest. Sam was taking the first shift guarding the camp, which he planned to train during. Before that, however, the group needed to have a meeting. "There's a lot to go over," said Sam. "In just under 4 weeks now, we'll be arriving in Rialto. We need to spend that time training and preparing." Everyone nodded along. Sam continued. "The ideal plan would be to sneak into the city, storm the palace without getting caught, take out Dante, and rescue Alice." Prince Matteo coughed. Sam smiled and nodded at the prince. "It sounds simple enough, but there's quite a few problems. Entering the city will be extremely difficult. Upon entering, the city will be crawling with guards and travelers. They will be extra challenging to deal with as we don't want to harm them. They're innocent and under the mental control of Dante." Sam could see Prince Matteo's satisfaction to hear that final point. They were entering his hometown, and the prince's goals were similar but different from their own. "If we manage to get past all of the guards and travelers and get to the palace, we're bound to run into the Berrigan Collective and the master-tier traveler Lucius Morrow blocking our way. An additional challenge to all of this," Sam continued, "if at any point we get caught, we'll trigger Dante to move forward with his own plans, giving him roughly 30 minutes before he triggers the rift core within the anchor site, and suddenly our mission becomes significantly more difficult. I think there's a few more additional details from the Serenian spies document worth going over," said Edgar to Sam. Sam nodded. "Yes, that's right. King Kai Azure's spies were able to get us information on the members of the Berrigan Collective that Dante is closest to. There's the patriarch and leader of the family Severo Berrigan and his 2 children, Amara Berrigan and Enzo Berrigan. All 3 of them are adept tier, with Severo being the most powerful. Amara Berrigan has a super rare class known as Glass Dancer. She can conjure razor-sharp glass shards that she uses as hostile projectiles. Her brother is no slouch either," Edgar added. "Enzo Berrigan has a mythic rarity class known as Umbral Puppeteer. He can control living shadows and weave them into fierce puppets that do his bidding. And finally, there's Severo Berrigan, the father, leader, and founder of the Collective of Assassins. He, too, has a mythic tier traveler class. His class is called Blight Harvester. His class allows him to cultivate and control parasitic plants, harnessing decay and poison to destroy his enemies." "Oof," said Clara. "Sounds like a lot." "Yep," said Sam. "And if we get through all of that, there's still Dante Silvaris, a man who can wreak havoc on our minds if he focuses on us for more than 5 minutes." The group went silent. Sam could feel the morale dropping slightly. The enormity of their task was dawning on them all at once. That was why the next 4 weeks until they arrived at Rialto were crucial. Let their final preparation begin. 77. After the group's meeting, Sam took guard of the campsite as the morning sun rose over the desert. He set up a shaded canopy nearby and sat in the cool protection from the sun and began his final leg of training before they all arrived in Rialto. He planned to spend his entire training shift focused on his Path of the Goddess. It was the one advantage he had over Dante Silvaris. He needed to push it to the next level if he could. So much of his training over the last few months had been working towards that goal. A nervous shiver rippled through his body. He had no idea if his plan was going to work. It was all based on a working theory, a hunch. It was possible Sam could be facing another dead end with the progression of his path. Sam needed this plan to work. He didn't like being in a position with minimal options. "Okay," he thought, letting out a long breath. "Time to experiment." A translucent energy rippled out from his chest as he triggered Time Ring. Sam then lifted up his arm and sprayed a puddle of blood. As the burst of crimson liquid shot into the air, it suddenly froze before gravity could drag it back down to the ground. "Gotta love pausing time," Sam grinned. Sam adjusted his posture. This was the moment of truth. Sam triggered level 2 of blood vision. His whole vision changed. His eyes then widened with amazement. He smirked. "Interesting," Sam thought to himself. So there was something I was missing. Sam looked at the blood currently frozen in time, floating mid-air. In between the ripples of blood, a sparkling blue light shone inside the puddle of red. Such a thing had never happened before inside the time ring. Sam now needed to work backwards. He undid time pause. Even as the floating blood spilled onto the ground, the blue glow remained inside of it. From what Sam could tell, it looked as if there was an intersection of mana inside the blood. Otherwise, his new leveled-up blood vision wouldn't be picking up on it. But that shouldn't be the case. Yes, mana channels and blood vessels could be bound up within a body, but inside the blood vessel itself was purely blood, and likewise for pure mana. Continuing to work backward, Sam undid time ring. The ripple of energy around him sucked back into his chest. Looking down at the puddle of blood once more, Sam could see that the blue glow had disappeared from his vision. Sam mused. He triggered time ring once more. The blue glow inside of the puddle of blood returned. Fascinating, Sam thought. So, it was the time ring itself which was adding mana to his blood, causing the intersection that level 2 of blood vision was picking up. Sam wondered if the time ring was adding mana to his blood, or was the blood just picking up on mana all around him. He lifted his arm and shot bursts of blood in multiple different directions and quickly paused time. Each and every single splotch of floating blood had a blue glow of mana inside of it. Sam started to wonder if it wasn't just mana intersecting with his blood, but the entire time ring was coating its area of effect with a higher mana density or something like that. Sam recalled the moment from a few weeks back when he had tried to manipulate blood mana from his blood surge frenzy ability, which had caused him to go completely catatonic and collapse on the ground and unconsciously trigger time ring. Why don't I try that again? Sam thought. Inside of the time ring, Sam triggered blood surge frenzy. His whole body raged with horrific pain before his body alighted in flaming blood mana. He focused on manipulating the blood mana around his right palm. His whole body tensed, his muscles strained, his skin went red from deep concentration and focus. Sam didn't give up. He could feel a change from a few weeks ago. The blood mana, however slowly, was responding to his commands somehow. He stared with intense focus at his right palm and fingers ablaze with red blood mana. He wanted to take some of that mana and separate it from himself into a swirling sphere of its own. He could feel the blood mana nudging, or his ability to manipulate it pushing against it. His whole body trembled. His knees buckled, but he didn't collapse. After a minute of exhaustingly intense focus, a small marble-sized sphere of blood mana began to separate from his hand into a whole new entity. Just before the separation, Sam fell to his knees. He couldn't do it. Sam shuddered. It had taken so much energy, concentration, and willpower to create that tiny sphere, and then he couldn't even separate it from the rest of the blood mana swirling around him. Still, if he could create that little sphere, it meant it was possible to create a separation. He knew it. It also meant he could eventually create even larger spheres. Sam quickly undid the time ring and tried to do the same thing. He didn't have to try very long. He could immediately sense the difference. Time ring allowed him to manipulate the blood mana from his blood surge frenzy ability in a way that simply wasn't possible outside of it. The challenging part of paths was that they didn't offer skill quests or give you any clue on where to take them next to unlock the next step of one's path. Sam, however, felt like he was onto something big here. He didn't quite know where it was leading, but he had a greater sense of the puzzle pieces at play and a sense of direction of where to take everything. The path of the goddess was letting him manipulate mana in a way he didn't think was possible. He could feel he was on the verge of a major discovery here. Time ring was changing the environment more than just creating the space to manipulate time, it seemed. Could limiting his perspective on his path to just temporal-based powers be the thing that had been holding him back this entire time? Could that explain why the Radiant Sage had said he was minus 100% in terms of progressing it? Sam didn't have the answers yet, but he had a feeling that manipulating his blood mana by successfully separating a sphere of it and turning it into a throwable projectile was the key to unlocking the next step of his path. He felt like he was on the precipice of something big. 78. A few days later, Clara was suddenly awoken by a firm touch on her shoulder. She blinked, dozy from her dreaming. Looming over her was Guildmaster Redfield. "My shift is over," said Edgar. "Your turn." Edgar sounded and looked tired. His voice was hoarse and weak, and he had bags under his eyes. The current traveling and training regimen they were all currently living under was taking its toll on all of them. Clara was surprised to see him looking that way. He had a gentler approach to training than everyone else normally. Of course, the Guildmaster trained hard, but at Master Tier progress came slowly, and it couldn't be rushed. As Clara watched the Guildmaster leave her tent and head to his own, she wondered if the older traveler was pushing himself now because he was close to a breakthrough. She'd have to ask him more about that later. The sun shone through the open flap of her tent and made her eyes wince. Toby, who had been sleeping beside her, had rolled over to avoid the sun's glare. Lucky man doesn't have to wake up for another couple of hours, Clara thought to herself. She stretched out her hands and yawned before quickly getting dressed and exiting her tent. Outside, the camp was quiet. A gentle wind rolled across the desert. Clara still couldn't get over traveling during the night and sleeping and doing guard duty during the day. It just felt so odd and unnatural to be drinking one's first cup of coffee when the sun was beating down directly above you. As Clara sipped on her mug of coffee and considered what her next training steps should be, she could hear rummaging in a tent nearby. The kerfuffle was soon followed by heavy snores. Guildmaster Redfield was quick to fall asleep. She finished up her small breakfast and quickly got to stretching. Between sleep and traveling at night, they only had so much training and prep time, so she had to make the most of it. She was pretty sure Sam continued training, be it push-ups with mana weights or mana cycling, inside of his tent. But she recognized rest and recovery was also just as important as improving oneself. Following her stretches, she materialized powerful mana weights from her inventory. It was time for the physical conditioning portion of her training. What followed next was an hour of agony-inducing planks, leg raises, squats, and lunges. Fighting with a spear demanded a lot of core strength for balance and control, and this only became more important as she gained new powers and experience. When Clara had first unlocked her warrior class and chose to specialize in the spear, she just had to focus on keeping her feet balanced on the ground. Years and many tier upgrades later, she now needed to navigate staying balanced while jumping high in the sky, gliding through the air, landing, and doing all of these things while drawing upon the intense magic of starfire and her other magical abilities. She gasped for air as she finished her final set of squats while holding extremely heavy mana weights in front of her arms. She placed her weights down and quickly materialized a towel from her inventory to wipe sweat off her face. With physical conditioning finished, Clara was only done a third of her training. Next, she materialized her spear and began her technical practice. Another hour passed by with Clara running through footwork drills, basic strikes, defensive moves, and precision practice with desert rocks as target dummies. Clara thrust her spear forward, obliterating a desert boulder into little pieces. "That's technical practice complete," Clara grinned. She materialized a water jug and quickly rehydrated herself. Now for the final third of her training. She went back to her tent. Toby was rolled over, asleep in the corner. She smiled at the young man. She always loved seeing him asleep like this. He was so cute, sweet, and innocent when sleeping. She nudged him awake. "Ugh," he said upon waking. "It's time," she said. He nodded his head. "Give me a minute." Clara nodded and then walked back out into the beating sun of the Arikar Desert. The final third of Clara's training couldn't be done on her own. She needed a partner, as did Toby with his own training. Clara had only reached Journeyman tier with her warrior class a few months ago. The road to Adept tier would be difficult. Not even Brock, her former mentor, had gotten that far. She certainly wasn't getting there in a few weeks. If she wanted to cultivate something useful, it would be best to level up one of her abilities. Clara had brought this up with Toby a few nights ago before they had fallen asleep. He had been feeling the exact same way. Adept tier was far for him as well. There was still a lot for him to learn about his newest elemental weapon conjuring ability, Scythe of 1,000 Waves. A few minutes after waking him, Toby joined her outside in the desert sun. She materialized her spear and narrowed her eyes at the young man she was engaged to. The boy took on a fighting stance and conjured within his grip a massive scythe composed of swirling hostile water magic. "Do you think other engaged couples do stuff like this?" Toby asked. Clara shook her head. "No, hun, but we're not like other couples. Now come at me with the best you got." Toby gulped. "I guess we really are different." The boy rushed towards Clara and slashed his water scythe right at her. She lifted her spear and blocked it. She then leapt back. Her spear had better reach than Toby's scythe. She would exploit that range to beat her sparring partner. "Don't go easy on me," yelled Clara, charging at Toby. "Sure, you, do the same for me if you want," said Toby, gripping his scythe. "Good," said Clara, charging at Toby with determination in her eyes. To Clara, that was the whole point of being in love, of being engaged, to push each other to be their best. 79. Sam screamed with pain as the agony of blood surge frenzy shot through his entire body. Waves of misery rippled outward from the center of his body to his muscles and to his skin. He didn't think it was possible to feel so many different ways of hurting in a single few seconds. Parts of him felt like they were burning and on fire. Other parts felt kicked and battered. Paralyzing, eye-wincing levels of sharpness surged throughout his entire being. And then, in the span of a single gasp, it was over. The overwhelming and tortuous suffering was completely gone. It was such a polarizing shift. For a second, you could convince yourself the pain hadn't been so bad as you'd remembered. But, as Sam came to understand after triggering blood surge frenzy again and again as part of his current training regimen, you could only lie to yourself for so long. The pain was horrendous, and no amount of relief from it could undo the scars left behind in his memory. Suffice to say, the rest of the group had started wearing earplugs because Sam's screams of agony from triggering blood surge frenzy were consistently waking them up from their rest. Time was flying by, and the group was only 2.5 weeks away from arriving at the capital of Opali, the desert city known as Rialto. With the pain gone, Sam felt the blood mana fully ablaze around his body. Now, the real challenge begins, Sam thought to himself. The wavy contours of Time Ring's radius flickered in the distance. He had made sure to have Time Ring active before triggering blood surge frenzy. He poured all of his focus on his right palm. At first, Sam would have had difficulty trying to express what he was actually doing. But he'd been so focused on this specific training for over a week now that he was beginning to see the granular aspects to it. His goal was to manipulate the blood mana around him and create a separate blood mana ball entity in the palm of his hand. Sounded simple enough, but it felt borderline impossible. He was effectively trying to achieve what the new magic system granted him after leveling up Blood Flame from level 1 to level 2. Except here, he wasn't going through the ease and convenience of the system, but trying to do it by his own force of will. He had never appreciated the ingenuity and convenience of the Traveler system more than he had during this current training. Through sheer focus and concentration, Sam had been able to take the blazing blood mana around his hand and shape it into a sphere. Except like the string of a balloon, it was always tethered back to his palm. He couldn't separate the sphere of blood mana from the blood mana coating his entire body. He gritted his teeth. His whole body tensed as he attempted to push the blood mana sphere with enough force that it broke the tethering back to his body. After a few more futile minutes, he collapsed onto the ground with frustration. The blood mana quickly dissipated around him. Sam sighed and moved to the next portion of his training. The blood mana of Blood Surge Frenzy only stayed around his body for 5 minutes. He then had to wait 10 minutes before he could trigger the ability again. During the 10 minutes the ability took to recharge, Sam focused on meditatively cycling through his mana, trying to improve his magic affinity stat. More than that, by exercising his mana core and the mana flowing between him, He could much more mindfully observe the way he intuitively manipulated mana within himself. As Sam moved into a cross-legged stance and began cycling his mana core, he thought about the difference between cycling his own mana versus the blood mana. The mana inside of himself felt much smoother and easier to manipulate and control. It felt more a part of him, like moving a finger or stretching an arm. It was intuitively linked to him. Blood mana, on the other hand, just felt like interacting with the incarnation of resistance itself. Every time he interacted with it, it felt like he was dealing with an impenetrable wall that he was trying to push forward. It was like trying to telepathically control someone without having any access to mental magic. Incredibly, Sam could manipulate the blood mana somewhat, and yet, even that took a huge amount of effort in a way that wasn't ever an issue when cycling his own internal mana. As the 10 minutes of contemplation came to an end, Sam considered trying something he hadn't attempted up until that point. He got out of his meditative pose and stood up once more. He triggered blood surge frenzy, screaming with rage as the pain enveloped him. A few seconds later, it was gone, and the red blood mana was inflaming his entire body. Instead of exerting so much effort to push through the blood mana to create the sphere tethered to his palm, he tried a new approach. He channeled his own mana to the palm of his hand. He pushed the internal mana against the blood mana. With significantly greater ease, Sam's own mana was able to push against the blood mana, creating a large bubble-like bump in his palm. Sam's heart picked up with excitement. Is this it? The bubble in his palm of red blood mana began to create more of a dome shape, and Sam waited for the detached sphere of blood mana that he had been training towards to appear. A few seconds later, a sphere did appear, except as before, it was still tethered to his palm. Sam felt far from disappointed. He had made a major leap. Using his own mana to manipulate the blood mana proved to be significantly easier than the force of effort he'd been drawing on before by trying to control it directly. He could make the sphere of blood mana with greater ease than he had in the last 2 weeks. He looked eagerly at the blood mana infused with white light of his own internal mana. This is the key, he thought excitedly. My internal mana was the missing puzzle piece. He was close. He could feel it. 80. The Arikar Desert stretched out like a sea of golden dunes under the relentless sun. Heat shimmered off the sandy plains in dancing mirages, and the sweat on Toby's forehead glistened in the oppressive light. His scythe of 1,000 waves, pulsing with aqueous energy, contrasted sharply with the parched landscape. Each swing of the massive water scythe sent a faint hiss through the still air, as if the weapon itself mourned the absence of its natural element in this arid expanse. 9, Toby thought to himself. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of Toby's temple as he counted each strike in his head. The swirling water energy of the scythe churned and sparkled, droplets occasionally spinning off into the desert air. He slashed once more, horizontally. 10. Toby then switched to slashing the scythe diagonally. The young man had spent the last few years fighting as a primarily ranged magic user. With the development of his elemental weapon conjuring ability upon hitting journeyman tier, Toby had to learn to fight with a melee weapon. Compared to Sam and Clara, he had a lot of catching up to do. Toby's training began at the tail end of Clara's guard shift, where they would practice sparring with each of their weapons. Following that, Toby would then go through a series of drills to improve his performance with his new water scythe. His solo training began with practicing the basic strikes in 3 different modes: horizontal, diagonal, and vertical. He was developing the muscle memory and control over the weapon's long reach. Outside of the basic strikes, Toby also focused on controlling the arc of his swing while maintaining a strong balance on his feet. Following that, he worked on thrusting and stabbing. He knew that the scythe was primarily a cutting weapon, but a proper stab motion was also in its repertoire of attacks, and he needed to practice those as well. Fortunately, the weapon's size was massive, but because it was composed of hostile swirling water, it didn't carry the same weight as an actual scythe. This meant Toby didn't have to worry about his level of strength to wield the weapon, as all of his experience and magic affinity with water elemental magic meant he could hold the weapon with ease. It was one of the many perks of elemental and magically conjured weapons. They were easier, faster, and lighter to wield than their mundane counterparts, despite being able to deal a similarly devastating amount of damage. Following the drills practicing the swings and strikes of the scythe, Toby would then move his attention to his footwork and movement while holding the massive weapon. Clara had walked him through a bunch of the earlier exercises and drills Brock the dwarf had taught her way back when they had first unlocked their traveler class. For the following hour, he did lateral shuffles, backpedal sprints, and cone drills to enhance his ability to move efficiently with the scythe of 1,000 waves. Just as he was finishing, he heard the sounds of footsteps behind him. He turned around to find Captain Mordecai approaching him with caution. How odd, Toby thought. Captain Mordecai normally took up the guard shift after Toby, but it was usually a struggle to wake him up from his drunken stupor. The fact that Mordecai was awake before Toby's guard shift had even ended was deeply surprising. "Oh, hey, Captain," said Toby. "How can I help you?" I need your assistance," said Mordecai. He pulled out his musket and placed it in the palm of his hands and passed it to Toby. "Do you think you'd be able to help me make some adjustments to this?" Toby looked at the musket with interest. In another world, maybe they would all be walking around with such contraptions. Yet, history had another fate for such technology. Gundust had been invented just before the rise of the dungeon gates. The powers of travelers, the magical artifacts they could bring back from the dungeon gates, and so much more had become the fascination of the world. Muskets were mere expensive trinkets, and even a well-trained novice-tier traveler could make quick work of them. The pirate captain's weapon was just another way the man was a relic of the past. A weapon for an adventurer meant for a different era, a different world, a different history even. Mordecai was a man who hadn't kept up with the times. "I think so," said Toby. "What were you hoping for?" "A few things," said the captain. "I was wondering if we could expand the barrel of the gun and give it a scope on top for greater accuracy." Toby looked it over. "That should be manageable." "Amazing," said Mordecai. "And what about the bullets? Could we coat them with something to give them a bit more oomph?" Toby was impressed with the way Mordecai was thinking. He was imagining a way to improve the musket while combining traveler abilities and materials. It was very interesting, and Toby was happy to oblige. "Leave it with me," said Toby. "I think I can come up with something." Mordecai grinned. "Thank you. You can go rest now. I'll take over guard duty now." There was still 5 minutes on Toby's guard shift, but he wasn't going to complain. The captain must have been extra eager and keen for Toby to make those adjustments to his gun. Toby would have helped the man no matter what the circumstances, but he wasn't going to complain about a little extra shut-eye. Toby now had multiple things to look forward to. Crafting a powerful musket for Mordecai, leveling up his scythe of 1,000 waves ability, rescuing Alice, and the one thing he would never forget despite how far away it seemed at the moment to actually occurring, his wedding to Clara. Toby nestled into his tent to join Clara for a cuddle and a rest. A good training session should always end with a cuddle, he thought to himself, happily. 81. The sun blared down against Sam's back as he concentrated deeply on the flaming red blood mana coating his entire body. The blood mana, the after-effects of triggering blood surge frenzy, surrounded him from head to toe, a glowing, flaming red silhouette. The roiling red aura spiraled around Sam's arms and torso, its edges flickering like embers in a gale. Tendrils of mana radiated outward in tiny bursts, crackling softly before retreating back to join the whole. Each wave of heat from the desert seemed to amplify the flaming hue, intensifying the color until Sam almost appeared as a living torch of scarlet energy. He clenched and unclenched his fist, readying himself to attempt the thing he had been attempting to do for the last 3 weeks. He turned his focus to his own mana core and the mana swirling inside of him. He redirected the flow of mana in his right arm, sending it to his right palm. With a gentle nudge, Sam pushed his mana from beneath the skin of his palm and out into just beyond his flesh and into the swirl of the blood mana that surrounded his hand. The silver light of mana pulsed within the palm of Sam's hand. It emerged in his hand like a silver bud that then began to grow as more silver light exited his palm and began to swirl inside the blazing blood mana. Directing his pure mana, Sam began to make the mana spin and shape the blood mana surrounding it. Within a few seconds, Sam had created a sphere of blood mana, albeit one that was still tethered to the palm of his hand by a string of glowing red. Even with the discovery that he could use his pure mana to manipulate specialized blood mana, he still hadn't been able to get beyond this point. Without a doubt, using his pure mana made things significantly easier. He no longer had to concentrate with such a painful level of focus, and he could manipulate the sphere of blood mana with greater and greater ease. Over the last few weeks, he could reshape the blood mana in his hands into small spheres, big spheres, rectangles, and triangular prisms. That last one wasn't even due to Sam's boredom and frustration with not getting further in his training, but rather a test to see if a shape with sharper angles somehow would be able to break the blood mana tether to his palm. Now, Sam and his companions were only a week away from Rialto, and, while he had made some insights and discoveries, he didn't really have much to show for the last 3 weeks of training. It was such a head-scratcher. Clearly, using pure mana was key. Sam began to go over what he already knew about mana. He knew that mana could create bridges between things. It was how he could draw mana out of a monster stone, or now, at Journeyman tier with his magic affinity, could imbue his weaponry with mana. Sam also knew mana could be destructive. If he imbued his sword with his mana, that gave it more strength and power to inflict harm onto his enemies. So, if mana could be destructive, Sam just needed to figure out how to use that destructive power against other mana, particularly the specialized blood mana. As Sam considered all of these things, he suddenly had an idea. He still had another 2 minutes before Blood Surge Frenzy ended and the blood mana would disappear from his body. He focused on creating the sphere of blood mana. He made one the size of his palm, perfect for throwing at enemies if it wasn't tethered back to his palm. Sam kept the blood mana sphere in place and then started to focus on the left-hand side of his body. He directed mana through his channels, sending it up along his arm, and began to bridge and seep it into his left hand. Instead of using his pure mana to create another sphere in his left hand, he used his pure mana to create a sword-like shape. He then took a deep breath. "I hope this works," he thought to himself. He then lifted the sword-shaped blood mana and sliced it through the air, all the while aiming at the small tether of flame holding his blood mana sphere to his palm. As the blood mana sword came down on the tether, it sliced through the energy as if cutting through air. For a moment, Sam thought nothing had happened, and then a sharp, ringing snap echoed through his body. The sensation was strange and internal, like the pop of ears adjusting to pressure or the crack of knuckles. Something deep inside him had shifted, loosened. Sam felt a strong pressure coming down upon him. With determined focus, he turned his attention to the blood mana sphere. He smiled. It was floating in the palm of his hand. "I did it," he thought to himself with relief. He then practiced whipping the blood mana ball into the distance. It shot forward before landing and dying out in a bed of sand. Incredible. Before Sam could jump for joy and celebrate this new accomplishment, he felt his legs begin to weaken and wobble. The pressure he felt before was getting stronger now. It was pushing him onto his knees. A huge pain rushed through his entire body. He felt his mana core and his mana channels suddenly wrenching and twisting inside of him. His time ring flickered and glowed all around him. Sam had no idea what was happening to him, but the pain was agonizingly intense. He felt like he was dying. Worse, a figure emerged in front of him, and it was the last person he'd want to see in such a weakened state. "What are you doing here?" 82. Sam was no stranger to pain. Both of his traveler classes capitalized on the pain, agony, and suffering of both himself and others to create deadly powerful abilities. Every day, Sam subjected himself to pain, be it through the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set or the eruption of agony that came with triggering blood surge frenzy. He knew physical pain on a first-name basis. So too did he know the depths of emotional pain too, the loneliness and neglect of an orphan, the mourning for lost friends, the suffering of being powerless to stop the world get destroyed. His eyes flickered momentarily with sorrow, visions of lost friends, of nights spent in tears, of a future haunted by the past. Each pang etched deeper lines into his psyche, but it also fueled his determination to press on. Pain was a cruel mentor, but one that taught him survival. Even with all he had endured, physical torment, heartache, nightmares of Westria's downfall, Sam found himself blindsided by a fresh wave of torment, as if some ancient force had decided to peel back yet another layer of his threshold for suffering. His muscles trembled under an invisible weight, breaths coming in ragged gasps. It felt as though his entire body was caught in a vice that tightened relentlessly. A dull roar filled his ears, possibly his own pulse throbbing through the haze of pain. He clutched at his chest, trying to steady the chaotic surges of mana swirling within him. Something profound was shifting inside of himself, pushing him to the brink. Amid the drifting dunes, Sam's gaze landed on an eerie sight. A series of footprints, as if pressed by delicate sandals, trailing across the scorching sand. Each impression sank just enough to show undeniable shape, but the breeze carried no sound of movement or cloth. No shadow accompanied these steps, no reflection of a traveler stepping through the Arikar sun. Sam looked up, and flickering in front of him was a familiar figure. "Do not worry, child," said the familiar figure. "You will not be killed from this pain. The suffering you're feeling is from your new magic being forced to edit itself due to the nuances and multifaceted growth of your path. Old magic doesn't like to be as hemmed in as much as new magic does." Soft, translucent light rippled in the air, coalescing into the form of a regal, ethereal woman. Her features were reminiscent of a sculpture carved from moonlight, graceful, poised, yet touched by a cosmic vastness. Vestiges of starlit arcs shimmered across her faint outline, as though the night sky itself lived in her robes. It was none other than the goddess herself. Sam knew better than to be alarmed at seeing her upon the brink of death, for she had saved him from utter destruction once before, and yet it still felt a bit like the light one was told to be seen before death itself. It was an ominous sight to behold. This was now the third time Sam had come face to face with the goddess. The first time had been upon the destruction of Westria at the hands of the Demon King in his first timeline, and then again when he had first unlocked his path. The second time the goddess had said she was only a memory, a fragment of her former self. Sam had a feeling this third meeting was much like the second. Still, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity to potentially learn more about the goddess, his path, and whatever else he could discover. "What do you mean my old magic is being forced to edit itself?" Sam asked. "I'm sorry, I cannot answer that," said the goddess. "As you have probably guessed, I am only a fragment, an echo of a memory that exists inside the fabric of your path." As expected, Sam thought. So it's just like the second time I met the goddess. "Well done, my champion," said the spectral figure. "Your understanding of your path has grown." With that, the goddess flickered away. The pain that had been overwhelming his body suddenly abated. Sam caught his breath and readjusted himself so that he was sitting cross-legged in the sand, rather than sprawled out on the ground in the way he had been after collapsing. He called up his profile. His eyes widened. Oh my goddess. The changes to his path were incredible. He was lost for words, and it would surely help in his battle against Dante. He stared at his profile, dumbfounded. Suddenly, all sorts of things were coming together and making sense. The -100% he'd received with regards to the path when he had imbibed Radiant Sage. The weird behavior when he had tried to manipulate blood mana the first time. Why pushing his blood mana manipulation inside of the time ring had been so crucial to unlocking the next step to his path. It was all starting to make sense. The path of the goddess actually had nothing to do with time manipulation. Or, at the very least, that was only a small aspect of the path. Very small compared to the world of power opening up to Sam. A week later, Reyna Duskrider stopped in her tracks. The group of travelers behind her followed suit. The older woman looked back to them all and smiled. She then pointed to the silhouette of a large mass of buildings and rooftops in the distance. "You see that, my friends?" she said. "The capital of Opali, Rialto." They would set up camp beneath an area of large rocks that would conceal them from any scouts guarding along the walls of the city. The last 4 weeks of training had all been building up to this. Sam looked at his friends and companions. Their faces were haggard, tired, and yet full of determination. The following evening, they would enact their plan. The battle against Dante Silvaris was about to truly begin. "Hang in there, Alice," Sam thought. "We're almost there." 83. 2 guards stood quietly at the entrance to the southern gate of Rialto. It was late at night. The sky was clear, stars twinkling as far as the eye could see. So far, the shift had been slow. Normally, the night shift was the busier shift, as most people journeying across the Arikar Desert traveled at night, which meant they normally had more arrivals to Rialto in the late hours. But so far that evening, not many people had left or arrived at the capital city. One guard closed his eyes and listened to the soft hum of the towering aquamantle nearby. The spires were invented over a century ago to take advantage of the daily temperature difference from day to night. Warm, moisture-laden air forced to meet the cooler surfaces of the tower, where dew would begin to form, and then drop down into the city's aqueducts that fed into the capital's larger water system. Rialto was a testament of human resilience against nature. No one in their right mind would have thought to build a capital city in the middle of a harsh and deadly desert, and yet, after the discovery of an ancient underground oasis centuries ago, the Opalians did exactly that. The hostile desert would be better than the tallest wall in fending off enemies. A burst of laughter echoing from a nearby bar cut through the sounds of the aquamantle's hums. There again was the human resilience of Rialto at work. There were always bars, cafes, and restaurants open throughout the night. Many Rialtonians referred to the evening as the second day, as it was that much easier to relax in the cool desert air. It drove foreign merchants and the coastal Opalians crazy. Rialtonians refused to be dictated by climate or the normal human sleeping hours followed by the rest of Westria. "Oi," said the guard's colleague. "Finally, some arrivals." Emerging in the distance was a group that appeared like traveling merchants. There were 5 of them, wearing hoods. The largest member of the group was dragging a covered cart on wheels. Finally, the guard thought, something to do. The 2 guards straightened and readied themselves to inspect the incoming arrivals. Sam kept his hood up to cover his face. They all did. "Are we sure this is going to work?" said Reyna. No one answered. "That's not a very promising response," the guide responded. "Merchants wouldn't be bickering about whether they would get into a city, would they?" said Sam. "Silence is perfect. We've worked this out." He felt a sigh of relief move across the members of the squad. Sam spoke more confidently than he felt, but being at ease was all part of the performance. If they came across nervous, the guards were going to pick up on it and question them more and start inspecting all of their belongings. And that was the last thing they wanted. A few weeks earlier, the group went over their plan on how they were going to enter Rialto. "There are multiple problems to getting inside the city," said Prince Matteo. "None of you look remotely Opalian. You'll be flagged and held for questioning." "We didn't have that problem in Selvara," said Clara. "This is different," said Prince Matteo. "This is the capital. The rules are harsher and more strict." "I might have a few things that might be able to help us on that front," said Captain Mordecai. "I have a chest full of costumes and disguises." "I know," grumbled Edgar. "You made me put it in my inventory." "I couldn't carry it all this way," said Mordecai. Prince Matteo shook his head. "It doesn't matter if you have makeup to make your skin less pale. You still sound like you're from Volsungar. I don't think any of you are good enough actors to pretend being from Opali." "This feels difficult," said Toby. "It is, and even if we deal with the problem of all of you," said Prince Mateo, "there's still the problem of me. My sighting would cause alarms to go off all throughout the city." Sam scratched his forehead as he listened to the obstacles they would have to deal with. "These aren't insurmountable issues," said Sam. "Listen." Sam led the group towards the southern gate of Rialto. Large spires sucking in and catching moisture loomed over top the walls. 2 guards walked towards them. One of them raised a hand, telling them to halt. The group paused and waited for the guards to approach. "Please state your name and purpose," said the guard. "Fabian, merchants," said Sam curtly in his best Opalian accent. He figured the less words he used, the better. The less words he used, the less egregious his disguise was. The guard looked at Sam and the rest of the group suspiciously. "Remove your hoods, will you?" Sam looked to the rest of the group and nodded his head. They slowly removed their hoods. With the help of Mordecai's chest of disguises, they were able to apply makeup that made their skin look closer to the olive skin of coastal Opalians. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad, and under the cover of night, it was perfectly passable. They were even wearing fake lenses on their eyes. Physically, there wasn't anything that should spark a red flag with the guards. There were only 2 things they needed to avoid. 1, a long, drawn-out conversation. 2, having the guards search the cart Edgar was dragging. One of the guards looked assured by their appearance and turned to the other. The second guard gestured to the cart. "We'll need to see inside your cart," said the guard. This was a big problem, for inside the cart was none other than Prince Mateo. If the prince was spotted here outside the gates of the city, their whole plan would be over before it even started. The guards moved towards the cart. Sam's heart raced. This is bad. 84. The 2 guards took another step towards Sam and his companions. "You wouldn't have an issue with us inspecting your cart, would you?" Outwardly, Sam played the role of a nonchalant merchant, tired after his long journey across the desert. Inwardly, he felt every single part of him tense and freeze up. It was imperative that they didn't let the guards look inside the cart. Of course, the royal prince was hidden beneath blankets, but the guards would pore over the entire cart once they started looking. Even if the prince wasn't spotted, the guards would probably want a small bribe just for the sake of not causing them any trouble. The guards took another few steps towards the cart. They were roughly 30 seconds away from grabbing hold of the canvas at the back of the cart and revealing all that was inside. Sam could see all of his companions visibly getting more and more tense. The guard grabbed hold of the cart's covering and said, "All right, show us what you got then." At that exact moment, a huge clanging sound happened nearby. The guards immediately shifted their attention in the distance. There was a group of other travelers trying to climb over the city wall with a massive ladder. "Hey, stop that!" shouted one of the guards. The guards hurried towards the group and turned back to Sam and his companions. "Stay right there!" The guard and his colleague rushed towards the sudden set of hostile intruders. It was probably desert nomads or those banned from the city trying to sneak their way back in. Whoever they were going to cause big trouble, and it was crucial that the guards stop them. Seeing the 2 guards rush towards them, the group suddenly gave up on their ladder plan and started running away into the night. The guards picked up the pace, chasing after the attempted intruders. The group ran toward a large set of boulders in the distance, and the guards temporarily lost sight of them. The guard's heart raced, his chest pounding, as he moved around the corner. What the? The intruders could no longer be seen in the distance or nearby. But weirdly, all of the intruders' clothes were loosely on the ground, drenched in puddles of blood. Sam's hair flew back behind his ears as he rushed forward through the narrow streets of Rialto. The footsteps of his companions echoed behind him. The rolling wheels of their fake merchant cart clattered on the cobblestone footsteps of the city. They turned one corner after another. One of the convenient things about Rialto, especially for those who wished to sneak into the city, was that it was designed in such a way to maximize the amount of shade provided during the hot desert days. which included tall clay-stone homes and narrow passageways between them. As soon as the guards had taken the bait and chased after their distraction, Sam and his crew pushed forward and entered the city. That had always been the backup plan. Of course, they had hoped they'd be able to enter with ease, but in the case of particular challenges, they had a backup plan. Sam had created a group of blood doppelgangers and clothed them in hoods and gave them a ladder and had them on standby to attempt an assault on the city in case the guards gave them trouble. As soon as the guards had asked to see the inside of their fake merchant cart, Sam had sent the mental commands to the blood clones to lay siege to the nearby wall. It had taken them slightly longer than expected, which had led to the close call with the guards seconds away from opening up their cart. But in the end, the distraction worked. As Sam and the group maneuvered through the city, they figured they only had somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes before the strange occurrence of intruders disappearing into puddles of blood got flagged as Sam's Blood Knight class. Either it got reported up the chain of command to one of the Berrigan Collective sub-captains, or Dante just picked it up in his own mental scanning of the city. They turned another corner in a quiet part of the city. They opened up the cart and pulled off the blanket covering Prince Matteo. "Based on the bumpy ride, I'm guessing things didn't go entirely to plan," said Matteo. The group shook their head. "No," said Sam. "But we're inside the city, so part one of our multi-stage plan is complete. They'll be on the lookout for a group of suspicious-looking merchants with a cart, so it would be good to ditch the cart and change our clothes. This is for you," said Sam, offering Matteo a sandy blonde wig from Captain Mordecai's costume chest. "Oh yes," said Dante. "This is the part of the plan I liked least." The group quickly dematerialized their equipment to plain desert clothes to take on the appearance of citizens. Now that they had bypassed the guards at the gate, they didn't have to worry about audibly convincing people that they were from Opali with their accents. They could just rush by, and no one would be the wiser. With their new disguises donned, the group hurried through the city towards the central palace. Now that they had ditched their merchant disguises, they headed to the main thoroughfares to blend in amongst the citizens of the crowded streets. Bars, cafes, restaurants, shops were all open and alive with a hustle and bustle Sam had expected to only ever see during the day. The Rialtonians were clearly enjoying their second day beneath the stars. The group moved through the throng of people. The silhouette of the royal palace's dome loomed over them in the distance. While there had already been a few hiccups, so far their plan was going smoothly. The closer they got to the palace without raising any alarms, the easier the rest of their mission would be. It would also mean less bloodshed, violence, and harm coming to the innocent people of Rialto. They just had to stick to their plan. Sam took a deep breath in through his nose and continued to stride forward through the city. 85. The guard unsheathed his short sword and crouched down towards the puddle of blood. With his sword, he poked at the ragged clothing on the ground. He lifted up a red-soaked tunic. Blood dripped from it like meat in a slaughterhouse. "How odd," said the guard to his partner who was standing nearby. "Did they all spontaneously combust?" "Maybe they were eaten by a sand scorpion," said the guard. "But there would be more remains, surely," said the guard. "It doesn't even look like there are bones here. Do you think it's the work of travelers?" "Can't tell," said the guard, standing up away from the puddle of blood. "We better flag it, though." The two guards walked back to their post at the southern gate, only to see that the merchants who had arrived were no longer there. The guard sighed. "We better flag that, too." The man headed up the sentry tower attached to the gate. At the top, he could see over most of the rooftops of the desert city, orange lights dotted across the many doorways and windows. Stars twinkled overhead. A blazing torch stood tall in the center of the sentry tower. Similar torches were alight all across the capital. The guard reached for the torch and lowered it to eye level. He then reached towards his belt, where he had several different pouches lined against the side of his waist. He felt each of them until he found the one he wanted. With the pouch now in hand, he poured out a green-colored sand onto his palm. Jade blaze. He tossed the sand onto the flaming torch, and within a second the torch had taken on a bright green color. He then raised the torch back to its high position once more. The guard then left his position on the tower and returned to his post in front of the gate. Sam moved through the throng of people with a gentle but determined pace. He had to fight the urge to run or quicken his strides. The last thing they wanted to do right now was bump into the wrong crowd of citizens and cause a scene. Keeping a low profile was extremely important. As they moved through the streets of the desert capital, Sam felt a presence emerge beside him. Through the corner of his eye, he could see it was Prince Matteo, his face shrouded beneath the shadows of his hood. "We have an issue," said Matteo. "Look." The prince gestured to a nearby guard tower. The guard at the front of the tower threw some kind of dust on the blazing firelight, and it suddenly turned green. Sam looked over his shoulder and could see guard towers in the distance behind them, also alight with a green flame. "Our little distraction from earlier has been flagged," said Prince Matteo. "The flames of the sentry tower are how the city guard quickly communicates with itself without raising a stir across the entire capital. The green flame means, potential threat level raised. Stay alert." "So they're aware that we're here?" said Sam. "Not quite," said Matteo. "It's a transitional flame. All the guards will be waiting to see if the green flames turn back to orange to indicate a false alarm, or if they turn purple, which means major threat level alert. In the meantime, the first guards to light the green flame will have a runner sent to them. The guards will pass on whatever they've flagged to the runner, and the runner will head back to the Central Guard headquarters and report it. It's at that point that they might put 2 and 2 together that there's been a use of blood magic. Your presence since you arrived in Selvara a few months back would have been noted, even here in Rialto, meaning they'll be suspicious that you are the very blood magic user they're after." "How long do we have until that happens?" said Sam. 5 minutes probably," said Matteo. Sam sighed. "Here we go then." In one of the upper chambers of the palace, Dante Silvaris sat on a window ledge overlooking the city. Little dots of green flame were appearing across the city guard towers. Interesting, he thought. Could tonight finally be the night? He closed his eyes and peered into the different mines across the city. He jumped between mines, filled with the normal hum of stresses and anxieties, eventually arriving in the consciousness of the city's guard captain. He was in discussion with a runner. Dante listened quietly in the back of the guard's mind, who was completely unaware of his presence. The runner was telling him about 2 guards who let a group of suspicious merchants through the gate by accident. They had been distracted by an odd set of hoodlums that had disappeared into a puddle of blood. Yes, Dante thought, eagerly. He didn't need to listen to the rest of the conversation as he went searching out the guards the runner was speaking about. Dante found the guards at the southern gate, and he began traversing through their recent memories. Dante's smile widened as he saw a group of merchants. He observed the memory slow as the merchants removed their hoods. One of them revealed themselves to be a young man that, despite the decent disguise, he recognized straight away. Dante couldn't stop grinning. My plan can finally begin, he thought. Dante walked over to a large chest and opened up the handles. A blonde woman with bruises was tied up inside. It had taken months for the kidnapped queen to stop banging against the inside of the crate. Now, after enough time, the woman had even learned to fall asleep in there. The silver-haired man reached in and picked up the woman and slung her on his back. He walked out of his chamber and began descending the palace. Just as outside, purple flames began to dot the city's guard towers. 29 minutes remained until Dante triggered the realm shard at the anchor site at the center of the city. 86. As Sam pushed through the busy thoroughfare towards the royal palace of Rialto, he saw the nearest guard tower alight with purple flame. Sam shuddered. He looked to Prince Matteo. "So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much trouble are we currently in?" Matteo shrugged his shoulders, unsure what to say. "I'd say a 7. "Oh, that's good," said Clara. "I don't see how a 7 out of 10 is good," said Toby. "That means we're close to trouble." "Well, let's think through what they know on their end," said Prince Matteo, striding forward as he spoke. "The guards think a significant threat is in the city. They still haven't raised any loud alarms yet, which they would do that if they thought the citizens were under serious threat. That means the guards are handling it with maybe the help of a few travelers from the Travelers Guild. On top of all of this, if the guards know about us, that means Dante knows, Sam added. That means he'll most likely rushing to initiate his plan, giving us roughly 28 minutes to get to the palace and stop him. There's one silver lining, though, said Edgar in the back of the group. They don't know that Prince Matteo is with us. That's the one thing we have going for us, said Sam. If Matteo gets spotted, real chaos will break out. Suffice to say, I'll be keeping my hood up, said Matteo. Everyone nodded and continued moving forward. Speaking of our costumes, said Sam, the guards will have most likely come across our abandoned cart. They'll either be looking for merchant disguises or citizen disguises, all of which means the last group of people they're looking for are travelers. Sam equipped his silver dragon armor set and moved forward. Everyone except for Matteo equipped their normal traveler clothes. Sometimes the best place to hide is right in plain sight, said Sam. The group continued to move through the bustling crowd of Opalian citizens. The group was benefiting from the crowds and general excitement in the street. Bars and restaurants were bustling, and the people around them were hardly paying attention to them. And to the few people who caught a good look at their faces, they were just another memory of hundreds more seen that very night. Just as Sam was feeling gratitude towards the crowd around him, he heard a loud thump, followed by a profuse amount of apologies. Sam turned around and saw the rest of his companions had paused in the streets. The crowd of citizens had begun to stream around them, continuing on their way. All who remained were Sam's companions and a man who kept saying, "I'm so sorry." It took a moment for Sam to piece it all together, but a man had bumped into Matteo and spilled beer on him and was now apologizing. "It's fine," said Matteo, face concealed by his hood. "Please don't worry about it." "I've ruined your clothes for the night," said the man. "Please let me buy you a drink." "It's fine, really," said Matteo, turning around. The man grabbed Matteo by the arm. The prince turned around in shock. The apologetic man's face had completely changed, and he looked to be smiling sinisterly. Dante had taken over the mind of the citizen. "Where are you going, Prince?" Matteo wrenched his arm free, and the group continued forward. The apologetic man didn't chase after them. Faces kept turning to them and smiling as Dante hopped from mind to mind. "He's toying with us," Sam said. A random woman smiled and said, "Did you really think you can make it all the way to the palace without being spotted?" "Ignore him," said Sam. "Because of our veilstones, he's trying to get inside our head the old-fashioned way." Sam pressed forward, ignoring the strange and eerie smiling faces of strangers. He needed to stay focused on their task of pushing towards the royal palace. A rising sense of anger filled him as Dante continued to speak through the Opalian citizens as they moved forward. The ease with which he was controlling all the people in the city. They were all enslaved to his whims and power. There was also a creeping sense of dread and confusion. Why doesn't he have one of the citizens he's controlling immediately call them out of the crowd and cause chaos? It didn't make sense. Not that he was wishing for their troubles to get worse at that moment, but it made him feel uneasy. He was prepared for all sorts of contingencies, but when his enemy wasn't behaving the way he was expecting, that made Sam concerned. There was something missing here. Some aspect of Dante's plan wasn't quite fitting with their own preparations and training. "Good luck," said a stranger with Dante's bizarre face holding his foot out, trying to trip Matteo. The prince jumped to dodge the foot, only to land and stumble over a different set of feet. Matteo fell to the ground, creating a ripple through the crowd. Everyone was looking at them. Worse, Matteo's hood had fallen off his face. A sea of faces all suddenly burst with a look of shocked recognition. "The missing prince!" someone screamed. Hushed whispers and surprise all echoed throughout the crowd. People started screaming. Guards began to stream into the main thoroughfare. "Run!" shouted Sam. They pushed forward and turned down a side street. A huge bell rang across the city. They turned down another corner only to find a huge squad of people with pin badges ranging from blue to orange. More people showed up in the other connecting streets until Sam and his companions were completely surrounded. Hundreds of different travelers from the Opalian Travelers Guild had surrounded them. This is a big problem, Sam thought. 20 minutes remained until Dante unleashed the Realm Shard.
Just in case you haven't guessed already, said Prince Matteo. This is what 10 out of 10 trouble looks like. 87. The sound of more footsteps echoed behind them. "Aw, crap," said Toby, as the group formed a tight defensive circle. With the arrival of the final squad of Opalian travelers behind them, Sam and his companions were pushed further into the center of the market square they had entered. All exit and entry points were being plugged by a countless number of hostile travelers. Sam quickly scanned their pin badges, seeing a range of travelers from novice tier to adept tier. "Remember what we agreed, everyone," said Matteo. "Yep," said Sam. "We're not going to kill any of your subjects." "Can we get a definition of what we're allowed to do?" hissed Reyna. "Not kill is still a pretty broad definition." "No grievous injuries," said Matteo. "But if you knock them out unconscious and they happen to wake up with some bruises tomorrow, that's allowable." "Great," said Clara. "Not only are we surrounded, we're completely handicapped as well." "Remember, everyone, we planned for this," said Sam. Sam then turned to Matteo. "You ready, Your Highness?" "I don't like the way you call me that, when I know what you're about to do," said Matteo. "But yes, I'm ready." Sam grinned and materialized his shadow blade in his grip. The purple runes of the powerful blade glowed in the darkness of night. Then, with an aggressive amount of strength, Sam grabbed Prince Matteo by the hair and pulled him towards him. The Blood Knight then held up the point of the shadow blade against Matteo's throat. The Opalian travelers all gasped and suddenly halted with their impending assault upon the group of them. "Come any closer and I'll kill your precious prince," shouted Sam. Sam and his companions inched forward towards one of the exits on the other side of the square. "Do you have to clutch my head so tightly?" murmured Prince Matteo. Sam pulled the prince's hair tighter. "Sorry, Prince, we gotta make it look real." The Opalian travelers didn't know that Sam and his companions were on friendly terms with the prince. Neither did they know that they had agreed to not kill any of them. They could use that to their advantage. They were more than halfway across the market square now. "How are we doing behind us?" asked Sam. "We're good," said Edgar. "None of them are making a move against us." "We're good on the eastern side," said Clara. "Same here on the west," said Toby. Sam's heart pounded in his chest. It looked like they were going to make it through. As they got to the northern side of the market square, Sam pulled Matteo's hair once more and gestured his sword at his throat again. The group of Opalian travelers in front of them gasped and took a step back. "Your lost prince has returned," shouted Sam. "But it will be a short-lived return if you don't get out of our way." The group began to clear a passage for Sam and his companions. It was almost a clear way, except one traveler remained. A brown-haired man with a journeyman tier badge stood there. He began to smile, sinisterly. Dante had taken over the man. "They might believe you'll kill the prince," said Dante, speaking through the man. "But I don't." "Neither do I," said another traveler, Dante's presence written all over him now. Suddenly, all the travelers that had just cleared a path for them were pushing forward. "Oh, crap," Sam thought. He let go of Matteo's hair. "No sense in pretending now," said Sam. The prince rejoined the defensive position the group had created. Enemy travelers from all sides of the square were now rushing in towards them. Their faces had the same demented smile Dante put on them when he took over their minds. He was treating these people like lambs to the slaughter, sending them to their death. Sam couldn't understand why Dante hadn't even attempted to manipulate him or his companions' minds yet. So far, their veilstones were proving unnecessary against the man. "He's toying with us," Sam concluded to himself, angrily.
"Sam, what now?" said Toby. This was the worst-case scenario. They were surrounded by way too many travelers. They were hamstringed by the fact that they didn't want to harm these fighters. Finally, even if they did manage to fight through this throng of fighters successfully, they didn't have the time to do so. There was around 10 minutes remaining before Dante triggered the rift core. They desperately needed a miracle. Good thing Sam planned for one. The apprentice-tier Opalian traveler rushed forward towards the group of hostile Volsungar intruders. The man felt an overwhelming bloodlust to see the enemies dead on the ground. The desire to kill felt stronger than any battle he'd ever fought in. The desire felt fleetingly not his own. He chalked it up to being caught up in the swing of battle. Yet something felt not right. But as soon as he thought such a thing, the words, "kill, kill, kill, kill," filled his mind like a virus of thoughts. The man raised his sword, ready to slay the Volsungar scum that had threatened their lost prince. The surrounding Opalian travelers all did the same, readying themselves for a bloodbath. Then, out of nowhere, something appeared in the sky. A large bat of some kind, a whole flock of them. The man's eyes fluttered as he took in the appearance of creatures in the air. He quickly realized it wasn't a flock of bats. They were creatures composed of blood. They looked like one of the enemy travelers nearby, but soaked completely in red and with wings. The flock of flyers held bags in their arms and began to pour something out into the air. The market square began to hail with stones. The man picked one up. He inspected it closely. It was a beautiful red gem of some kind. He had felt something change, even being in the vicinity of the stone. But upon touching it, the man's entire mind cleared. My thoughts, they haven't been my own. He gasped at the odd realization. As if the man was telepathic himself, he could see the same thought being had all across the market square as the rest of Rialto got drenched in veilstone. 88. Shards of red veilstone rained down from the starry night sky all across the city of Rialto. Shopkeepers, kids, husbands, wives, soldiers, guards, and travelers all found themselves picking up the stones, slightly in a daze. Even their proximity to the stone had made them feel strange, but once grabbing hold of it, they felt like their thoughts were clearer than they'd ever been before. "I feel like I've been dreaming for months and I finally just woke up," said one guard to another. As the different citizens all professed similar things to one another, a dawning realization came to be understood. Their minds had been tampered with. Foul mental magic had been afoot. They clutched the red veilstones in their hands and vowed to not be taken over again. "The missing prince is back," said a guard, clutching his spear. "He must have disappeared to get all this veilstone and break us out of our mental slumber." The guard felt determined. All of the citizens did. They were awake and united, and they would fight on behalf of Prince Matteo. With an unconscious Queen Alice Grace slung over his shoulders, Dante moved through the royal palace of Rialto. He left his personal bedchamber and headed down a spiral staircase to the palace's ground floor. Standing in the great hall were 4 of the most powerful travelers in all of Westria. There was the mighty patriarch of the family of assassins, Severo Barragan. His daughter, Amara Barragan, stood right beside him, as did his son, Enzo Barragan. Standing just off to the side was another powerful, striking figure, the guildmaster of the Opalian Travelers Guild, Lucius Maro. All 4 of the powerful fighters stood in the great hall austerely. They didn't move or budge when Dante entered the room with the kidnapped queen slung across his shoulders. They didn't even blink. He had them completely under his command. They were mere toys to him. Deadly dolls that he would use to harm his enemies. He sent mental commands to all of them to take on the squad of travelers from Volsungar and hold them off. His mind control was powerful enough so that he could leave them to act on autopilot without having to micromanage every single fight they were about to get into. Dante glanced outside his window to see red stone raining down across the city. He raised an eyebrow. "Interesting," he grinned. He sent another mental command to the 4 fighters to not accept or pick up the red stone by any means necessary. That should keep his fighters safe from breaking from his mental hold. Not that he had to worry about the Berrigan Collective. They truly believed they were fighting on his behalf already. They genuinely wanted to fight alongside him. They would have done what he commanded, regardless of mental manipulation. From what Dante gleamed from inside their minds, they didn't even think he was manipulating their minds at all. Lucius Maro would be more of a problem. Dante's mental command to refuse taking the Veilstone was mainly for the member of the mighty Apex Quartet. "Good luck, everyone," Dante said, smiling at his puppets, before heading down the grand hall to a small spiral staircase that led into the palace's dungeon. The anchor site was just below there. Dante grinned as he continued forward. They have no idea what's coming. With the storm of Veilstone, the market square full of enemies had quickly turned into an area full of allies. Sam grinned as he saw part of his plan come together. Back in the crypt of the Lost King, when he had come across the Veilstone crystal reservoir, he had mined it for an extra couple of hours so that they could do something like this if they needed it. He had flyer doppelgangers stationed and ready to go out in the desert in the event that he needed to call upon them to deliver the Veilstone across the city. "Prince Matteo," said one of the Opalian travelers around them. "I can't explain it all, but I know that I'm here and I'm in your service." Matteo nodded. "Good. My allies and I need to keep moving forward to the palace. While we do that, you guys collect as many loose Veilstone as you can and get it into the hands of everyone who doesn't have one yet. Following that, make sure you get everyone to the underground shelters near the water reservoir." The travelers nodded and got to work. Sam, Prince Matteo, and the rest of the squad pushed forward through the market square and in the direction of the palace. They had less than a few minutes now to stop Dante. "All right, guys," shouted Sam. "We need to speed it up. Everyone with momentum-enhancing abilities, it's time to use them. Everyone else, see you at the palace steps." As Sam said this, he leapt into the air, triggering his blood wings, and flew himself forward in the direction of the palace. Clara was right behind him, gliding through the air on her glider after jumping high into the air with her specialty jumping boots. Toby was swerving via his mystic wave weaver towards the palace. It felt good to be using their powers all out to get towards the palace. Originally, Sam had held back on doing this, thinking it would be better to sneak through the city and get there without causing alarm. It threatened less citizens and gave them an opportunity to sneak attack Dante. That opportunity was gone now. They had to move as fast as they could now to stop Dante from triggering the realm shard. Sam landed at the top of the palace staircase, ready to break into the building. Toby and Clara were beside him soon afterwards. Edgar, Reyna, and Matteo were right behind him. "Let's go," said Sam. They hurried forward, only to be stopped by the appearance of 4 powerful travelers exiting the palace to block them. "Crap," Sam thought. The powerful travelers all grinned at them. It was the leaders of the Berrigan Collective and the guildmaster of the Opalian Travelers Guild, Lucius Maro. The ground at their feet began to rumble. A huge beam shot out of the palace roof and into the sky. We're too late, Sam thought. Dante had triggered the rift core. The summoning was now underway. 89. Sam's eyes winced at the sheer brightness of the massive beam shooting out of the royal palace of Rialto. The wind and energy swirled around the beam and pushed outward towards them. Sam's hair fluttered back behind his ears. They were too late to stop Dante from triggering the realm shard. Sam wasn't going to dwell on the failure of their initial plan. While stopping Dante from triggering the realm shard would have been ideal, they had always prepared for the possibility of him doing so before they got to him. There was no time to dwell on the failure of the initial plan, for a new reaction phase to their preparation had already begun. They had to get to Dante and stop him from using the realm shard to summon a massive magic beast like the Leviathan. The first part of that new plan was getting past the 4 imposing figures currently standing in their way. The main leaders of the Berrigan Collective stood together as a threatening trio. A young woman, a young man, and an older man with a commanding presence. The young woman radiated an air of dangerous allure. Her sharp, striking features were accentuated by smooth, flawless skin, contrasted by the deep crimson of her full lips. Her eyes, a piercing shade of dark brown that looked almost black, burned with an intensity that was both seductive and unwavering. Her raven-black hair clung to her forehead in loose strands, while the rest was pulled back, revealing the elegant curve of her neck. A glimmering choker, adorned with intricate silver filigree, wrapped tightly around her throat. The woman was none other than Amara Barragan, adept-tier traveler with the Glass Dancer class. The young man beside Amara was striking in his own way. The man's skin was pale, smooth, and unblemished, providing a stark contrast to the inky blackness of his flowing hair. Strands of midnight curled and twisted in the air, framing his face with a wild yet deliberate beauty. His eyes, striking and predatory, gleamed a luminous gold, piercing and intense. Draped over his shoulders was a dark cloak, its high collar flaring dramatically. The fabric was luxurious yet weightless, shifting like liquid shadow with his every movement. Gold filigree and delicate chainwork adorned his attire, subtle embellishments that hinted at wealth, nobility, and something more arcane. A thick, black belt cinched his waist, securing the structured layers of his garments while adding to his silhouette's imposing sharpness. Everything about him, from the way his cloak billowed to the piercing glint in his eyes, exuded power, controlled, restrained, and waiting for the perfect moment to be unleashed. The man was Amara's brother, Enzo Barragan, adept-tier traveler with the Umbral Puppeteer class. Finally, standing behind the two young people was the older, striking figure of Severo Barragan, the grand patriarch of the infamous criminal family of assassins. While Amara and Enzo were strikingly impressive, they looked like mere puppies in the shadow of their towering father. Severo Barragan had the presence of an ancient force, his form both rugged and refined. His hair, a mass of thick, dark curls, cascaded past his shoulders in an untamed mane, framing a face that bore the marks of time and wisdom. His sharp, angular features, high cheekbones, a strong jawline, and a furrowed brow gave him a solemn, almost imperious look. His eyes, deep-set and golden, gleamed with quiet intensity, their piercing gaze carrying the weight of someone who had seen much and forgotten little. His body was lean but powerful, his broad shoulders wrapped in flowing layers of fabric. A deep, violet robe, loose yet dignified, draped over his form, the wide sleeves falling effortlessly as he moved. Beneath it, a simple cream-colored tunic, tied at the waist with a dark sash, spoke of a man who valued practicality over ornamentation. His hands, large and calloused, bore veins that stood out subtly beneath his skin, betraying years of labor or battle. Twisting vines wove around his fingers and arms, their green tendrils seemingly alive under his touch, as though he commanded them without words. Severo Barragan, adept-tier traveler with a mythic rarity class, Blight Harvester. Off to the side of the Barragans was one final figure, even more imposing than Severo, an older man who exuded an aura of raw power and relentless will. His face, lined with deep-set creases, bore the marks of age, not of frailty, but of wisdom hard-earned and battles survived. A thick, silvered beard framed his strong jaw, giving him the look of a man who had weathered countless storms and emerged all the more formidable for it. His hair, long and swept back, still retained a ghost of its former darkness, streaked now with the pale tones of time. Lucius Morrow, one of the Apex Quartet, one of the 4 travelers in all of Westria to ever reach Master Tier. Sam shuddered just thinking about what they needed to get done. They had to get past these formidable opponents and get into the palace to stop Dante. "All right, everyone," said Sam. "We prepared this scenario. Let's do what we planned." Severo Barragan was in no rush to kill the enemy travelers in front of him. Their ally, leader, and most importantly, client, wanted them to be stalled and held back. So standing and waiting for them to dare try taking them on only helped them succeed at their goals. Of course, There was a part of him that looked forward to murdering this group of enemies, for they had slain his nephew, Rodrigo Barragan, in the raid on Sylvanstride. Just give me the opportunity, Severo thought, smiling. The group of enemies rushed towards him. Here we go. An explosion of magic projectiles erupted all around them. A swirl of water, starfire, spirit druid mana, and sun magic swirled all around them in a chaotic whirlwind of destruction. Severo and his allies met the attack with their own powerful and unique magics. Opponents moved at a rapid clip, their positions all changed amidst the swirling fury of attacks. The smoke eventually cleared. Opponents had been drawn. Severo was now staring down Prince Matteo Cortalis. The patriarch quickly studied the battle and could see there was one person missing. The black-haired swordsman was nowhere in sight. Sam rushed into the palace. He had to focus on Dante. He was the only one capable of defeating the telepathic time traveler. He was the only one with 2 classes, the only one with knowledge of the future. And he was the only one with a powerful new Path of the Goddess ability. 90. Edgar stood on the far western side of the entrance of the Rialto Royal Palace. In the distance, he could see his allies all facing off against their opponents. The older traveler stared to the equally old man standing across him. It was always coming down to this. The 2 master-tier travelers left to fight on their own. Of course, Edgar thought to himself. So, we finally meet, said Edgar. A fellow member of the Apex Quartet. I never signed up to be in a club with you 3, spat Lucius. Edgar smirked. Neither did I. The echoes of the battles happening nearby cut through the 2 older travelers' conversation, but Edgar paid them no heed. The stakes in this battle were too high. One cautious and worrying split-second look could cost him his life. It was worse than that. It would cost him more than just his life, but his companions' lives as well. As proud of them as he was, he couldn't imagine them faring well in a 5-on-4 battle, where they were disadvantaged both in terms of manpower and their opponents included a master-tier traveler that far outranked them all. That would be bad. Edgar stared Lucius in the eyes. You know you're being mind-controlled, right? Would you like a Veilstone to end the mental enslavement? Lucius Morrow scowled. Is that the battle plan of the great Edgar Redfield? To spout lies to his enemy? Edgar shrugged. It looked like Dante's mental magic had a powerful hold over Lucius then. Edgar had figured that would be the case, but he thought it was still worth trying to offer the Veilstone. Back to the original plan then, Edgar thought. Defeating this man. In less than a second, Edgar assessed his opponent and what he would need to do to defeat him. Edgar had the advantage in terms of his class's raw power, but that was neutered slightly by the handicap that he couldn't punch to kill in the same way that Lucius could. The key would be to finish the fight quickly. The way Lucius's Doomsayer class worked was to deal curses that would slowly stack on each other and eventually kill Edgar by 1,000 tiny cuts. As one of the 4 master-tier travelers in all of Westria, Lucius's powers had become common knowledge amongst travelers. That was why Edgar knew he needed to not only dodge any curses Lucius set directly his way, but also to make sure he didn't initiate his master-tier ability, Wheel of Fortune. Things would get very bad if that happened. I need to act fast, Edgar thought, just as he kicked himself off the ground and rushed towards his opponent. Lucius Morrow's eyes narrowed, focusing in on the dangerous traveler rushing towards him. So this is the master-tier traveler, Edgar Redfield, that I've heard so much about, Lucius mused in his head. As Edgar ran towards Lucius, the large man's body began to glow. First a bright white that then went pink. The pink luminescence then took on the flaming hue all around the man's body. Spirit druid mana, Lucius thought to himself. So, this is what it looks like in person. In the flash of a second, Edgar Redfield disappeared, and in his place was a monster. A shock of radiant pink enveloped Lucius's opponent, each limb elongating, jaws extending into a snarling muzzle, fur of burning spirit druid mana swirling in arcs of flaming color. Lucius was no longer fighting a man, but an incredibly powerful beast. The spirit werewolf galloped and leapt in the air, descending towards Lucius, hurtling downward with a flaming fist. "You think I'm afraid of this?" Lucius yelled. He felt out his hand and braced for impact. He held the burning spirit druid mana and grabbed his fingers into the flaming fist. Lucius had managed to completely cancel out Edgar's attack. The Opalian traveler leapt back after the display of his fighting prowess. "That will throw him off balance," Lucius snickered to himself. Privately, he knew that he couldn't have held that flaming fist for that much longer, but let Edgar think he had a higher endurance stat than he really did. Lucius Morrow didn't care if Edgar Redfield had a physically stronger class. He was still a master-tier traveler, so it wouldn't be easy for Edgar to use raw power to overwhelm him. Lucius had been a powerful martial artist before he had unlocked his traveler class. After becoming a traveler, he realized it was just as important to improve his physical combat abilities alongside his new deadly magical abilities. His Doomsayer class was powerful, but lacking in the physical damage department. He would have to rely on himself to gain power in that department. And over the years, that's exactly what he did. He was looking forward to the opportunity to be the first traveler to slay a master-tier fighter. Lucius triggered his first curse. Edgar was rushing towards Lucius once more. In his spirit werewolf form, Edgar bounded forward, each paw-like footfall cracking the marble beneath him. The starry desert night overhead glittered against Edgar's flaming mane of spirit energy, shimmering pink embers sprinkling the air with every leap. With a snarl that vibrated through the stones, he launched himself at Lucius, aiming to break the man's defenses before he could unleash a single curse. He'd been thrown off guard by the sheer audacity of the man blocking his werewolf punch, but he knew he had to keep up the assault. The Opalian guildmaster was quick, however. He dodged and ran and continuously kept out of range of his attacks. Lucius Morrow threw his hands on the ground, and a huge shadow of black smoke shot out from his hands. The black smoke rippled outward and created a large sphere, taking up the whole western side of the entrance to the royal palace of Rialto. Edgar knew exactly what the man had done. Lucius had just laid down an environmental curse. "I see the look of understanding on your face," snickered Lucius. "You already know that no one can enter this sphere to influence our battle, and more than that, neither one of us can leave this sphere until the other dies." 91. A thunderous boom resounded through the palace entrance, sending tendrils of dark, swirling energy spiraling skyward. The shockwave rattled the palace's ornate columns, dislodging bits of tile and dust. The acrid tang of cursed mana filled the air. Reyna Duskrider quickly discerned it must have been some kind of environmental curse created by the master-tier traveler, Lucius Morrow. The desert guide took solace in the fact that the enemy master-tier traveler would be preoccupied for the time being, so she didn't have to worry about any curses coming her way. At least for the moment. It was the tiniest of silver linings, almost insultingly so. Standing across from Reyna, while the other travelers clashed in battles of their own, was none other than the sadistic and infamous assassin, Amara Berrigan. How did I end up going from a relaxing bar on the coast in Selvara to here, fighting against the world's most famous and powerful crime family? Reyna wondered with regret. As with most cases of being in a bad situation, she had Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker to thank yet again for getting her there. Weeks ago, when preparing for all of this, they had gone over the different opponents they would potentially be facing, and Reyna knew exactly what her strengths and weaknesses were, going up against someone like Amara Berrigan. Amara would most likely try to end the fight as quickly as possible. Reyna would need to utilize her Sandwarden class abilities to slow her down and trap her. The assassin rushed towards Reyna, just as the desert guide had expected. Amara moved with a lethal grace, each footstep silent against the stone. Her black leathers gleamed with a faint sheen, meticulously polished to reduce friction. A cruel smile spread across her lips as she let out a sharp cry, conjuring a swirling vortex of glass shards that glimmered under the sun. "Here we go," Reyna thought, sighing to herself. "I'm too old to be fighting crazy chicks like this." Slivers of reflected light danced crazily across the palace walls, making it difficult to pin down Amara's exact location. Amara spun and vaulted forward, the shards trailing like a comet's tail. "Let's see you outrun this!" Her voice rang with an unrestrained thrill. Thick shards of glass swirled all around her in a whirling vortex of destructive fury. Amara quickly cleared the gap between them and raised a fist to deliver a destructive punch full of glass and pain. Except as Reyna dodged the punch, Amara flinched in confusion. Her glass shards had suddenly disappeared. "What the?" Amara's shock was palpable, her eyes widening as she found her deadly projectiles so easily dispelled. A moment's hesitation opened a window for Reyna to act. The desert guide darted forward, adrenaline fueling her movements. She delivered a fierce punch, the blow slamming into Amara's chest with enough force to drive the assassin backward. The impact reverberated through Reyna's knuckles, a surge of satisfaction tempered by the knowledge that Amara Berrigan was far from beaten. Dust plumed as the assassin crashed onto the stone floor, a guttural growl escaping her throat. The desert guide had used her Sand Warden's novice tier ability, Dune Sculptor. The ability to manipulate sand allowed Reyna to swirl Amara's glass shards away from her, effectively neutering the assassin's signature ability. Amara rolled onto her feet with cat-like agility, fury burning in her gaze. Her chest rose and fell with rapid breaths as she recalibrated her strategy. A swirl of glass shards, resummoned from the fragments that Reyna had scattered, materialized in a shimmering halo around her form. The assassin rushed Reyna once more. Glass shards swirled around the woman as she strafed and swerved around Reyna. The desert guide quickly used her Dune Sculptor ability to ward off Amara's glass shards, but the assassin kept summoning more. Amara rushed forward with a glass shard-filled fist. Reyna removed the shards and met the woman's fist with her own. As the two fists collided, a huge pain rippled through Reyna, causing her to scream in agony. Her fists were bleeding and full of glass shards. Impossible. Amara snickered, delivering a powerful kick right into Reyna's neck, sending her straight down to the ground. "It's over," said Amara, grinning gleefully. "That was a clever trick, using your sand manipulation to remove my shards. But it was easy enough to figure out a solution. Confuse you about which shards were even real." Of course, Reyna grimaced as she lay on the floor. Amara's apprentice tier ability was called Reflective Mirage. The ability allowed Amara to create illusions by reflecting light off mirrored shards. Reyna hadn't expected the ability to be used to create more glass shards than there were. Amara smiled with glee, looking down at Reyna. "See ya," Amara said as glass shards swirled around her fist once more, and she lifted her arm, ready to crush her glass-filled fist right into Reyna's face. Reyna braced herself for the blow. This was it. Her life flashed before her eyes. There had been a contingency plan for something like this, and yet it hadn't arrived. "It looks like this is the end," Reyna thought. She accepted the end of her life as the fist came hurtling towards her. And then a huge explosion went off in the distance. Far off beyond the walls of the city of Rialto, an old man positioned himself on a rocky cliff that overlooked the city. Positioned on that rock, the man held an augmented musket with a scope and extended barrel. With one eye closed, he watched Amara Berrigan lord over the woman he loved. Captain Mordecai aimed his musket and put Amara within his crosshairs and pulled the trigger. Flying across a grand distance at great speed, a bullet imbued with master-tier mana from Edgar Redfield went right through Amara Berrigan's skull, killing her instantly. Captain Mordecai, an adventurer from another time, when adventurers couldn't wield magic and could only use their wits, cunning, and sheer audacity to survive, had just assassinated one of the world's most deadly and powerful travelers. "And they said there was no reason for me to leave the ship," Captain Mordecai thought to himself. 92. Chaos swirled all around Clara and Toby. The grand entranceway to the royal palace of Rialto was swept up in a swirl of vicious activity, as multiple fights exploded forth from the western side of the building, all across to the eastern wing. Toby and Clara stayed calm amidst the swirling dust and shadows, confronting the sinister figure of Enzo Barragan. The evil rogue traveler's eyes gleamed ominously beneath the pale moonlight of the desert night. Enzo snickered as he looked Toby and Clara over. Clara could tell when she was being underestimated, and that was exactly what was happening. To be fair, Enzo Barragan was a world-class assassin and a full traveler tier higher than both her or Toby, so the man had reasons to be confident going up against them. But still, she'd seen a lot of people get defeated due to underestimating their enemy. It made her think even less of the strange, ghostly white assassin standing before her. "Any time you guys want to start this fight, just let me know," said Enzo, taunting them. Shadow magic flickered all around the pale man with long, jet-black hair. Clara turned to Toby and nodded her head. They didn't need to go over their plan. They knew what to do. They had prepared for this in the weeks prior. They hadn't known they were going to be facing Enzo Barragan specifically, but they were prepared to fight against a traveler of significant higher power levels to either of them. If they worked together, they just might be able to defeat their enemy. Clara pushed off the ground and started moving aggressively towards Enzo. She materialized her spear in her hands, gripping it tightly. As she got within range of Enzo, she began thrusting her spear, putting pressure on her enemy. Enzo dodged with quick flicks of his neck while walking backwards with his arms behind his back. "Keep taunting me, you scumbag," Clara shouted with rage. Her spear ignited with the glowing flame of starfire, making her attacks even deadlier. Thanks to the starfire, her spear's overall reach had increased, making it more strenuous for Enzo to keep dodging her attacks. Enzo's eyes stayed locked on Clara as she kept swinging, slashing, and thrusting with her spear. The man's eyes were exactly where she wanted them. Just as Enzo dodged another spear attack, a powerful jet of water shot right into the man's ribs. The man's eyes widened with shock as his body went hurtling across the palace entrance, smashing right into the stone stairwell. Exactly as they had planned. Clara had put the pressure on Enzo, allowing Toby to get into position to deal a devastating mid-range magic attack. Now, with Enzo knocked out, Clara could capitalize and secure an early victory. She rushed forward, her spear eyeing Enzo's throat. Just as she got close, the man lifted himself up and began to snicker at her once more. "Why are you laughing?" Clara yelled as she approached to give the killing blow. Suddenly, Clara was frozen in place. Enzo held his arm up, his hands clutching at invisible strings. Clara's body trembled on the inside. She attempted to move, and nothing happened. Crap, she thought. They had been so close. Enzo had triggered his class's signature ability, shadow puppetry. The bright glow of the moonlight meant they all cast shadows on the ground, and Enzo had taken advantage. He could manipulate Clara's shadow, and in so doing, control her actual body. Toby and Clara's opening gambit in the battle was to come hard and fast and finish the fight quickly. A quick fight kept the odds in their favor. The longer the battle went, the more the odds fell in the favor of Enzo. Enzo Barragan stood up with a renewed confidence. While keeping Clara locked in place with one puppeteering hand, he used his other to trigger another ability. Like deadly creatures emerging from a swamp, inky black monstrosities climbed out from the pools of shadow dotting the area nearby. The monsters were misshapen puppets of darkness with glowing yellow eyes. Clara watched them emerge with horror. She was frozen in place and couldn't do anything to stop them. The countless nightmarish constructs rushed towards Toby, surrounding him, forcing him into a frantic defense. Clara's heart sank. A close-quarters battle with countless enemies was a very bad position for a wizard-class traveler like Toby with a low endurance stat. Clara pushed and squirmed internally, but nothing she did could make her body budge. In the sky, she saw a glimmer of hope. A cloud was forming and approaching the moon. That would break her shadow and end Enzo's hold over her. She and Toby just needed to survive until then. The nightmare constructs surrounded and closed in on Toby. A huge light formed in front of Toby. Emerging from the glow was a hugely powerful gushing force of water. Geyser blast. The attack knocked back a huge portion of the surrounding nightmare constructs, allowing Toby to run free and get out of the bad position he had been in a few seconds before. Clara kept her eye on the cloud. 3, 2, 1. The cloud blocked the moonlight, and Clara immediately pushed herself off the ground. She rushed Enzo. If she destroyed him, the nightmare constructs would disappear. Not so easy, Enzo snickered, snapping his finger. The surrounding area went pitch black. This was one of Enzo's most powerful abilities, Veil of Black. Clara could no longer see anything beyond the glow of the yellow nightmare construct's eyes around her. There were so many shadow puppets they managed to start surrounding both Clara and Toby separately. The nightmare constructs were closing in and would be shredding their flesh apart in seconds now. Clara needed to do something. They needed to break Enzo's Veil of Black. She knew what she had to do. It was time to unleash the newest evolution of her Starfire Spear ability. Clara triggered the new power, unleashing a swirling tornado of Starfire energy, lighting up the entire area and burning the nightmare constructs into ash. "Leave my fiancé alone," she yelled as her newest ability, Starflame Vortex, wreaked havoc on Enzo's shadow minions. 93. The chaos of battle swirled all around Prince Matteo. Sweat dripped down the prince's brow as he tightened his grip on his sword. His pulse pounded in his ears, the heat of battle coiling around him. He felt honored and inspired by the bravery and strength shown by all those fighting around him. They weren't even Opalian. They weren't even fighting for Rialto, but for their own goals. Still, it filled his heart with a sense of pride. He wanted to live up to the heroism displayed around him. He wanted to fight for his kingdom with the same zeal. No, he wanted to fight with even more determination. Standing across from him was one of the biggest scourges on Rialtonian society, Severo Barragan. The man's face was lean and predatory, a permanent smirk tugging at his thin lips as though he found the entire battle amusing. His fingers twitched at his sides, the rings on them gleaming with dark enchantments, a cruel gleam flickering in his eyes as he assessed Matteo like a hunter watching cornered prey. Even before the ascendancy of Dante Silvaris as the powerful court advisor, Severo Barragan was a corrupting and deleterious force on the city and its people. The fact that the evil crime lord was also plotting to harm his grandmother, the queen, and the kingdom even more was excuse enough to finally rid this man from his homeland. "So the missing prince finally returns," said Severo. "Are you no longer scared? Or did you just get bored in whatever dung heap you were hiding in?" Prince Matteo shook his head. "Enjoy your final mocking words, Severo. It's over." Matteo stretched out his right arm. His hand began to flow with a bright light. Within seconds, a brilliant golden radiance flared from Matteo's palm, growing in intensity until the night itself seemed to retreat from its glow. The light condensed, flickering and warping into the unmistakable shape of a sword, the edges rippling like the surface of molten gold. Heat radiated from the weapon, crackling with barely contained solar energy. Matteo felt its familiar weight settle into his grip, the warmth spreading through his arm, a comforting reminder of the Sunblade's immense power at his command. The prince knew all about Severo Barragan's class, Blight Harvester. The ability to summon vines and deadly plants was a fearsome ability, but against the fiery tip of his blade, Matteo felt confident he should be able to slash his way to victory. Matteo rushed towards the crime lord. Severo immediately began triggering his abilities to mount a defense against the incoming attacker. Emerging at Matteo's feet were deadly vines with sharp points that could break through armor and flesh. The prince pushed on his boots and triggered his adept tier ability, Sunfire Leap, and with a blaze of energy leapt far across the passage of deadly plants and vines, burning them to ash in his wake. Severo scowled, quickly creating more vine defenses all around him. Matteo slashed through the venomous vines with his radiant blade, burning them away effortlessly. The prince was in total control of the battle, dictating Severo's options. The crime lord retreated backward, only to quickly find, after a few more slashes, he was staring down Matteo's sunblade. "As I said," said Matteo, I hope you enjoyed your final words." He thrust his blade forward to finish the battle. Out of nowhere, a vine shot forth, wrapping itself around Mateo's sunblade. This vine was a more powerful type of plant that didn't have the same weakness to fire as the previous plants. The constricting vines pushed Mateo's sword off course, making it super easy for Severo to dodge the attack. Severo immediately seized Mateo's momentary hesitation and surprise. Mateo tried to leap away, but found vines now constricting his feet. He triggered Sunfire Leap to burst away, burning the plants in his midst, except these vines were the same kind that were impervious to sun and fire. Mateo squirmed, trying to escape. Severo conjured another plant nearby, triggering his apprentice tier ability, Spore Cloud. Yellow smoke surrounded Mateo. He felt himself going dizzy and losing focus. This is bad, Mateo thought. He had been so close to finishing the fight, and now he was trapped with Severo's upper hand, only getting stronger and stronger. More vines began to wrap themselves around Mateo. They coiled around his limbs, tightening their grip. They began to glow, and Mateo felt himself get even more dizzy than he had been after the first Spore Cloud attack. This was a different ability of Severo's now. Harvest Essence. The vines were draining Mateo of his life force. This was how Severo Barragan had risen to the top of the Opalian crime world and became one of the deadliest assassins known far and wide across Westria. The man's abilities were so overpowering and could stack against one another until there was no escaping certain death. Mateo gripped his sunblade and began to swing it violently in his direction so Severo didn't get any closer to him. "Silly boy," said Severo. "I don't need to be anywhere near you to kill you." Mateo switched his attention from keeping Severo at bay and began slashing at the vines, paralyzing him once more. He didn't care if the flame of his sunblade didn't burn through them. He should still be able to physically slice his way through the vines. They were thick and hard to cut through, but by sawing his blade back and forth, he was making progress. Mateo felt his heart racing. The battle was really getting away from him. Another burst of yellow smoke emanated from one of Severo's plants. The smoke was blindingly thick. Mateo desperately tried to break free of the vines when they suddenly untangled themselves on their own. The prince felt alarmed by the vine's sudden retreat. Severo wouldn't be letting him go. At that exact moment, Mateo felt a surging pain in the back of his head. Next thing he knew, he was collapsing on the floor. Someone had knocked him down there. Mateo rolled over to see Severo looming over him. "What was that you were saying?" Severo began with a sinister grin. "About enjoying my last words?" 94. The bright, swirling flames of Clara's starflame vortex shattered Enzo Barragan's veil of black, sending fragments of shadow scattering into tiny motes of darkness. Light flooded the palace entrance once more, illuminating the ornate columns, pale marble floors, and intricate sandstone carvings that moments before had been drowned in oppressive darkness. After their strong start, Toby and Clara had lost control of the battle, but things looked to be swinging back in their favor. Enzo Barragan's smug grin vanished, replaced by a cold, focused determination. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he stretched his hands outward, fingers splayed wide. Shadows pooled around his feet like ink spilling into water, rapidly solidifying into grotesque nightmare constructs that clawed their way from the darkness with an eerie, crackling sound. Their misshapen bodies dripped shadowy tendrils as they moved, forming a living wall of horror around Toby and Clara. The air grew cold and heavy with dread, an oppressive chill that clung to their skin and made breathing difficult. The new enemies quickly multiplied and rapidly encircled Toby and Clara. "He's trying to overpower us," Clara said to Toby. Toby stretched out his arm, opening his palm wide as brilliant azure mana surged beneath his skin. A sharp, tangy scent of salt water filled the air moments before a massive beam of swirling water erupted forward with thunderous force. The powerful blast struck the nightmare constructs with devastating impact, instantly dissolving their shadowy forms into wisps of vapor and leaving behind a glistening sheen on the stone floor of the palace entrance. If we keep the pressure on, they can't multiply into an overwhelming force, Toby said. Noted, Clara replied between breaths, stabbing one shadow puppet after another, wrenching her spear free as inky black ash and ichor poured out of the strange, nightmarish creatures. The shadow puppets created a wall around Enzo protecting him, while the remaining minions rushed after Clara and Toby. Not only did they need to break through the puppets surrounding them, they needed to break through the line of puppet defense Enzo had created for themselves. Enzo Barragan had clearly stopped underestimating them. "We just need to keep up the pressure," Clara said. Her spear recoated itself with starfire and she stabbed the shadow puppets again and again. A rush of new shadow recruits came charging towards them. Toby swerved his arms and triggered Geyser Blast. A torrent of water shot out of the ground, obliterating the weak shadow puppets. The water of the geyser poured down on him, and the ability's healing properties rejuvenated him slightly. As Clara and Toby cleared the shadow puppets, things looked to be truly moving in their favor. Until suddenly Toby's body locked painfully into place, his muscles straining uselessly against an invisible force. A cold numbness crept through him, freezing him from within, leaving him trapped like a statue beneath the glow of the pale moonlight that, now no longer blocked by that cloud, bathed the royal palace entrance. Panic surged in his chest, adrenaline roaring through him, yet he could only watch in silent horror as Enzo grinned cruelly, manipulating Toby's shadow with subtle, puppet-like gestures. "Toby!" Clara cried. She rushed towards her fiancé only to be intercepted by another wave of shadow puppets, including a hulking nightmare construct that looked significantly stronger than the other weaker puppets. The inky black creatures surrounded Toby, making him increasingly vulnerable. From behind his wall of minions, Enzo gripped the strings of the different shadows he was controlling, including Toby's, which he had frozen in place. Suddenly, Toby lifted his arm and unleashed a powerful tidal wave blast in Clara's direction. Toby couldn't speak, completely locked within Enzo's control. But Clara could see the terror and sense of shame in his eyes to be attacking the woman he loved. Clara struggled on her own. She needed to free Toby somehow, but she was struggling with the growing number of shadow puppets surrounding her, especially the bulky bruiser puppet. Clara's eyes caught Enzo grinning in the distance. The man clearly thought he was about to be victorious over them. This would be the exact moment to claw a surprise win for themselves, when the man least expected it. With a fierce cry, Clara unleashed another starflame vortex. A roaring cyclone of dazzling white flames spiraled outward, crackling with immense heat that singed the air itself. Shadows crumbled instantly into drifting ash, and the force of the blazing wind sent ripples across her robes, illuminating her face in defiant brightness. More than that, the ability broke Toby's shadow, giving him free movement again. Toby could see that the tide of battle was once more swinging in their favor. This might be their last chance to snatch victory against the overwhelmingly powerful traveler. It was time for him to unleash his newest ability, evolution. He had spent so much of their journey to Rialto focusing on improving his abilities, and now it was time to show the product of all that work and training. Toby conjured his journeyman tier wizard class ability, Scythe of 1,000 Waves. He rushed forward and did a horizontal slash of his elemental scythe. Not only did it destroy a wave of shadow puppets, it shot forward a ranged blast of tidal force that broke down the final line of shadow puppet defense surrounding Enzo Barragan. Their enemy was now wide open for attack. Enzo stuttered in shock and took a frightened step backwards. "There's nowhere to run, dirtbag," Toby shouted. He did another horizontal slash, unleashing his level 2 evolution of Scythe of 1,000 Waves, Tidal Slash. The bright blue wave of destructive water mana rushed forward. Enzo Barragan tried to run, but there was no escape. The new ability had too wide a range, and the man simply wasn't fast enough. "Stay away from me and my future wife, you piece of garbage," Toby yelled as the tidal slash ripped through Enzo Barragan's stomach, splitting the evil man completely in half. 95. A crushing pressure wrapped around Mateo's throat, like unseen hands tightening with merciless strength. Every breath was a battle, his lungs refusing to expand, his body screaming for air. His vision blurred at the edges, a suffocating darkness creeping in as if the world itself were caving in on him. The rhythmic pounding of his heartbeat grew sluggish, each beat echoing like a fading drum in the distance. His fingers twitched weakly against the stone floor, his muscles sluggish as if his own body was giving up before he could command it otherwise. But deep inside himself, something raw and defiant flared like an ember refusing to be extinguished. Through the dim haze of his failing vision, Matteo saw the shadowy figure of Severo standing above him, his grin wolfish and dripping with amusement. The flickering torchlight played cruel tricks, casting elongated shadows across his gaunt face, accentuating the sharpness of his cheekbones and the gleam of his predatory eyes. The crime lord's presence was suffocating in its own right, an oppressive weight pressing down on Matteo as though the man himself was tightening the invisible noose around his throat. Is this really it? Is the final face I'm going to see before I die going to be the scum of the earth like Severo Barragan? Matteo thought about his life over the last few months. The memories hit him in a rapid flash, nights spent huddled beneath the open sky, his stomach twisted in hunger, the relentless desert wind clawing at his skin, the taste of stale bread, the cold bite of creek water scooped from cupped hands, the unrelenting exhaustion of endless travel. He had fought for survival every single day. He had lived through sandstorms and starvation, through bounty hunters and betrayal. He had endured, and he had not come this far just to let Severo Barragan be the last chapter of his story. Matteo refused to surrender, refused to give up. A new vine hissed through the air, a deadly green blur, its sharpened tip gleaming like a dagger. Matteo twisted his body at the last possible second, the lethal point slicing just past his throat, grazing his skin with a whisper of pain. He hit the ground hard, dust and grit biting into his cheek, but he barely noticed. His instincts screamed at him to move, to rise, to fight, because the next strike would not miss. With the last bit of energy, he pushed himself off the ground. He rematerialized his sunblade and slashed one of Severo's plants, creating the spore cloud. He then rushed towards the other plant, doing the same thing. Matteo's original plan to attack fast and hard had been the right one. He just needed to tweak it slightly. When fighting Severo, going straight and aggressively for him gave the evil man the opportunity to conjure more and more deadly plants on the battlefield, ultimately putting Matteo in a weak position. If he stayed focused on destroying Severo's plants, it meant the crime lord never had an opportunity to gain any momentum. And it was in there that Matteo knew he would find his true moment to strike and finish the battle. Severo quickly retaliated, summoning more plants to rapidly chase after Matteo. The prince triggered Sunfire Leap, creating a blaze of radiant sun to burn across the battlefield. Matteo had temporarily shifted his goals. He was no longer aggressively trying to take out Severo, but to control the battlefield. The more Sunfire Leaps he did, the more burning flames littered the battlefield, making it harder for Severo to conjure his spore plants. Suddenly, the two fighters were locked in a game of battlefield chess, trying to outmaneuver each other, thinking multiple steps ahead of where the other was going. It was a deadly waltz, their battle weaving across the palace grounds in bursts of fire and twisting green, their abilities clashing in a symphony of destruction. Each move was calculated, each counter meticulously placed, a duel of mind as much as might. As Matteo jumped and hurried across the battlefield, locked in the deadly dance with Severo, he kept looking for the opening, the chance to strike. He kept waiting for the crime lord to summon those extra powerful vines once more, but he hadn't done so since he had nearly defeated Matteo a minute earlier. Matteo started to wonder whether the ability had a long recharge time, or if the vines could only be used offensively. I see now, Matteo grinned. Severo didn't just use his conjured plants to control the battlefield, but also used them deceptively to confuse his opponents. If the man showcased he had powerful vines that couldn't easily be cut through that would stop enemies from making direct offensive attacks, it was a ruse. Matteo smirked. The crime lord had been bluffing, relying on illusion and fear to control the pace of the battle. But now, the prince had seen through the deception, and that meant Severo was already losing. Matteo rushed towards another spore plant just as it was forming and slashed it with his sunblade, obliterating the plant into crisp ash. He then set his sights on Severo. The air crackled as Matteo propelled himself forward, the heat of his leap distorting the space around him. Thanks to Sunfire Leap, his body became a streak of radiant fire, an unstoppable comet hurtling toward its target. Severo barely had time to react before Matteo was upon him, the prince's blade already descending in a luminous arc, its golden glow reflecting in the widening terror of Severo's eyes. Severo's arms shot upward, a last-ditch effort as thick, gnarled vines erupted around him, twisting and intertwining in a frantic attempt to form an impenetrable barrier. The plants thrashed, pulsing with energy, forming a bulwark between him and the descending sunblade. Matteo gripped his blade in both hands and triggered his ability, Solar Strike. The radiant blade came down towards Severo, instantly breaking through the man's vines and through his forehead, brain, and flesh. Severo Barragan's eyes bulged as his face was split in two. 96. Edgar rushed forward, his enemy locked within his sights. He galloped at full speed in spirit werewolf mode, rendering him almost invisible to the untrained eye. Guildmaster Redfield was well aware that his opponent was well trained in the art of battle to keep up with him. But for how long could the curse magic user keep up? Lucius Morrow was clearly a powerful martial artist and physical fighter, but his class gave him no physical augmentations or improvements to that fighting ability in the same way Edgar's Spirit Druid class did for him. Even if Lucius Morrow was the better physical fighter, which Edgar Redfield still highly doubted, Edgar should be able to beat him by raw force. Edgar galloped forward and adjusted his feet to leap in the air to descend upon Lucius with his massive, flaming claws out. Lucius readied himself for exactly that attack. Fool, Edgar thought to himself with pleasure. He kicked off to the left. The direct jump attack had been a feint. Lucius's eyes widened in surprise. Tightening his large, spirit werewolf fist, Edgar delivered a powerful punch right into Lucius's ribcage. The attack was so powerful, Lucius went hurtling across the battlefield, slamming right into the black shadow wall of Lucius's environmental curse. "Face it," Edgar said. "You won't be able to beat me, so why don't you save both of us the trouble and undo that environmental curse you have trapping us in here?" Lucius picked himself up from the ground and wiped blood from his mouth. "And yet you haven't killed me yet," Lucius laughed. "Which tells me either you're not as powerful as you think you are, or there's a reason that's keeping you from killing me." Edgar squirmed. "So he can see that I've been holding back," Edgar thought. "More than that, you're not being as careful as you should," Lucius said with a wide grin. "Look at the side of your chest." Edgar looked down and saw a glowing black curse glyph on the side of his ribcage. He knew the symbol straight away. It was Lucius's novice tier curse ability, Mark of Decay. The curse was extremely deadly, causing whoever bore the curse to have their physical and magical strength wither over time. The longer the curse remained, the weaker the curse bearer became, with symptoms ranging from slowed movement and dulled senses to eventual paralysis. Beyond not being able to kill Lucius, Edgar now had another handicap in this fight. "I need to figure out how to finish this and finish it quickly," Edgar mused. Edgar quickly came up with a new plan and clapped his hands together and triggered his class's Master Tier ability. A huge glowing mass appeared before Edgar. The mass glowed with fiery pink Spirit Druid mana. The blob of energy slowly took on the silhouette of a large bird, and then coming into existence was none other than Edgar's Spirit Griffin. He sent a mental command to his griffin, and the two got to work. Edgar rushed towards Lucius once more, while his Spirit Griffin flew towards the Opalian Guildmaster's rear. Lucius Morrow had proven himself an adept enough fighter to take on Edgar one-on-one. But how would he fare when he had to take on two opponents? Edgar rushed forward and did a sliding kick towards Lucius's legs. The Opalian fighter jumped in the air to dodge, only to get headbutted in the chest by Edgar's Spirit Griffin. The Opalian guildmaster flew across the battlefield once more, slamming again into the cursed shadow wall. Edgar didn't waste any time, rushing after the weakened man. He leapt into the air with a massive fist and pounded down into Lucius Maro's stomach. Edgar made sure to hold back a little bit of power so as to not kill Lucius, but he wanted to put the man as close to death as possible. Putting the man on the edge of suffering seemed like it would be the only way he might undo the environmental curse and give up on the battle. After dealing the powerful blow, Edgar leapt away. Lucius Maro twitched on the ground. The man had taken one massive beating. Then, out of nowhere, Edgar felt an overwhelming sense of pain in his stomach. He collapsed to his knees from the intense agony. What the heck is happening to me? Slowly, Lucius Maro picked himself up. He spat blood out of his mouth and gave Edgar a massive smile. "You need to be more careful, Edgar," Lucius laughed. "Look." Edgar grimaced and looked to the other side of his ribs, and glowing along his side was another shadowy curse mark. This time, it was Lucius's apprentice-tier curse, Fate-bound Hex. This is bad, Edgar thought. Fate-bound Hex linked Lucius's fate to his enemies. Every time Lucius took damage, a portion of that damage was reflected back to the cursed foe. This was another horrible complication to Edgar's battle plan. Not only was he slowly losing power due to the mark of decay, any damage he did to Lucius would now harm him as well. This was the power of Lucius Maro's Doomsayer class. It didn't seem that powerful at first, and then slowly, as one curse stacked upon another, Maro's opponents found themselves squirming in an impossible bind. Edgar knew that if he didn't do something to finish this battle soon, he was absolutely done for. He took a deep breath. There was one last thing he could try. He could trigger his newest ability evolution that he had gained while training on their journey to Rialto. "Let's do this," he thought. He rushed forward and triggered Spirit Armageddon. Huge asteroids of Spirit Druid mana came hurtling from the air and raining down across the battlefield. "Don't forget, Edgar," snickered Lucius. "Any hit on me is a hit on you now. Are you sure you know what you're doing?" "Shut up," said Edgar, rushing forward. "I don't care if I have to hit you so hard I end up killing myself in the process." And then Edgar triggered his newest skill evolution. Level 3 of Spirit Armageddon. Edgar's werewolf fists ballooned in size, taking on the flaming shape of Spirit Armageddon meteors. He materialized a red veilstone within his fist and crushed it into little pieces of dust in his new powerful hands. And rushing forward once more, alongside his spirit griffin, Edgar delivered a smashing fist strike against Lucius Maro, with the plan to hit him so hard, residue of veilstone was implanted into the man's very skin. As Edgar delivered the crushingly devastating attack, he screamed with rage, "Wake up, you fool!" 97. Lucius Maro opened his eyes to see nothing but black. A pit formed in his stomach. A falling sensation. Where am I? Flickers of memories flashed through his mind, visions of harming innocent civilians, searching for Prince Matteo with the intent to kill the young man, working alongside Severo Barragan. Lucius shook his head. Intuitively, he understood these were his memories, but they didn't make sense to them. They didn't fit with him. They didn't fit with who Lucius Maro understood himself to be. Working alongside an evil snake like Severo Barragan? He shook his head. What am I even seeing? Every pore in his body began to prickle with an all-encompassing agitation. Guilt and shame shook his entire body, constraining him and making him want to scream. Where have I been all this time? What has happened to me? He pored through all the memories that were both his and not his. In the archives of strange memories, he started to see the same face again and again. Silver hair, purple eyes, a devilish grin on his face. Dante Silvaris, court advisor. "Scoundrel!" Lucius screamed as he began to piece it all together. The man had mental magic that he had kept secret. As Lucius's understanding of the situation grew, the falling sensation began to fade away. So did the guilt, along with the shame. He opened his eyes. The surrounding darkness was gone, and in its place was an older man looking down at him. It was a man he had never met, at least, never consciously. He immediately understood that he had just been fighting this man, Edgar Redfield. "You better believe I want a rematch," Lucius said. Edgar held out his hand to Lucius to pick him up off the ground. "I wouldn't respect you if you didn't." Toby caught his breath in the wake of the destruction. He was still holding his scythe of 1,000 waves. Across from him was the fallen body of Enzo Baragon, dead and defeated. He let the powerful magic weapon disintegrate in his hands. He turned around to make sure Clara was all right. At first, he couldn't see her. Then he felt a warm presence on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here," she said. Toby let out a sigh of relief. "We made a pretty good team against that creep," said Toby. "I know," Clara smiled. "Hopefully we'll be able to have such teamwork when we have kids." Toby blushed. "Kids," he thought to himself. "We're not even married yet?" A bright smile came on Clara's face. "Don't freak out, you dope. We have bigger things to worry about currently." Toby almost blurted out, "I'm not freaking out," but took the opportunity to change the conversation, which was definitely the appropriate thing to do, seeing as a massive beam of energy and power was still swirling out of the royal palace of Rialto. "How's everyone else?" Toby said, looking across the palace entrance. There were fallen and defeated bodies littered across the wide area. Toby's heart momentarily raced as he checked to make sure none of those bodies were his allies and friends. He sighed with relief as he took in the defeated bodies of the Barragan clan. Prince Matteo stood over the remains of Severo Barragan, catching his breath. "Prince, are you okay?" asked Clara. The prince was silent. "I'm fine," he said with a serious tone. "The battle was closer than I would have liked, but I'm glad that Severo Barragan has finally been removed from this world." "Looks like Reyna defeated Amara Barragan as well," said Toby, as Reyna walked over to them. She shrugged. "Really got to give that one to Captain Mordecai." Everyone made a face of surprise. "I'd save your dropped jaws for when you see him next," said Reyna. "He'll love basking in having proved you all wrong. In fact, maybe don't give him the pleasure. That just leaves—" They turned to the shadowy box at the far end of the royal palace. The battle between the two master-tier travelers was still unclear. Toby's heart began to race once more. Years ago, Guildmaster Redfield had given him, Clara, and Sam a home when no one else would. He had protected them from the evil clutches of the spectral church. He had been a stalwart ally, mentor, and father figure to each and every one of them. He had always seemed like an invincible rock. A tear came to Toby's eye. Is this goodbye? The shadow walls began to flicker and disappear. Walking towards them was not just Edgar Redfield, but he was holding up Lucius Morrow as well. Edgar grinned as he saw Clara and Toby and the others alive and well. He was impressed. No, he was proud. For Clara and Toby, he had known them for years now, had met them when they were just scared and scrappy orphans. Now here they were, having defeated some of the greatest rogue travelers in all of Westria. There was no time to catch up, however. Their job wasn't finished yet. He gestured to the palace. They had one more ally to go help. Sam. The group rushed into the palace. "The scoundrel," Lucius said between tired breaths. "He took your queen deep underground. The prince knows where." Matteo nodded with understanding. He directed them to a spiral stairwell leading deep underground. They all hurried. They needed to get to the source of the anchor site. Dante Silvaris was an incredibly powerful traveler. If Sam had held him off for all this time, they could come and be the reinforcements he needed to finish the powerful villain off. They turned the corner and entered a vast chamber. A column of swirling light tore into the sky above, roaring with raw energy. It was the anchor site, the origin of the palace's rupture. But the room itself was empty. No Alice, no Dante, no Sam. Toby stepped forward, his breath catching in his throat. Where is he? Edgar's eyes swept the chamber. Then he saw it, scorched into the stone floor near the light, carved by a blade or maybe blood. 3 words. I'm going in. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Edgar closed his eyes, jaw tight. He chased them. Alone. Raina clenched her fists. Of course he did. Clara's voice was barely a whisper. Sam. The column of light pulsed again as if answering them. And somewhere far away, the last leg of the battle had already begun. 98. A few minutes earlier, Sam's boots hammered against the marble floors, each footfall a resounding echo bouncing through the vast, empty corridors. His breath came in ragged gasps, the burn of exertion spreading through his throat and lungs like fire. The towering archways blurred past him, their gilded edges catching the flickering torchlight as he ran. His muscles screamed for respite, but he shoved the pain aside. Every second counted. He turned a corner. Based off the directions Prince Mateo had given them, there should be a secret doorway right around here. Sam scanned the room for a bookshelf. In the distance, there was one lone bookshelf against the wall. He rushed forward. Mateo's directions echoed in his head as he ran. Pull the red book in the top left corner. Arriving at the bookshelf, Sam could see that the shelf was old, its wood polished to a dull sheen from centuries of handling. Dust clung to the edges of the tomes, but the red book stood out, its spine barely worn, its color richer than the others. Sam reached up, fingers curling around the leather-bound cover. As soon as he tugged, he felt the resistance. Then, a mechanical groan rumbled through the walls. The entire bookshelf shuddered, gears grinding against one another like the inner workings of a long-forgotten machine. A deep metallic click reverberated through the passage, and slowly the towering case swung open, revealing a spiral stairwell plunging into the abyss below. It's all coming together, he thought. Sam entered the hidden stairwell. Each step downward carried him deeper into the cold embrace of the underground. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of damp stone and the distant acrid tang of something unnatural. Magic, perhaps, or something far worse. The torches lining the walls flickered weakly, their orange glow barely piercing the dense, shrouding darkness. Shadows twisted along the curving walls, shifting like silent sentinels watching his descent. After a few more steps down, a red vibration appeared in the corner of his eye. His already rapidly beating heart quickened even more. It's finally happening, Sam thought to himself. Dante knew he was here. The telepath was aware of his presence. Sam's mind was now under assault. That didn't give Sam a lot of time. He now had 5 minutes to get to Dante and save Alice before the telepath would be able to break into his mind. A constant flicker of glorious light reflected off Dante Silvaris's purple eyes. The realm shard pulsed in the air before him, a swirling vortex of raw energy twisting in a mesmerizing, chaotic dance. Its light shifted unpredictably, flickering between colors too brilliant and unnatural to belong to this world. Deep purples, shimmering blues, searing whites. The sheer force of it vibrated through the chamber, causing the walls to hum with a resonance that set Dante's bones alight with energy. The swirling beam of the realm shard's power pummeled and swirled in front of him. The force of energy shot through from the underground anchor site all the way through the royal palace and out into the sky. At his feet nearby was Queen Alice Grace. The woman's eyes were closed, knocked unconscious from his mental assault on her. She lay on the ground, helpless at his feet like a sleeping dog. It's almost time, he grinned. My plan is all coming together. Dante took a deep breath and smiled at the dormant queen on the floor. You've been such good bait, little Alice, he smiled to himself. Both his mana sense and his mental probing picked up an incoming entity. He sent out a wave of telepathic energy forward. He felt his own mind and sense propel forward through the air and up through the stairwell that had led to the anchor site. The vision rushed forward, eventually picking up a black-haired swordsman with red eyes. The vision pushed forward, attempting to enter the mind of the swordsman. A nearly imperceptible red wall formed around the swordsman. Dante's mental probes couldn't break through the young man's defenses and enter his mind. Dante blinked. His mental strobing stopped. He was back at the anchor site, waiting. He snickered. "That veilstone won't work forever," Dante grinned to himself. "Just a few more minutes and you'll be mine." The sound of Sam's footsteps echoed all around him as he hurried down the narrow stairwell into the royal palace of Rialto's depths. Orange torchlight flickered past him as he descended deeper into the shrouding shadows of the descending passage. Sam knew with every step he took that he was one step closer to the most challenging fight of his life. He was going up against another time traveler like himself. The man had already used his own personal knowledge of the future against him. The strategic trick Sam had used to get him to his current heights of power and contributed to so many of his own victories was now no longer an option on the table. He was facing off against someone with the exact same advantages as him. He had to give it everything he had against this opponent. Sam knew what he needed to do. He began spraying blood on the floor as he prepared for Phase 1 of his plan. Dante stood in the anchor site chamber, staring at the shadow of the open entrance. His opponent would be coming through that passageway any moment now. Dante checked his mana sense. His eyes widened with shock. What is this? The nearby passageway was suddenly filled with multiple mana entities. As soon as Dante picked up this new development in his mana sense, an onslaught of blood-soaked swordsmen barged into the anchor site chamber. A whole horde of blood-red warriors. How do I figure out which one is the real one? Dante squirmed. His opponent could easily drench himself in red and cloak himself amongst these clones, meaning every single one of them could be the real enemy. More and more blood clones swarmed into the room. The final battle between the two time travelers was just getting started. 99. Sam commanded his horde of blood clones to rush the anchor site chamber. He found himself with his silver dragon armor unequipped and drenched in blood as he moved forward. He hid himself between the throngs of blood clones bombarding the room. Between the crimson shoulders and heads of his minions, he caught sight of the silver-haired time traveler with purple eyes. Dante Silvaris. Sam had been waiting a long time to confront this man who had kidnapped his queen, who had threatened, despite knowing the absolute destruction and carnage it would cause, to repeat the last human war. He felt a surge of venomous anger pulse through his entire body. He wanted to strangle that man in front of him, end his life, slice off his head, slash his body into a million pieces. He wanted to do anything that resulted in the end of that scourge of a human known as Dante Silvaris. Sam took a deep breath and stayed focused amidst the chaos all around him. Multiple blood clones were rushing towards Dante head-on, while many of the others were quickly surrounding the man. This was Sam's moment. Frustratingly, it wasn't his moment for vengeance. No, he had bigger priorities, the first of which was rescuing Alice. He could deal with Dante once that goal was complete. Dante kept his heartbeat steady as blood-soaked enemies swarmed around him in every direction. Thanks to his body manipulator class, he could stay completely calm even in the heat of battle. Under different circumstances, mainly one where he had a different set of traveler classes, his heart would be racing, adrenaline surging through him. It would lead him to make mistakes, errors that might lead to his death. A crimson blood clone came right towards him with a sword raised. Dante swerved, dodging the clone's slash with ease. Then with a swipe of his hand, he cut the clone's head off cleanly. Two more clones came at Dante from two separate directions. One had a spear and the other had an axe. The spear clone thrusted its weapon forward, and Dante jumped, landing on the spear's shaft. He ran across it and drop-kicked the blood clone right in the face until the clone no longer had a face. The closest thing to a face now being a puddle of blood on the ground beneath Dante's feet. His attention then turned to the incoming axe wielder. Dante narrowed his eyes and triggered his telekinesis. He wrenched the axe free from the blood clone. The floating, airborne axe then swiftly slashed its former wielder, ending the clone's life for good. Under Dante's control, the floating axe went and had a frenzy, wreaking absolute carnage and destruction across the chamber. It sliced and diced more and more blood clones. The problem was, the clones kept coming and entering the room. For all Dante knew, his enemy hadn't even entered the chamber yet. A sly grin came on Dante's face as an idea began to form in his head. He triggered his mind control ability on one of the blood clones to absolutely no avail. It wasn't the same shielding as the Veilstone. Rather, it was just the emptiness of an automaton. So, they're hollow vessels, huh? That meant a couple of things. He stretched out his arms and triggered his telekinesis once more. His mind focused in and froze all the blood doppelgangers around him. These clones are just objects, and my mind can control objects easily. Dante grinned. The room suddenly went quiet as all the blood clones stopped moving. Dante scanned the room with his eyes. Everything was frozen. One of the blood clones had to be pretending. That was the second thing about the blood clones being empty vessels. It meant his mind probing should pick up the real one with ease. Dante triggered his mental scan. Before the man could decipher anything, the entire room exploded into blood flame. As the whole room erupted into crimson blood flame, Sam rushed forward from where he was hiding and sprinted towards Queen Alice. He crouched down and picked up Alice, who was lying unconscious on the floor. He wished he could hand her a Veilstone there and then, but for the stone to work, the recipient had to be conscious upon receiving it. Nevertheless, it felt so good to be this close to her again after all of this time apart. With Alice in his arms, he rushed back towards the exit of the chamber. More blood clones were flooding the room. Sam had kept some out of sight in case Dante figured out that he could mentally control them with his telekinesis. Right now, his clones and blood flame were serving one important purpose: distraction. Just as Sam was getting towards the exit of the chamber, Alice's eyes opened widely. "Allie!" The girl punched Sam right in the face. Alice scratched and scrambled and pushed herself out of Sam's arms. Her fists erupted into phoenix flames, and she destroyed Sam's remaining blood clones. The woman had a dead look in her eyes. This wasn't Alice. The queen walked over and stood beside Dante. "That's a good girl," he grinned. Sam felt himself fill with rage. He was talking to her like she was his pet. He hated seeing her like this, an unconscious slave to this evil man. "Face it," said Dante. "There's nothing you can do here." Sam rushed forward. Alice suddenly materialized a knife and put it up to her throat. Sam froze. "I can kill her right now, if I wanted to," said Dante. "So think very carefully about what you do next." 100. Silence lingered in the chamber as the last of the blood flame began to peter out. "But I'm not going to do that," said Dante. "What do you want from us?" said Sam. "What's your end goal here? More power? Destruction? If the goddess sent you back like me, why have you forsaken our mission?" Dante shook his head and laughed. "You are still living in such ignorance," he sighed. He turns to Alice. "Enter the portal." Without a second thought, Alice stepped into the glowing beam at the center of the room and disappeared. Sam watched on with horror. "If you want to know more," said Dante, "follow me." With that, Dante turned his back to Sam and entered the beam in front of him, disappearing and leaving Sam all alone. Sam stood, dumbfounded. He was alone in the basement chamber of the royal palace of Rialto. Dante and Alice had been standing right before him and had now disappeared. So the swirling beam was a portal, Sam thought, piecing what he was seeing together. He had thought it was a summoning beam of some sort. But then again, if the summoning beam had brought forth the Leviathan back in Serenia, was it not, in effect, a portal as well? It made a certain kind of sense, but Sam had just never considered jumping into one. He would have thought that doing so would obliterate him into a million pieces of dust, never to be seen again. Had Dante not been trying to summon a deadly creature at all, then? Questions swirled in Sam's mind, but there was only one thing he knew for certain. His queen had entered the portal. There was only one way to get her back. He quickly dipped his finger in blood and scrawled a message on the ground to his allies. Without another moment's hesitation, Sam ran forward and leapt into the surging beam of energy. Sam felt his entire body warp and shift upon hitting the energy beam. If this was indeed a portal to another realm, it was very different from the experience of entering a dungeon gate. A dungeon gate was near instantaneous, whereas Sam felt like he was moving through a much thicker layer of energy than he'd ever moved through to get to another realm. A few seconds later, Sam found himself in a strange, purple-skied realm surrounded by stars. He looked to his boots on the ground, if ground was even what you could call what he was standing on. Below his feet, the starry purple space continued onward. The realm he had entered looked to defy easy concepts like ground or surface, at least to a point. Sam lifted his foot and placed it back down. His foot firmly landed in the position it had been beforehand. There looked to be some kind of invisible surface area that was holding him up like normal ground in his world. Thinking about it too hard made Sam's brain hurt, and he had other things to focus on than the granular physics of this strange world he had leapt into. In the distance, he could make out two figures, Dante and Alice. He took a cautious step towards the two figures. He gave out a deep sigh of relief when his foot once again landed solidly on the invisible ground. His sense of caution lessened with every step he took. Sam eventually caught up with Dante and Alice. Part of Sam wanted to rush forward and stab Dante right in his back and end this horrible ordeal once and for all. Yet, images of Alice holding a knife to her throat kept him from acting too hastily. Dante currently had the upper hand in the fight. Sam would respect that until the man didn't. And then the man would feel all of Sam's wrath and fury. Sam was sure of it. Both Dante and Alice had his back turned to Sam. The two figures were staring out into the distance of the vast, starry realm. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" said Dante. "Where have you brought us?" Sam asked. "Oh, here?" said Dante, grinning. "This is void space, the dimension that exists between all realities." Sam didn't know how to respond to the silver-haired time traveler. He was speaking in terms he had never heard of before. As much as Sam wanted to kill this man, he also knew he would never get an opportunity like this ever again. To meet and speak with someone who knew what it was like to go back in time, to carry the burden of their previous timeline's tragic history. "Void space?" Sam asked. "Yes, void space," said Dante, turning around to look at Sam. "Don't you wonder why you were picked to go back in time? Don't you wonder about questions that even precede that, like, where did the dungeon gate system come from? Why did it come to our world? What are all these worlds inside of the dungeon gates?" Of course, Sam had pondered such questions before. He knew the answers to such philosophical mysteries would provide potentially great gains in power and understanding of the world they lived in. But on a day-to-day basis, accepting the practical realities of the dungeon gate system took precedence. "Do you see all those stars in the distance?" said Dante, pointing out in multiple directions. "Each one is a different reality with its own world, customs, histories, and lives. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a world where a certain set of wizards and scientists worked on breaching the planes of existence. It took them a long time, but they eventually succeeded. They entered another world and began draining that world of its resources. When that second world learned of the breach, the two different realities went to war with one another, upsetting the balance of multiple different planes of existence. The dungeon gate system was created by the collision of these two material realities going to war with one another. This came to be known as the system creation event." Sam found his mind racing as he listened to the time traveler in front of him. The mystery of the dungeon gate system's origins had troubled scholars of Westria ever since the system's arrival in their world. Such mysteries were expected to go beyond human comprehension, beyond the frontiers of knowability. It was like having the answers to what awaited everyone beyond this life and into the next. "How do you know all of this?" Sam asked, his heart quickening as he uttered the words. "Do you remember your final moments before the goddess sent you back in time?" Sam recalled being in a ditch, seconds away from death. "Of course," Sam answered. "What about it?" "In my last moments before death," said Dante, speaking softly, "I read the goddess's mind." 101. Sam stared at Dante aghast. His throat tightened, his brow furrowed, and his chest felt like it had caved inward. He took a half-step back, heart drumming a little louder in his ears as the full weight of Dante's words sank in. "But reading the goddess's mind would surely kill you," said Sam. The idea of telepathically entering the goddess's mind was both audacious and arrogant. The goddess wasn't a normal sentient being like another human. Trying to read the goddess's mind was like trying to stare into the sun. The sheer amount of knowledge and information the goddess contained would be so overwhelmingly immense, it would have the power to kill even the strongest of mental magic users. Sam struggled to imagine it. Thousands of years of history, multiple timelines, fragments of reality stitched together by thought alone, screaming their truths into one fragile mind. Most would melt under the strain. But Dante, he had thrown himself into the abyss willingly. And that's when it all clicked into place for Sam. "You read her mind just before you were killed," said Sam. "It was the perfect opportunity because you were about to die anyway." Dante grinned. "Exactly. I can't even say for sure whether I absorbed it all, or how much of it came back with me when I woke up 5 years in the past. I did, however, wake up with the knowledge of void space and the history of the system's origins." Sam considered the moment when he had first woken up 5 years in the past. He had been lost and confused. It had taken him a few moments to figure out how he was going to pursue changing history, how he was going to take on the goddess's mission. It sounded like Dante had a much different beginning in this new timeline. One of cynicism, doubt, conflict. "So, as you can see," said Dante, "I don't really care about the goddess's mission. This world can burn for all I care. I just care about leaving this world and getting home."
Getting back to where we came from. "We?" asked Sam.
"Yes, we," said Dante. "Why do you think I put all this effort to getting you and your precious beloved here into void space?" Sam made a quizzical expression on this face. "I'm not following." "It amazes me the gaps in your knowledge," said Dante condescendingly. "If I had been you, I would have been asking far more questions about the system, the goddess, and why we were chosen, rather than prioritizing saving this world that had already proven once already that it didn't have the strength to survive." A surge of anger boiled in Sam, but he kept it to himself. He wouldn't give Dante the pleasure of showing the man that he had the power to rile him up. Right now, his focus was just to keep Dante talking. The man was providing him with answers that, unless he got to meet the goddess in her full power, he would never get the answers to. So long as Dante kept talking, it also bought Sam time to think of a new plan to save Alice and defeat Dante here in void space. The arrival of the system proved to be a corruptive and destructive force on the two realities that had birthed it. Worse than that, the system was a deadly virus, a contagion moving from world to world. It moved slowly, sometimes over a millennium to get from one world to the next, but it always came, bringing in its wake strife and destruction. The end result was always the same. "The Demon King and the Black Gates?" Sam said. "Exactly," said Dante, smiling. "The Demon King is inevitable. This world is already lost. The only thing to do is to leave, which is what I plan to do." "And that involves kidnapping the Queen of Volsungar? Why?" "It's because of you. She matters, but only because of you." Dante grinned once more before continuing. Seeing the system's destructive power, a few descendants of those original wizards and scientists who had helped bring it about used their knowledge to cross from one world's destruction to the next. Such people, nomadic migratory people who survived over generation to generation, world to world, came to be known as interversals. Sam gasped. Interversals. That was the very term Toby and him had uncovered in the crypt of a lost king. The Carvesians had known about the interversals.
The Carvesians were on to the interversals, said Sam. More than that, said Dante. The interversals had been the founders of the ancient civilization of Carvesi. Using the arcane knowledge that had been passed down to them, they created a powerful civilization with goals of returning to their original world and restoring it to its former glory. Hence, why they built powerful magitech like the pendant technology that could summon the mighty Leviathan from another world. The very same tech that brought us here. Technology with the power to open up void space. Sam listened intently. The mysterious power of the Carvesians was beginning to make more sense now. They had been an ancient race that had brought with them knowledge from countless different worlds. Why isn't this more well known? Said Sam. A whole civilization of people from another world? People would know that. Dante shrugged. Our forefathers, the Carvesians, they ended up destroying themselves with the magitech they built. Or there was a dispute amongst the interversals. I'm not exactly sure. The long and short of it is, they wound up killing each other, or killing themselves. Or someone with equal amounts of power came and finished them off. The answers to that are unclear to me. What I do know is this. By the time the world came to an end in our first timeline, there were only a few remaining beings with the interversal gene within them. 2, to be exact.
Sam was beginning to piece together what Dante was saying. That's right, said Dante. There were 2 interversals remaining, the goddess's entrusted time travelers, me and you. 102. Sam looked at Dante with shock and horror. He wasn't an interversal. He was Sam. Just Sam. Sam the orphan. Sam who didn't matter to anyone. Sam who was left as a baby on the steps of the spectral church Grand Cathedral in Resfall. Sam who had been abandoned. Sam who no one loved. Sam whose existence didn't matter to anyone. At least, that was the Sam he always thought he had been. The Sam he had been before he met his friends, Toby and Clara. Before he met the other orphans. Before he made friends with all the other travelers in the guild. Before he met Alice. Before he fell in love. Sam shook his head. He had come to terms with his past, the pain of not knowing who his parents were, the pain of that absence, the agony of that constant, ever-present and nagging neglect that he carried everywhere he went, even if he didn't consciously always realize it. There was nothing more to it than that. He had just been another forgotten soul, a sad orphan like so many throughout all of Westria. Now he was to believe there was some other truth? The starry landscape of the strange purple realm of void space suddenly felt like it was spinning. Sam finally spat out a retort. I'm a what? I can't be. Oh, yes, you are, said Dante. And I can finally show you. Your 5 minutes are up. And with that, the entire void space realm melted away, and Sam felt the world beneath his feet fall away. The ground that wasn't ground was suddenly acting exactly like his mind thought it should. Sam's stomach lurched, his insides twisted, his vision blurred, and before he knew it, Sam was somewhere else. It was nighttime. It was raining, droplets splashing hard against a cobblestoned street. Sam looked around. I've been here, he thought. The scene was familiar in multiple ways. This was his hometown, the capital of Volsungar, Resfall. More than that, this wasn't just the city that he had grown up and spent the majority of his life in. This was a memory. A long-forgotten one. One he had only experienced when breaking through the second threshold and discovering a secret zone within his core. It was a memory that had always been cryptic and strange to Sam. One that he knew must hold some kind of meaning, but it was always lost to him. A puzzle piece without any surrounding pieces to slot it into. And now, Sam was back here, all thanks to Dante's mental manipulations. This isn't good, he thought to himself. He had known that his 5 minutes of Veilstone protection had been running low, but he had hoped the capacity of mental magic might be different in void space, and it had also been reinvigorated when Dante had taken over Alice more directly. It had been a conscious choice to learn more from Dante while risking his mental defenses. He hoped it hadn't been too much of a gamble. He did have a plan in place for just this very situation, though. Technically, he just needed to survive within the manipulations before the Veilstone reset, and he was protected from Dante's powers once more. So, he tried to stay calm and focused, even as he felt like he had become a puppet within his own mind at the hands of Dante's manipulations. Sam had seen this memory once before, but he could see that the version Dante had brought him to was different. He could see more, feel more, experience more. It was as if his brain had only ever been able to give him a small percentage of his memory, and now Dante was accessing a part of him he never had normal access to. Two figures appeared in the distance. They were cloaked. Sam rushed to get a good look of them. He still couldn't make out their faces, beyond one being a woman and the other being a man. He could also make out that their faces were more angular, with sharper ears, almost like elves, but not quite. That was new. The figures' faces had been pure shadow in his previous experience of this memory. More lost details began to emerge. The two figures were limping as they walked. Sam hadn't noticed that before in the previous version of the memory he had visited. One of them was bleeding. They both were. They were carrying heavy wounds. Someone had attacked them, tried to kill them. "Are you sure about this, Silas?" The man limped forward. "There's no other way," said the man between groans. "Given our current circumstances, it's all we can do. We're not going to survive the night as it stands. The boy is our only hope." "He won't know our customs," said the woman. "He won't know what to do when the time comes." "His presence here in this world will be enough," gasped the man. The memory suddenly froze, unnaturally. Dante appeared between the two figures. "Nice family reunion, huh?" said Dante. "Like mine, they were one of the few remaining descendants of the introversals in this world. It was because of who we are that allowed the goddess to send us back in time." Sam let out a deep breath. Everything he was seeing was so overwhelming. The people in front of him were his parents, the mom and dad that he never had. So close, yet so far away. In different circumstances, he would want to just stand there and look at them for hours on end. Part of him even wanted to do that right now, but he knew he couldn't. Even if it didn't feel like it at that precise moment, this was still the heat of battle. The lost opportunity in front of him made it all the more painful. "Don't you see now?" said Dante. "This world doesn't belong to us. The goddess sent us back here as a last-ditch effort because of our nature. But that doesn't mean we have to follow her lead. We can leave here. We can go to another world." "Well," Dante paused. "Actually, only one of us can leave here," he said. "To break through to another world, one must kill another interversal inside of void space. And seeing as it isn't going to be me dying, it looks like it's going to have to be you." 103. Sam clenched his fists as he listened to Dante Silveris. The man was now threatening to kill him in void space so that he could leave this world for another. A desperate urge to beat the living crap out of Dante surged through Sam, but he knew the odds weren't in his favor right now. He couldn't win a fight inside a memory where Dante had absolute control. And, beyond his desire to put Dante in his place, Sam still didn't fully understand the man's plan. It still wasn't adding up. "But if you wanted to kill me in void space, why involve Alice?" Dante smirked. "You see, void space resonates with the vibrations of every dimension it touches. These vibrations are typically weak, preventing anyone from simply breaking into other worlds. For my plan to work, I need to increase this resonance to such an extent that it creates a scar in the fabric of reality, tearing it open and momentarily allowing me to step into another realm." "That doesn't answer my question," said Sam. "Patience," said Dante. "I'm getting to where you fit into all of this, and then I'll explain why your precious Alice is here. As interversals, you and I are incredibly unique. It's because our very existence bridges multiple realities. Our souls are inherently unstable, bound to several dimensions at once, giving us unique properties that ordinary souls don't have. Killing an interversal in void space would cause the intense resonance I would need to break through to another realm. There's only one more thing I could do to increase the destructive resonance of an interversal's death in void space, and that was also killing someone the interversal loves. Sam clenched his fists. "And so, a plan was born," said Dante. "Of course, when I first arrived back in time, like you, I focused on getting stronger. I kept tabs on your whereabouts and all the ways you were changing this timeline. I even heard about the love spell ball that you two attended together, and soon everything began to fall into place." "You kidnapped Alice to bait me here," said Sam. "Of course," said Dante. "I might have been able to overpower you back in the elven capital of Sylvanstride, but that wasn't a risk I was willing to take. Better to have you come here on your own accord. Plus, Alice was a crucial ingredient to all of this." Sam shook his head. He was getting more and more angry listening to this psychopath talk about his master plan to him. "Why tell me all of this?" asked Sam. "Why not just kill me and get it over with?" Dante shrugged. "What do I have to fear about speaking for a few minutes? I already have you trapped here within your mind. Besides, I don't know what realm I might end up in after all of this. There might not be anyone to talk to for a while." That was it. Sam had had enough. He was done listening to this psychopath. "You mean, you don't have a destination in mind for the next world?" "I mean, how could I?" Dante said, beginning to ramble on. Let him talk, Sam thought. I'm no longer listening. Sam would keep the man preoccupied while he figured out a way to break out of Dante's spatial memory manipulation he had Sam trapped in. Most reality-altering abilities normally had an area of effect. Just being aware of that fact was the biggest counter against them. And so, Sam turned away from Dante and began to rush forward into the rainy Resfall night. He counted his heartbeats with every step. His boots splashed in the storm-soaked puddles that lingered in the streets of his mind. Sam kept reminding himself of that with every step he took. This wasn't Resfall. This was a memory. This was a concoction, a controlled environment, a puppet show. Sam could see the western gate of Resfall in the distance. The landscape beyond the gate was shrouded in shadow, but it didn't look like the real landscape just beyond the western walls. He could see Dante's falsified reality falling apart the further he ran. "I refuse to be trapped in here," Sam yelled as he reached the gate and jumped forward. It was like leaping through a window, shattering the glass and flying forward. In less than a second, Sam was back on the surface of void space. The stars of the purple realm flickered all around him. Standing before him was Dante and Alice, grinning. "Okay, lovebirds," said Dante. "Time to fight." Alice rushed towards Sam. "So that's how it's going to be, you scumbag," Sam spat, rushing towards Alice. As much as he hated the idea of hitting Alice, this was actually great news. The turned focus to Alice meant Dante's mental probes weren't pushing against him, and so his Veilstone's protection would renew once more. Alice's fist began to ignite with phoenix fire as she went for a punch at Sam's face. Sam dodged the attack. "Sorry about this, Alice," said Sam, "but it's for your own good." He punched Alice in the stomach, sending her hurtling backwards. He rushed forward. Before Alice could get back up on her feet, Sam grabbed her hand and placed something in her palm. He then held her fingers shut around it. He had given her a red Veilstone. Sam watched as clarity returned to Alice's eyes. "Sam," she gasped. "It's okay," said Sam. "I'm here now." "What is this?" yelled Dante. He was clearly barking internal commands to Alice that she was no longer following thanks to the Veilstone. This was good news for both Alice and Sam. This new attention on Alice rejigged Sam's Veilstone, giving him a 5-minute reset of safety against Dante's telepathy again. Her eyes rolled in the back of her eyes. She had been under Dante's control for so long, her body was collapsing at the sheer weight of her consciousness returning to her. That was fine. It would give him a chance to focus on Dante himself. Sam turned towards Dante. "Enough talk," said Sam. "If you want to kill me in void space, come and bring it." 104. Sam stretched out his arm, palm opened wide. His fingers curled around the hilt of his shadow blade as it flickered into existence. The glowing purple runes of the sword glowed out amongst the starry, void space realm. He rushed forward to take Dante head-on. Anger mixed with focus propelled Sam forward. Every push of his feet off the ground, Sam imagined his boot wedged into the face of his enemy. Dante had threatened the peace of Westria, had kidnapped his queen, and defied the opportunity the goddess had given them. He had shirked his responsibility for others in pursuit of his own selfish aims. Sam wouldn't stand for it. It was time to end this. As Sam got into vicinity, he triggered Pain Ring, a bright red circle shooting out from his chest and taking over the vicinity. A few seconds later, Sam got in cutting range of Dante. He slashed his sword, only for the mental magic user to quickly duck and slide around the attack. Sam threw out his elbow to block any incoming fist counterattack from Dante, only to find himself nudging empty air. Clocking over his shoulder, he could see Dante rushing towards Alice, who was lying on the ground. "Still up to cheap tricks," Sam grimaced. Sam quickly sprayed blood on the floor and triggered Blood Manipulation Level 2. Heads of crimson clones popped out of the puddles of blood and began rushing towards Dante. Sam continued to spray blood and create more clones until he had one swarm of clones rushing towards Dante, while another set of doppelgangers got to Alice and surrounded her. With Alice protected, Sam rushed forward towards Dante. Dante was locked in a battle with 5 blood clones. The silver-haired fighter was making quick work of the blood clones. The man punched a clone, exploding its head. He followed that up with a kick that blasted a hole through the doppelganger's stomach. The man might make quick work of his weaker blood clones, but Sam wanted to see how he would deal with the real thing. With the Veilstone protecting him and Alice, Dante's mental magic class was neutered completely. He couldn't even use telekinesis, as there weren't enough objects to bend to his will here in void space. That meant he would have to rely purely on his body manipulator class. Dante sliced off the neck of one of the blood clones, finishing off the squad Sam had sent after the man. Just in time for Sam to come hurtling down through the air with his sword raised, ready to slice it through the man's forehead. The Opalian fighter twisted his feet and dodged the attack. Sam triggered Blood Surge Frenzy. A huge rush of pain shot through Sam, causing him to scream in agony and rage. Unlike when he had been training with the skill, he was filled with so much adrenaline and fury that it carried him quickly past the pain of the skill and right back into the fight. Sam slashed his sword with focused intensity and anger at Dante. As he fought, his whole body became coated with flaming blood mana, thanks to Blood Surge Frenzy. The added coating of blood mana, plus the sheer abundant hit of pain inside of the pain ring, meant that Sam's power levels were skyrocketing. It wouldn't be too long now before his blade would be cutting through Dante's flesh with utter ease. Dante and Sam were locked in a dance of blade thrusts, dodges, kicks, and fist attacks, with the starry purple realm of void space as a backdrop. They spun around one another, feet skimming over the void's crystalline surface. Sam ducked beneath a spinning back fist and retaliated with an upward slash. Dante blocked it with a hardened forearm, then countered with a roundhouse kick that Sam narrowly dodged. Sam triggered Blood Vision. Everything snapped into crimson clarity. Dante's face blurred into a mask of shifting arteries, glimmering capillaries, and luminous mana channels. Beneath his ribs, an intersection flickered weak and vulnerable. Sam honed in. One step, a pivot, and his blade headed toward the spot. The steel struck flesh with a wet crunch. Dante howled and staggered, clutching his side where blood now poured freely from a ruptured point Sam had seen with terrifying precision. Dante stumbled backwards, shocked by the sudden influx of pain. The man wasn't used to it. He hadn't had to fight this up close and personal in a very long time. It was beginning to show. Sam recognized that this was an important moment, the moment when everything shifted. The battle was turning in his favor. He had Dante on the back step, weakened, fragile. Sam took another step forward and slashed his blade. Dante dodged it with ease, exactly what he wanted. A nearby blood clone delivered a powerful blow to Dante's other side rib. "Ah!" Dante screamed with agony from the shocking attack. Sam went for another slash when it clanged against something. A sharpened bone had emerged from Dante's back. He was finally bringing out the powers of the Body Manipulator class's Journeyman tier ability, Advanced Body Manipulation. With a grotesque, grinding sound, another long, jagged bone curled outward from Dante's shoulder blade, pale and glistening like ivory freshly ripped from a carcass. Sam pulled his sword free from the other bone attack to block the new incoming strike. And within a second, the battle had shifted once again. Sam leapt back to reassess Dante's new attacks and powers. Dante grinned. Then, the man's body began to do something strange. Dante's spine arched unnaturally, and a horrible grinding sound echoed through void space as his flesh stretched and snapped like sinew over hot wire. A second figure began to peel out of him, first a shoulder, then a head with identical purple eyes, then limbs unfurling like blooming petals made of meat and bone. The split completed with a sudden snap, and two Dantes stood facing Sam now, perfectly mirrored in smirk and stance. It was the Body Manipulator class's Adept tier ability, Split Form. Sam would now have to take on two Dantes. 3 minutes remained until Dante could take Sam's mind over once more. 105. Two sets of purple eyes stared back at Sam. Two annoying, smug smirks as well. Two Dantes, twice the trouble. Puddles of blood lay all around them. There was the lingering remains of blood Sam had sprayed on the ground, plus the leakage left behind by his own clones. Not to mention the blood splatter from Dante unleashing bone pincers from his back. Sam grinned back at Dante. He would meet the man's increase of numbers with an increase of his own. Heads began to form in the puddles of blood. The heads rose from the crimson splashes until 4 new blood clones had been created. With the help of his blood clones, he would finish Dante off. Sam rushed forward. Sam knew that the Body Manipulator's Adept tier ability, Split Form, had an alpha and a beta clone. The current Dante with the bone pincers jutting out of his back was the original Dante, the alpha Dante. The one without the bones was the beta Dante, the weaker of the two. He sent his clones after the beta Dante. He'd stay focused on the original one. Sam rushed forward to attack Dante. The black-haired swordsman disappeared just as he was about to slash his blade into the man's bone pincer. He reappeared, all thanks to blood teleport, behind Dante, going for a stab to the man's spine. The silver-haired fighter ducked and leapt at the same time, swirling away from Sam's potentially devastating attack. Sam kept the pressure up. He drew upon more blood on the ground to create a swirling blood flame ball in his palm that he whipped at the original Dante. Next, Sam teleported exactly where he expected the projectile to force Dante to dodge. Sam reappeared and prepared to deal the death blow, only to get blocked by a bone pincer from his left. Annoyingly, the beta Dante had finished off his blood clones, and now it was back to a 2-on-1 fight. Worse, Sam only had 2 more minutes before the Veilstone protection wore off again. He was running out of time. He needed to unleash his trump card. It was time to take advantage of his new Path of the Goddess ability. It was the only way to win. Dante and his split form circled the black-haired swordsman. They had the young man surrounded. "Just face it, kid," snickered Dante. "There's no escape here." The time traveler sent a mental command to his clone, and within seconds, 2 bone pincers were bursting out from the clone's back. Good, Dante thought. Now the kid can't tell us apart. Dante then rushed forward and took the boy head-on. The young man continued to flicker across the battlefield, teleporting from one puddle of blood to the next. Dante had enough battle prowess to anticipate where the fighter was heading to, but still it was proving annoying. And his instincts weren't always right either. He had a solution to that, and it came in the form of one of his invented abilities. Advanced body manipulation allowed for so much room for creativity. Suddenly, across both of Dante's forms, little purple eyeballs began to form on his skin, blinking, looking, watching. There was no way for him to miss where the swordsman was teleporting to now. Dante and his two forms began circling the swordsman with a special strategy. Alpha Dante handled the inner circle, moving clockwise around the swordsman, while Beta Dante, moving counterclockwise, created an outer circle, encompassing all the splashes of blood. They were slowly creating a tight bind around the swordsman. They were raising the pressure. Even better, they didn't have to fight to kill or win right now. They just needed to run out the clock of the Veilstone's protection. Once it was finished, Dante would just put Sam into a vulnerable position where the mental mage would be able to easily finish him off. Dante grinned. It would all be over soon. At that very moment, the swordsman shot out his hurting hook ability. The hook stabbed Beta Dante right in the chest. Beta Dante responded by ripping out his flesh with the hook and throwing it on the ground. Advanced body manipulation meant he could grow back the flesh easily and quickly. Nice try, Dante thought. There was no escape for the swordsman. Dante knew everything about him, including all of his skills and abilities. Dante had a counter for them all. The swordsman triggered his hurting hook again, except this time, something was different. The chain blazed red-hot, not just with blood, but with blood flame, flickering like a living inferno. He wasn't just summoning the hook, he was wielding it. With a sharp flick, the burning chain lashed through the air in a sweeping arc, carving deep lines of glowing red across the battlefield. Dante flinched. This wasn't an ability Sam had used before. Then it got worse. A portal snapped open in midair, a swirling vortex of blood and fire, ringed with crackling veins of dark energy. And then another, and another. Sam whipped the hook through the first portal. It vanished. It reappeared out of the second, and drove straight through Beta Dante's back like a viper lunging from the shadows, slicing clean through his spine and ribcage before dragging upward in a spiral of searing agony. The clone screamed as his body unraveled, torn to ash by the blazing chain. Dante blinked. What is this? The portals, the flame, the hook. He was combining them, fusing his abilities. This wasn't just blood flame. This was something new, something terrifying. Sam sprinted around Dante in a wide arc, spraying blood in a perfect circle. The droplets didn't just fall. They hovered, suspended mid-air like ritual sigils, glowing with power. Then the blood rippled. Sharp crimson spikes erupted from the liquid. Chains of flame-laced blood surged upward, weaving and lashing together. They weren't just chains. They were fangs. A snare. A weapon forged from all of Sam's pain and fury. 1,000 blood chains. The attack struck all at once. Chains erupted from every direction, slicing through Dante's limbs, his torso, his spine. They wrapped and stabbed and twisted, pulling him tight in the center of the blood circle, held fast in a burning crucible of agony. Dante tried to move, tried to think. 10 seconds. That was all he needed to get his mental grip over his enemy once more. Just 10. Sam teleported, straight in front of him. No expression, no words, just a surge of raw, blazing energy. The sword raised high, and with a single fluid strike, Sam severed the time traveler's head from his shoulders. 106. Sam's chest rose and fell in ragged bursts, his lungs burning with exertion. Every breath felt like a gulp of flame in the cool, echoing stillness of void space. Sweat dripped down his temples, mixing with blood along his jaw. He stood surrounded by the floating fragments of his final attack, wisps of blood mana and flickers of red light still drifting in the starry realm like dying embers. His arms hung heavy at his sides, and yet they trembled not with exhaustion, but from the fading tension of victory. Dante's headless body swayed for a split second, as if reluctant to fall, then dropped with a dull, fleshy thud. Blood gushed like a severed fountain, staining the cracked violet floor of void space in a pool of violent crimson. Sam stared down at the lifeless form, half expecting Dante to twitch or rise again. But the body remained still, headless, defeated, unmoving at last. "It's finally over," Sam thought to himself as he caught his breath. All of that training, all of that traveling, it had all built up to this fight with Dante, and now it was over. Sam had just defeated the single most challenging enemy he had come to face in his entire journey through this second timeline. It had all come down to what he had unlocked from his path of the goddess in his final training before arriving in Rialto. What he had discovered when testing his abilities with blood vision and then pushing his blood surge frenzy to the brink by manipulating the blood mana around him within the time ring was that his path of goddess wasn't a time-based path like he had originally considered. He had conceived of the path in too narrow a scope, and so it manifested that way in his profile. Once he had proven that he could manipulate blood mana within the time ring, and he had that meeting with the goddess, he began to see and conceive of the sheer breadth of his path. The path of goddess wasn't manipulating time, it was manipulating Earwyn. The elven word for essence. The implications were immense. Sam didn't entirely know the sheer magnitude or promise of where the ability to manipulate essence would take his power and progression. For one, it gave Sam the power to fuse and combine his abilities into new ones. As soon as he had unlocked the new power, he had made the conscious choice to hold back from experimenting. When going up against a mental magic user, the less knowledge and understanding Sam possessed could actually work as an edge against his enemy. Dante would not be able to predict the abilities Sam might attack him with if Sam didn't even know them until mid-battle. There was so much more to learn and discover, but all of his training so far had paid off here in this battle against Dante. Sam turned his attention to Alice, lying unconscious on the ground. They needed to get out of here. With Dante defeated, the link between void space and their world would be closing any minute now. Prince Matteo hurried up the halls of the royal palace. He had left his companions behind to focus on a new priority. He had to make sure his grandma was okay. He rushed through the corridors, the same hallways that he had run away from months ago. He was back. He hoped things hadn't changed too much, that the damage Dante Silvaris had wreaked upon his kingdom could be undone. He turned a corner and arrived at the door of his grandma's bedchambers. He swung the door open. Sitting on the bed was an older woman. She looked up at Matteo. She didn't have to say anything. Matteo could tell straight away that his grandma was looking at him with clarity. She was herself again. "Grandma!" Matteo rushed forward and hugged his grandmother tightly. Tears of happiness and relief burst from his eyes. Edgar stood with his companions, staring at the swirling beam of energy shooting out from the anchor site in the royal palace. His heart raced. There was nothing they could do but wait. Waiting was always the hardest thing to do, especially for a traveler. It was painful to give up control, agonizing to concede to the uncertainty of life and battle. "Come on, Sam," he thought. "You can do this." All of them were watching with bated breath. The looks of concern painted across all their faces. Toby, Clara, and even Raina Duskrider. Suddenly, Clara lifted her finger, pointing at the swirling beam. "Look!" The citizens of Rialto had gathered in the streets. Each and every one of them was clutching a red veilstone. They were protected. They were saved from the mental scourge that had taken over their entire city. They stood together and watched the swirling beam of power shoot out into the sky. The beam began to flicker and then disappeared, leaving a clear, starry night sky behind. A collective gasp shot through the entire crowd, followed by cheers and whoops. Their city had been saved. Alice's vision was blurry. She felt strange, like she'd been asleep for a very long time. At first, she thought she was floating. Then she realized she was in someone's arms, her head resting in the chest of someone. She was being carried somewhere. She looked up and saw a familiar face. Black hair,
red eyes, a handsome face. The young man's expression was full of relief and pain and something deeper, an unspoken vow etched in the way his brow furrowed when he looked down at her. She reached a hand weakly toward his jaw, just to be sure he was real. "Sam," said Alice, looking up at him in awe. "It's okay," said Sam softly. "You're safe now. I won't ever let something like this happen ever again." All across the desert capital, people cheered and clapped, hugged and cried. Queen Alice Grace was saved. Dante Silvaris, the evil traveler, had been defeated. The last human war had been stopped before it even truly had a chance to begin.
107. In the days following the Great Battle of Rialto, all the citizens of the desert capital came together to repair the damage that had been inflicted across the city. Rialto no longer pulsed with the quiet dread it had held for weeks. Instead, a calm industriousness had returned. Streets, once haunted by fear and silence, now rang with voices and hammers. Vendors returned to their stalls beneath sun-bleached awnings, laying out baskets of pomegranates, glistening dates, and golden figs. Children ran barefoot through the alleyways, their laughter echoing down cobblestone lanes as shopkeepers swept their thresholds clear of dust and rubble. A pair of masons hoisted stones back into place along a fractured wall, grunting with effort but smiling through the sweat. Even the stray dogs slinking through the marketplace seemed more at ease. Across the city, a happy demeanor could be witnessed. It was a kind of joy that did not erupt in wild celebration, but bloomed quietly in posture, in glances, in shared words of thanks. A cautious optimism returned to the people of the city. A woman in a sapphire shawl handed a jar of honey to her neighbor without a word, simply smiling. A baker gave out warm flatbreads from his oven to passers-by. Laughter returned in whispers, behind fabric stalls, beside water fountains, at the gates of the Opalian Travelers' Guild. The tension that had weighed on every shoulder was gone. What replaced it wasn't jubilation, it was peace. A weight had been lifted, one they hadn't even realized had been there. The absence of Dante's influence was like a thick fog evaporating from the city's soul. People stood straighter, breathed deeper, smiled without knowing why. An old man selling spices at a street corner wept softly as he ground saffron into powder. "It's strange," he told a curious child. "I feel like I can hear my own thoughts again." Conversations that once felt watched now flowed freely. For many, it was only now that the mental magic was truly gone, that they realized just how deeply it had taken root in their minds. And one thought was shared across so many of the people across the city, that they had the powerful travelers from Volsungar, Opali's rival nation for centuries, to thank. They had been wrong about them. The Opalian citizens felt forever indebted and grateful to their assistance in rescuing them from the clutches of evil. Once scorched and shattered by magic, the royal palace now stood like a wound being stitched, scarred but healing. Scaffolding traced its towers, and banners newly embroidered with the royal crest fluttered in the desert wind. Artisans in flowing linen worked diligently along the outer walls, replacing shattered tiles with fresh terracotta. Inside the grand halls, marble fragments were swept aside and carefully catalogued. A team of engineers reconstructed the damaged pillars of the anchor site chamber, while scribes restored ancient tapestries that had been torn in the chaos. The Queen's personal chambers, once dark and sealed, were now full of light, open windows letting in the warm scent of the olive trees from the garden below. Queen Isidora Cortalis stared out into the sunny day, admiring the resilience of her people, and how much work they were all doing to help recover from the scourge that had overtaken their city for so long. The Queen knew, though, that some damage was harder to heal. She could feel it herself. The invisible wounds, the lost memories, the gaps in her knowledge. Her whole kingdom had been hijacked by a ruthless telepathic maniac, and it had all happened beneath her watch, without her even knowing it. How can the people ever forgive me? The older woman thought to herself. How can I ever forgive myself? Aren't you going to sit down, grandmother? Isadora turned away from the window and smiled at her grandson. He had proven himself to be so strong, so capable over the last few months. Prince Matteo poured her a cup of tea and she sat down beside him. Smiling at her impressive grandson, Isadora wondered about how she could set a good example for him, how to show him how to be a good leader. Being a leader wasn't just about avoiding losses to one's kingdom and people, but also learning how to live with such losses, learning how to move forward. A smile crept across Isadora's lips as an idea came to her. Queen Alice sat by her window, lost in thought. The Opalian queen had granted room and board to Alice and all of her allies who had come to rescue her. She had spent most of the days since recovering her consciousness in bed, alone. Everyone had tried to visit her, to catch her up on everything she had missed, but she wasn't quite feeling herself, which was an odd and disconcerting thing to feel, when even she would have assumed that recovering from the mental hold of an evil telepath would make you feel more yourself. She just couldn't get over the fact that she had missed an entire year of her life. She had been kidnapped in Sylvanstride last June, and it was about to be that same month once again. She had missed a whole year of holidays, Hallows Haunting, Hearthmas, Love Spells Day. She had missed a whole year of experiences with her friends. One of the last things she could truly remember was agreeing to go on a date with Sam. They had promised that when they returned to Resfall from the Glittering Forest, they would arrange a time for a romantic evening. She could still remember the flutter in her chest at the idea. She still felt that flutter, and yet, that was a memory of a feeling from a year ago. What must it be like for Sam? Had he forgotten about that date after all this time? And what about Resfall? What about the people she had sworn to protect? Feelings of anger and shame and resentment swirled inside of her. She didn't know what to do with it all, except lie in bed. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Alice perched up. "Who is it?" "It is a servant of Queen Isadora," said a voice from behind the door. "The Queen wishes to speak with you." 108. Alice lifted her head off the bed. She didn't know what to say to the servant behind the door. While it had been difficult to shoo off her friends who had wanted to see her, saying no to the Queen of Opali was more complicated. Alice was struggling to interpret this invitation to speak with the Opalian Queen. Was this an official diplomatic request? Would saying no have huge consequences? Wasn't made aware of this meeting beforehand," said Alice. She was hoping a bit of pushback would have the servant drop the matter entirely. "The Queen insists," said the servant. "Says it's urgent." Alice sighed. There was no fighting it. While she may have failed at being queen for the last year, she was going to have to resume her position eventually. She couldn't simply lie here being depressed forever, now could she? Part of her desperately wanted to do exactly that, but something deep inside her forced her to get out of bed. She quickly combed her hair and put something simple on, and then opened the door to greet the servant. "Right this way," said the servant. Alice followed the servant through the hall she was staying in. They went up some stairs, passing by builders and repairmen working on fixing all the broken issues with the palace that had stemmed from the massive beam of energy Dante had called forth in their battle a few days earlier. They eventually arrived in front of the Queen's royal bedchambers. Alice blushed at the sight of where the servant had led her. This was the height of informality. Said Alice. "Are you sure you brought me to the right place?" "Yes, Your Highness," said the servant. "The Queen's room is where she enjoys drinking tea the most. Please." With that, the servant opened the door to a beautifully lit room with sun shining in on it. Queen Isadora Cortalis, an elderly woman with beautiful eyes and a kind face, stood up from her seat to greet Alice. The older woman offered a welcoming and warm smile. It reminded Alice of her handmaiden, Mildred Cross. Alice stepped forth into the chamber. She immediately saw that Prince Matteo was also there. The young man stood up and smiled at her as well. Queen Isadora gestured to her servant, who then promptly closed the door behind him. Now, with the privacy of the door closed, Alice and Isadora stared across the room at one another. They were the two most politically powerful people in all of Westria. the two monarchs that oversaw the strongest and richest human nations in the world. "I've heard you've been refusing to leave your room," said Isadora. "Well, to be candid, I've not been feeling too great," said Alice. Said Isadora. "It's not nice to wake up to the feeling of having been out of your body and mind for so long." "No," said Alice. "I can relate, my girl," said Isadora. "I too have been struggling. Interesting, isn't it, that the two of us, the two leaders of rival nations, were both put in the same horrible position. We have much to discuss. Please sit down." Alice walked over to a nearby pillowed seat. Isadora sat down and pulled her seat close to Alice. Alice blushed. She wasn't expecting the Opalian queen to be so informal and intimate with her. She gave a nervous glance to Prince Matteo sitting nearby. "Don't mind Matteo," said Isadora. "He's just here to observe. King training, you see." The older woman reached out and touched Alice's hands. Alice flinched. It was the first time anyone had touched her since she'd been saved from capture. "You have your father's eyes, you know that," said Isadora. Alice perked up at that. No one had discussed her father with her in a long time. It felt like so long ago that he had passed away, that the kingdom had been left in her charge at such a young age. "He would be proud of you, you know that," said Isadora, holding Alice's hands gently. "It's funny you'd say that," said Alice. "I remember him telling me about you, that you were an irritating old witch." Queen Isadora smiled widely at that, before laughing. "Oh, your father and I had our spats, that was for sure," she laughed. "And to have him insult me via his daughter from beyond the grave is just the kind of petty last slap I'd expect from a man like him." Alice wasn't sure whether to be insulted or not. There was part of her that was enjoying talking about her father with someone who knew him. "But let's put squabbles between two old monarchs, one dead and one nearly dead, to rest. I've heard a lot about your great deeds," said Isadora. "You fought in the great battle of Sylvenstride amongst your finest travelers. You've trained in the art of new magic. You've increased your kingdom's strength and happiness." "I feel like you're buttering me up," said Alice. "No one offers this many compliments without asking for something." "I'm sorry, my dear," said Isadora. "I'm merely trying to warm myself up, for I don't know how to even begin the level of apology that you deserve from me." Alice was once again surprised by the woman's boldness. A quick glance to Matteo and Alice could see he too was caught off guard. "Horrible things were done to you under the banner of my kingdom's name," said Isadora. "Things that should never be forgiven." Alice felt a surge of all the anger she had been feeling since recovering her consciousness. A sense of rage, resentment, and fury that she would direct at anyone who gave her a chance. It looked as if this old woman in front of her was giving her that very opportunity. "I can see it in your eyes," said Isadora. "The anger. I know it's there, because I feel it too. It's not a good feeling to have one's agency removed. It makes you want to squirm, kick, scream, and break things. But listen, Your Highness, if you succumb to all of those feelings, can you really say you've gained control of yourself? Or are you still the puppet of others?" Alice felt the anger in her chest soften somewhat. It was still there, but she could make out the wisdom in Isadora's words. "So, what does regaining control look like then?" Alice finally replied. "Evil forces tried to bring about our destruction," said Isadora. "So we must consider how to do the opposite, to create, to build, to foster peace and harmony." Alice raised her eyebrow. "Bold statement coming from the queen of the nation that has been my country's rival for as long as history can remember. I'm sure your father would be rolling in his grave right now. Same with all of my ancestors. Same with a past version of myself. But you know what I say to all of them? Screw 'em." "Grandmother," said Matteo, finally interjecting. "That's the only way I know how to respond," said Isadora, crossing her arms. "Your people saved my people. I have you, who I thought were my enemies, to thank. I don't want to be in competition with you any longer. It doesn't do any of us any good anymore. Will you forgive Opali, Queen Alice Grace?" Will you accept this as not just an apology, but an offer of an alliance?" Alice couldn't believe what was happening. Only 10 minutes earlier she had been wallowing in bed alone, and now she might be doing the single most important diplomatic work of her entire reign as queen. "Well?" The old woman smiled. "What do you think?" After Alice left, Prince Matteo turned to Queen Isadora. "Grandmother, what in all of Westria was that?" Queen Isadora turned to her grandson. "It's a lesson you should never forget, Matteo. Behind all of the pageantry, the crests, the coats of arms, the palaces, the titles, the crowns, and everything else is one simple thing. People. Living, breathing people. People who feel anger, anguish, shame, love, happiness, and sorrow. If you let your guard down and show that part of yourself to them, the more likely they're to open back to you, and then real trust can begin, even between the most unlikely of people, or even between nations who once despised one another." Matteo listened to his grandmother closely. It was truly remarkable. For the first time in Westrian history, the two rival human kingdoms were coming together in an alliance. Volsungar and Opali were no longer enemies. They were becoming friends. 109. Edgar Redfield had just returned from the Opalian Guild Hall, where he and Lucius Maro had spoken for a long time. It was interesting to see how a foreign travelers' guild operated, fascinating to witness both the similarities and the differences. He had a lot to relay to Sam and the others, but he wasn't sure when he would tell them what he had learned in his meeting with the foreign guildmaster. He planned on taking a quick rest from the heat in his bedchambers before heading back out into the city proper again. He wanted to see if the postal service had received any letters from Mildred again. He was surprised to hear after all the fighting that Mildred hadn't already sent a letter to greet him upon his arrival. But then he figured she probably didn't want to tip off the Opalians while they had still been journeying to Rialto. Edgar wiped sweat from his brow, and he climbed up the palace stairwell towards the floor where him and his companions had been granted sleeping chambers. When the guildmaster reached the top of the stairs, he was greeted by a surprising sight. Queen Alice Grace was out in the hall, walking towards her bedchamber. For the last few days, Alice had been spending a lot of time alone in her bedroom, refusing to see anyone. "Your Highness," said Edgar, "what are you doing out of your room?" Alice was at a loss for words. "I actually have some big news to share with you." That evening, Sam and his companions gathered in a special guest pavilion for dinner. The guest pavilion was a gorgeous courtyard garden designed for private dinners for a visiting entourage of guests. It was a royal gesture of respect for the visiting foreign power, in this case, Volsungar's, need for privacy and time to converse amongst themselves. The servants had left out a buffet of delicious food for them to help themselves. There were bowls filled with spiced chickpea fritters, flatbreads, date-stuffed pastries, slow-roasted lamb, stuffed peppers, grilled fish, olives, and salads. For beverages, there were bottles of sweet date wine, carafes of rose orange juice, and a large jug of cool water perfumed with citrus and mint. Everything the group would want for dinner had been laid out prior to the dinner, so servants wouldn't be coming in and out. It was all the items one could want for a delicious meal, including a thankful absence of potential spies. Sam filled his plate and sat down beside Toby and Clara. Everyone was there, including Captain Mordecai and Reyna Duskrider. Everyone was there, except for one person. Their chair had been absent the last few nights. Queen Alice was staying in her room and refusing to leave. Sam desperately wanted to see the Queen, to comfort her, to hug her, to just speak with her. He had been looking forward to such moments for so long, and yet he also had to respect that Alice was going through something. As tough as the last year had been for him and his friends, it had been even tougher for her. Locked in a dark coffin, kept asleep for so long. How did one awake from such a nightmare and return to acting normally? What even was normal after experiencing something like that? "So I saw Alice out of her bedroom today," said Edgar as he sat down. Sam immediately perked up at this. His shoulders straightened, his neck instantly turning to look right at Edgar with rapt attention. Pretty much everyone in the courtyard dining area responded the same way as him. "Don't worry, Edgar," said a familiar voice. "I can tell them." Sam turned his neck with rapid speed towards the voice and instantly smiled to see Alice. She walked into the courtyard and took a seat right beside Sam. Sam felt his heart begin to beat fast in his chest, his sense of excitement and euphoria rising. Being this close to Alice after the year they had spent apart felt so good, so right, so easy, so natural. "I spoke with Queen Isadora Cortalis today," said Alice. "Volsungar and Opali are formally going to be entering an alliance, the first time in history." A few eyebrows were raised in surprise, but for the most part everyone was pleased to hear the news. None of them around the table had grown up in circumstances or an era where hatred of Opalians had been fanned. In earlier eras of Volsungarian history, kings and queens would use the common enemy to unite the citizens of the nation. This wasn't seen as necessary, though, in the years Sam and his companions had grown up in. Redfield or Mordecai might have experienced some of that growing up when they did, but they seemed to have shaken those beliefs over time, if they had ever held them. Sam was pleased to hear this new information. An alliance between Volsungar and Opali was exactly what he was hoping to happen as a result of averting the last human war. Sam could see that everything was beginning to come into place. He'd stopped all the major crises before the arrival of the Demon King and the Black Gates. The true final army could begin to form. It would take anywhere from 3 to 6 months for all the different members of the army to be gathered. Then another 3 months to train, and another 3 months to travel to the lost Isle of Etnu, where the Demon King would mount his assault on Westria. They would need to start uniting now. There was one niggling issue, though. The assault on Selvara would be happening in the next few months. The final army might not be ready in time. Sam would definitely need to speak with Alice and Edgar about this. And then, they would have to go to Queen Isadora and Prince Matteo as well. Lots to do, Sam thought. As always, "What are you thinking about?" asked Alice. And in 110. The sandstone walls still held the sun's warmth, even though night had fallen. Toby walked beside Clara through the colonnade, their hands brushing as soft torchlight flickered across their path. Somewhere deeper in the palace, a fountain trickled, and the scent of sandalwood still clung to his clothes from the guest pavilion's incense. A desert breeze sighed through the archways, rustling silk curtains and stirring the palm leaves in their massive clay planters. "I think we chose the right moment to leave," said Clara, looking over her shoulder to make sure they were out of earshot from the rest of their companions. Once privacy was confirmed, she let out a laugh. "I don't think I could take another minute of listening to Mordecai and the Guildmaster argue over which volume of the Buxom Babes of Westria is the most superior." Toby laughed. "Completely agree. I was getting sleepy. And everyone knows volume 37 is the best." "What?" Toby blushed. "Never mind." They brushed shoulders as they walked, eventually arriving back at their shared bedchamber. Once inside the room, they debriefed the evening they just experienced. Interesting observations they made of their friends and companions. "Reyna and Captain Mordecai were sitting quite close," said Toby. "Not as close as Alice and Sam, though." Clara grinned. "Speaking of those two," said Toby, "are we ready to ask them about the wedding?" Clara collapsed on the bed. "I don't know. I'm worried about bringing it up to Alice. She has a lot on her plate right now." "I hear you," said Toby, "but I don't want to bring it up to Sam until you know what you're going to do." "Okay," said Clara. "She's finally venturing out of her room more, and we discussed at dinner hanging out at some point tomorrow, so I'll bring it up to her then." Toby felt good inside. With Alice rescued and Dante defeated, the engagement could finally continue forward. The following day, the rooftop garden shimmered under the late morning sun, white stone pathways blazing bright between pools of green and bursts of red blossom. Clara squinted, grateful for the canopy of vines overhead as she followed the curve of the path. In the distance, the city stirred, 1,000 rooftops humming with movement, the call of a bell echoing faintly up from the market square. Alice was already waiting, perched on a bench with a bowl of sliced melon beside her. She looked impossibly at ease, sunlight catching the gold threads in her robe, her bare feet tucked up beneath her like they belonged there. Clara smiled, but her stomach coiled tight. Her doubts and insecurities were swirling inside of her so much that she had decided to ask Alice straight away. There was no way she could wait through a whole afternoon together before asking her. Determined, Clara greeted the Queen, and just as she was about to sit down and say something, Alice said, "I have to tell you something." "Oh?" said Clara. "Sam and I are finally going on a date," said Alice, squealing. "We're going out tomorrow night." "Finally," said Clara, laughing. "Are you excited?" "Oh, God, yes, but also more nervous than anything," said Alice. "It's just so much pressure, you know." "Yeah, after you getting kidnapped," said Clara. "I meant more like it's just been a long time coming, but that too," said Alice. "Oh, sorry," said Clara. "I didn't mean to bring it up." "It's okay," said Alice. "I need to learn to get used to it. I don't like that it happened, but everyone I love and care about is okay, including myself. I don't want to dismiss the anger I feel, but also I have to move forward. I refuse to let being kidnapped be any worse than it already is. It ruined my last year, and I refuse to let it ruin a date I've been looking forward to for longer than that." "Yes, preach," said Clara, happy to see the fire and passion she knew Alice for finally return to her friend. It made her all the more nervous about what she was about to ask her. This wasn't just a question between friends. This was a question between a friend and a queen. It would be more complicated for Alice than others. But Clara couldn't hold it in anymore. "Alice," said Clara, "I need to ask you something." "Sure," said the Queen. "What is it?" "So, you know how Toby and I told you that we got engaged while we were in Serenia," said Clara. "Yes, and I'm very annoyed to have missed that," said Alice. "Sam said the proposal went more hilariously bad than the Hearthmas debacle." "I wouldn't have had it any other way," Clara smiled, thinking about the memory fondly. "You said you had a question?" "Yes," said Clara, building up her courage once more. "Well, I was wondering if you might want to be my bridesmaid." "Are you kidding?" said Alice. Clara's stomach dropped. Oh God, why did I even ask? Her spiraling thoughts were immediately cut off by Alice continuing, "Of course I'd want to be your bridesmaid. If you had chosen anyone else, I would have had them killed." "Really?" Clara asked. "Of course," said Alice. "Why do you sound so surprised?" "I wasn't sure if because you're a queen that might make it more complicated somehow," said Clara. "Me being a queen has never gotten between our friendship before, and I refuse to let that happen now," said Alice. Clara felt so warm and full of joy, she reached out and hugged her friend. Tears began to well up in Clara's eyes. "I'm so glad you're back, Alice," said Clara. "I've missed you so much." "I can only imagine," said Alice. "Left to deal with all the stupid boys while I've been away. Now, tell me the story of the proposal again. I want to hear it all again, beat by beat." Clara smiled. "Well, okay. Let's begin." 111. The following morning, Edgar Redfield ambled through the streets of Rialto. A layer of brisk coolness lingered in the air, a holdover from the departing night. The sun was just rising, the sky a gauzy pink. Birds chirped on the stone windowsills of buildings Edgar passed. Edgar strolled by a cafe that he had come to like. It was hardly a cafe to begin with, more just a hole in the wall, with an old man serving paper cups of strong, hot coffee. There were some benches set up nearby, but whether they had anything to do with the actual coffee business or just put there by the city itself was debatable. The old man who worked behind the window had a paper cup waiting for him. Edgar smiled at the man. "What would have happened if I hadn't shown up?" The old man shrugged. "I give to someone else, or drink myself. Stupid question, though, as I knew you were coming." It was amazing how quickly routines could form. It had only been a few days since the battle to reclaim Rialto, and already Edgar had established a set of unchanging habits. Every morning he woke up, left the royal palace, came and got coffee at the exact same place, and then continued forward on his morning walk. Edgar threw down some coins and thanked the man, and with his coffee now in hand, walked away. On the first day, the man refused to take Edgar's money. The man claimed he couldn't be charging one of the people who helped save his city, family, and everything he held dear. "Okay," Edgar had said. "All of that was worth one coffee, but I'm paying tomorrow." And Edgar had stuck to it. Sipping on his coffee, Edgar eventually arrived at the final destination of his walk. The reason he woke up every morning at this time. He had arrived at the Rialto mail station. It was a large building filled with clerks, running around and sorting out mail. Right beside the building was a stable full of camels and white-robed couriers, smoking cigarettes after their long journeys through the night. The couriers journeyed from Selvara to Rialto and back again on a near-weekly basis. Any communication from Mildred would most likely arrive via carrier hawk in Selvara to then be transported by camel courier to Rialto. So far, his morning routine had always been the same. Wake up, get coffee, come to the mail station and ask if any post had come for him and be told no. Every morning, though, Edgar's hope was renewed. Maybe this morning was finally the day. As Edgar stepped into the mail station, the clerk, a young woman with dark brown hair and eyes, smiled at him. The woman never smiled. "Has something arrived?" The woman lifted up a letter in her hand. Edgar grinned with excitement. The morning routine had finally yielded a different result than all the previous days had. It had taken everything in Edgar's power to not rudely snatch the letter out of the clerk's hand. Once he had acquired the letter, he rushed back to the palace to read the note within the privacy of his own bedchamber. He recognized Mildred's handwriting on the front of the letter in the way that she had written his name. His heart was beating in his chest by the time he made it back to his bedroom. He was excited, but also nervous. A sudden feeling of panic and dread was overtaking him. What if the letter contained bad news? He shook his head as he began opening up the envelope. Good news or bad news, it didn't matter. He would find out the letter's contents soon enough. Edgar pulled out a piece of folded parchment from the letter and quickly began reading the words on the page. "Dearest Edgar, news of your exploits in Rialto have made their way to us here in Resfall. It's all a mixture of rumor, hearsay, and truth from what I can gather. The fact that Alice has been included as part of the fighting squad to save Rialto tells me the truth has been massaged somewhere along the way. Nevertheless, I've heard you bested fellow master-tier traveler Lucius Morrow in a one-on-one battle. That must put a smile on that old competitive face of yours. Lily asks about you almost every day. I've had to tell stories about your exploits abroad, so expect to be coming home to a lot of questions from her. She misses you very much, as do I. Life in Resfall over the last few months has been quite pleasant. Your protégée, Olivia Reeves, has taken to the guildmaster role with quite a bit of gusto. She's definitely tightened the ship, so to speak. More surprisingly, Brock Skidmore, the grumpy, drunken dwarf, has stepped up quite a bit to work as a captain beneath her. There's been a few incidents of elven spies sent by Curtis to thwart any growing romantic intimacy between Brock and Olivia, but it all looks platonic from what I can see. Tensions between dwarves and elves have simmered down, but will they ever between Brock and Curtis of the Resfall Travelers Guild? Who knows? There's so much more I wish to say, so much more I wish to tell you, and yet I have no idea where to start. I can't wait to see you once more. I can't wait to kiss you. I can't wait to hug you with Lily between us as well. Please get back to Resfall soon. Lily needs her father. I need you too. Sending all of my love, Mildred Edgar. Could barely read the letter because the ink was getting smeared by all of his tears. 112. The midday sun was shining down directly on the desert capital as Toby and Sam moved towards the central market. Both young men were sweating, though Toby believed he would have been sweating regardless of the temperature. He had asked Sam if he wanted to go check out the frost petal slushie being sold at the Central Market that afternoon. The cold dessert was all the rage in Rialto at the moment, with lineups curling around multiple streets to try the sweet treat. The frost petal slushie was made from the petals of the frost bloom cactus, a magical cactus that only bloomed once a year at night and produced an ice-cold nectar. The petals were ground into a fine powder and mixed with crushed frostberries and enchanted salt. With a soft, shimmering blue glow, the drink had become a citywide obsession, a moment of magic in a cup, born from a flower that bloomed only under the stars. Everywhere they turned, people were walking with soft blue glowing cups, their expressions a mix of delight and relief. The crushed frost bloom petals gave off a faint luminescence, and the first sip was said to feel like catching a snowflake on your tongue. And yes, while indeed Toby did desperately want to try the frost petal slushie, the reason for the afternoon jaunt was really an excuse to get Sam alone, so that he could ask him to be his best man at him and Clara's wedding. Asking Sam shouldn't have brought up so much worry within Toby, and yet somehow it did. Of course, Toby was known to be prone to excessive worrying, but unlike the constant fear of death looming over him, this fear felt somewhat different. The stakes felt higher somehow. How would Sam react to the question? Weddings marked the passage of time, of relationships changing. Toby felt worried about losing the bond he and Sam shared. Things were already changing. They could all feel it. The world was changing. Something was coming. Toby could feel it. The determination that Sam fought and trained with told Toby that his friend was preparing for something big. They all were. Sam was already at Adept tier with one of his classes. He surely would get to Adept tier with the other soon enough. And from there was no doubt in Toby's mind that his friend would start working towards Master tier. There was no way that Toby was ever going to keep up with that level of progress. He wanted to get stronger, sure, but he wasn't going to reach the same levels as Sam. Toby had made peace with that long ago. Toby feared that his friend would abandon him, find stronger, more capable friends who could keep up with him, and that being Toby's best man would just be beneath him. If Toby had said any of these fears out loud, he would rationally dismiss them and not believe them. And yet somehow, in the murky corridors of his mind, they were much more difficult to shrug off. They arrived at the Central Market to find the line for the frost petal slushie less dramatically large than they had been before. "Look," said Sam. There appeared to be other stalls, both an expansion by the original frost petal slushie provider, but also copycat businesses. "I say we stick with the original," said Toby, "but I'm glad we don't have to wait in as long a line as the one I saw yesterday." The two friends made small talk as the line slowly dwindled. The vendor scooped the icy swirl into a paper cup and garnished it with a silver petal. Toby took a sip and nearly gasped. The drink didn't just taste cold, it felt like a breeze off a mountaintop, threading down his throat and into his chest. Both Toby and Sam looked to each other with excitement. "This drink is incredible," they both said at once and then laughed. With their frost petal slushies in hand, the two left the Central Market and found a nice stone fountain to sit and relax by. The cooling sensation of the frost petal slushie was helping Toby's mind calm down a bit. Time was running out, and he would have to ask his friend soon. He originally thought he'd bring it up before getting the slushie, and now he was thinking he'd ask before he finished it. Now, suddenly, Toby found himself drinking his slushie extra slowly. A shadow fluttered above, and it made Toby flinch. Suddenly, he dropped his paper cup and his remaining slushie fell on the ground. A group of street cats seized the opportunity and were almost immediately licking up the fallen slushie. Toby's heart sank. "Here I go, screwing things up," Toby thought. Toby started to worry that he would ruin everything. Was he about to ruin his friendship with Sam? Was he about to ruin his entire relationship with Clara by getting married? He took a deep breath. He had told himself he would ask Sam after finishing his drink. Well, the street cats were finishing it for him. It was time to be brave, to rise to the occasion. "Sam," Toby said, "I have something important to ask you." Sam turned and raised his eyebrows. Sure, what is it? Toby gulped. So, you know, how Clara and I are engaged? Yeah, Sam smiled. I was there. I remember your proposal. Okay, well, anyways, we're not even sure when the wedding is going to be, said Toby. But I was wondering if you would be my best man. Sam smiled. Oh, of course. Is that why you're sweating so badly? It's hot out, Toby cried. Ah, maybe you could have used that excuse before we got these slushies, Sam laughed. The two friends hugged. You're my best friend, Tobes. You're like a brother to me. And then Sam said the words Toby desperately wanted to hear and hadn't realized. Nothing will ever change that. 113. Captain Mordecai and Raina Duskrider ambled through the hot afternoon streets of Rialto. The afternoon sun poured down from above like molten gold, heat radiating off the white stone walls and pale sand-laced cobbles. Every step felt like it should have left scorch marks in its wake. Mordecai tugged the brim of his battered hat lower as a rivulet of sweat dripped into one eye. You weren't joking about the heat, he muttered. Raina, used to the desert's wrath, wore a loose linen scarf around her shoulders that fluttered with every step. The city felt as if it were exhaling heat in long, slow sighs. Dust swirled lazily through narrow alleys, and the air shimmered with rising heat waves that made distant buildings look like they were swaying. The two old colleagues passed by shops that had closed for a mid-afternoon nap during the heat. The painted shutters were drawn, the doors barred from the inside, and thin strands of incense smoke curled from the eaves like a sign that life would resume after sundown. Mordecai slowed his steps and looked longingly at a second-story balcony overflowing with shade and flowering vines. A glass of something cold and fizzy on a table. A chair in the shade. For a wild second, he imagined himself living there, boots off, saber hung on a hook, a breeze wafting in through silk curtains. Mordecai thought he could get accustomed to the lifestyle of Rialto, especially the afternoon nap part. Just as he was thinking about having a beautiful apartment in the central market of the desert capital, he thought wistfully of his crew, the brine buccaneers. He couldn't leave them behind for a domesticated life. He loved the life of adventure simply too much. As they turned a corner, a group of children came up to them and pointed. "You are the two who defeated Amara Barrigan." The two colleagues looked to each other and smiled. "Yes, we are," said Raina, "though my friend Captain Saltwhisker here deserves most of the credit." Mordecai laughed, nervously. The kids tilted their heads and looked at him with confusion. "But you're not a traveler? Why not?" Normally, upon hearing such a question, Mordecai would launch into a tirade and rant about how real adventurers existed before the dungeon gate system, and that he was a symbol of swashbuckling courage needed in an older era. Today, however, Mordecai merely shrugged. The kids soon got bored with the two older people in front of them and ran off, chasing new excitements. The two friends continued on their amble through the desert capital's streets. Raina had said she knew a good bar that was open this early in the day, and they were currently on a mission to find it. "I think it's down this street," said Raina hesitantly. "I would think a guide would be better at finding bars," quipped Mordecai. "Isn't this literally your profession?" "Excuse me," said Raina. "I'm a desert guide. I read the stars and currents of the wind on sand." "So you'd think an address would be easy then," laughed Mordecai. Raina playfully nudged Mordecai in the ribs. "Shut it, you." They continued walking. They eventually passed by a tall building where they could hear yelling and shouts from the walled-off courtyard. The building was none other than the Rialto Travelers Guild. They eventually passed a stone fence and Mordecai could see inside. A group of scrawny recruits were running intense drills that included push-ups, running, and fighting with staffs and spears. They were pre-traveler recruits, preparing to enter the White Gate tutorial dungeon and fight their way to a class with magical abilities at the end of it. Mordecai lingered on the recruits with curiosity until snapping back to attention as Raina said,
Look, there it is. The bar I was telling you about.
Raina grabbed the drinks at the bar and joined Mordecai in the corner. The establishment was a dimly lit hole in the wall where drinkers mainly kept to themselves. Upon placing the pints of beer down, Raina found herself sliding her seat closer to Mordecai. With all the fighting and desert guiding out of the way, Raina found it quite nice to be enjoying her time with Mordecai again. She found herself yearning to be closer to him. She found herself less mad at him than she normally was. They continued to chat back and forth. There was just one thing on Raina's mind, one question floating above all the cheeriness. She was afraid to ask it, but she finally did.
So, when do you think you'll return to the Merry Mackerel and the Brine Buccaneers?
Mordecai took a sip of his beer as Raina's question lingered in the air. It was a good question. So strange that Raina asked it. It was like she was reading his mind, pulling out the very thing swirling there and tormenting him.
You know,
he said, slowly, feeling out the thoughts before he said them all along.
I'm not sure when I'm going to return. I think I need to say something. I think maybe I was wrong all of those years ago.
Raina looked stunned.
What do you mean?
I love being on this adventure with you, Raina. I love being an adventurer and a pirate. So why am I fighting the changing rules of the world? I think I'm done being so stubborn.
Wow,
said Raina.
I wasn't expecting you to say that.
I think maybe I'll start thinking about entering the White Gate with some other traveler recruits. Maybe I can convince some of the Brine Buccaneers to join me.
Big changes,
said Raina. Mordecai smiled. It feels right, though. You've inspired me, Raina. Be it land or sea, I never want to leave your side again.
Raina took the old pirate captain's hand and placed it in her own. With her free hand, she wiped a tear from her eye. The old desert guide never thought that she would find love again during this lifetime. If Captain Mordecai could admit to being wrong, Raina would happily do so as well. 114. It's butter time, Sam announced at lunch. Toby's eyebrows shot up instantly. I have to go, said Toby, standing up. But we just sat down, cried Clara. I'll be back, said Toby, rushing towards Sam and heading out the room with his friend. To do with the wedding, I promise. Toby rushed behind Sam and followed him to his room.
What is it, Sam?
asked Toby. And before you say anything, let me just say, great use of the "it's butter time" signal. Sam stood near the window, arms crossed, pacing like a general about to march into war.
Thanks, man,
said Sam.
I'm sure it fell under the radar of the girls.
Absolutely it did,
said Toby.
I'm sure they're thinking we're just having some pastry-related discussion or a conversation about something else related to butter.
Sam paced the room.
So what's the problem?
The pressure, said Sam. It's too high. This date has been, years in the making?
Someone could write whole books about those years, said Toby. I would have shipped you two sooner, personally.
Okay, but what do I do now? Said Sam. What should I wear? What should I say? What should I do? I'm having a real Toby moment.
Hey, I take offense to that, said Toby. And thankfully I know that jibe belongs to the old Toby. Good thing you've come to me, newly engaged Toby, master of love.
Sam balked at his friend's self-proclaimed moniker.
Sure.
Go on, say it,
said Toby.
Say what?
Master of love. I want you to call me Master of Love.
Okay, Master of Love. What should I do?
That's a great question, said Toby. I don't really know, but you don't know. But you just made me call you the Master of Love. Hey, I've read a lot of books on the subject, okay? Said Toby. And all the books say, be present. Life is about letting go of control. At least, that's what all the books say.
Okay, said Sam. How do I be present again? Toby shrugged. Who knows?
I'm always in my head. Sam was regretting going to the most neurotic person with his own worries. It was recipe for disaster. He shook his head. Time to get out of his head. Time to be in the present. A few hours later, Alice was rushing through the streets of Rialto. Her and Sam had agreed to meet at the Central Market at sundown. She had taken an extra long time with Clara getting ready, and now she was worried she was going to be late. She hurried and turned a corner, trying her hardest to not bump into any kids drinking Frost Petals slushies and get her beautiful white dress covered in blue stains. The scent of roasting spices and fresh jasmine hung in the air as she dodged a group of street performers playing flutes. She tried to smile at the performers, but her heart was pounding in her chest. Don't trip, don't trip, don't trip. She repeated the mantras in her head like prayers. She was almost there when her heel got caught in a cobblestone and she almost went flying. She managed to catch herself on a stone wall and returned to balance. Phew! She took a deep breath and continued on at a more measured pace, so that if Sam saw her, it didn't look like she was running and completely frazzled. She turned a corner and Sam was wearing a light linen tunic. He looked incredibly handsome, and even more so when he smiled at her in greeting. Sorry for being late, said Alice. No, not at all, said Sam, smiling. You're right on time. Follow me. Sam led her through the Central Market and around the corner of a few shops. She felt her heart racing, wondering where he was taking her. They eventually arrived at a nondescript building, and Sam held the door open for her. The inside was an empty stairwell. Not quite the glamorous, intimate spot she had been imagining. Sam, where are we? You'll see, said Sam, smiling. He then led her up the stairs. At the top, Sam opened another door, revealing a beautiful sky terrace. Sunset bathed the rooftop in gold and amber. The trees rustled gently in the dry desert breeze, their leaves casting moving shadows on the stone floor. The scent of flowering sage, sweetgrass, and tree sap floated in the air. Wow, this is beautiful, said Alice. I'm glad you like it, said Sam. A table was set in the beautiful rooftop garden just for them. I asked around for good date spots, said Sam. And then I heard about this place and I knew this was where we had to go for our first date. All of these trees are imported from all over Westria. I love it, said Alice. There's trees from Volsungar and even an ancient tree from the Glittering Forest. I thought it would be nice to go on our first date, somewhere that reminded us of where we first met, where we agreed to go on a date, and to look out at the sand dunes of where we are, together, right now. In this moment, Sam thought. The present. Sam couldn't stop staring at Alice. He had to fight it. She was looking so beautiful that evening. Her face had gone bright red when Sam showed her the romantic rooftop garden he had picked out for their first date. She was blushing, and it only made her prettier. Suddenly, they had both gone quiet. Sam felt like there was a moment happening, a rising tension. He lifted his hand and cautiously took Alice's hand in his. His heart burst in his chest. Alice looked away, nervously for a second, only to look right back at him, her gorgeous eyes locking into his. Sam tilted his head forward. So did Alice. And then they kissed. A simple, beautiful, wonderful kiss. Eventually, Alice pulled away. Can you believe it only took us 4 years and multiple continents to get here? Sam grinned. It was worth the wait. 115. After a day of first dates, romantic reunions, love, and life, the sun set across Rialto. As the evening turned to night and the stars flickered above, many of the city's inhabitants went to bed. A feeling of peace and contentment washed over the city and into many of its citizens' dreams. Unbeknownst to anyone in the city was a flicker of light flashing, deep in the basement of the royal palace of Rialto. Far below the royal chambers and throne hall and down a spiral staircase into the anchor site that had been the location of much bloodshed and destruction over the last few days, was a sudden flash of light. The flash would have been imperceptible to most. It was a faint flash, a subtle pulse. If one were able to move through the flash, they would arrive on the other side and find themselves in a purple-starred realm. Void space. In void space, a body of a silver-haired individual with purple eyes was slowly disintegrating. The ashes of his corpse floated through the air of the strange realm. The ashes of any other dead body would have been meaningless, but the silver-haired corpse was the corpse of an interversal. The boy's disintegrating remains swirled upward into the starry realm of void space. The dead remains of an interversal had the power of explosive dust here in this world, but only when given the right circumstances. Such as they were, the disintegrating ash shouldn't have been enough to cause a stir. Unfortunately, there was already a powerful, ancient, and primordial presence lingering in the starry realm. A presence that hadn't risen to full power just yet, but could sense the opportunity. It seized the moment. Drawing on the resonance of the interversal, the force pushed against the floating ash, harnessing and using it to do its bidding. The ash wasn't enough to tear a hole through void space, but it was enough power to create the tiniest gap, like the gap in between threads of a stretched piece of linen. Through that gap, a piece of the ancient being's power went through, and in that flash of light that was near imperceptible, a thread of inky black shadow magic poured through into Westria. The shadowy wisp flew through the spiraling staircase and into the main room of the palace, and out into the night sky. It flew across the Arikar Desert and beyond the Arikar Mountains, and past Selvara towards the northern tip of Opali that edged against the southern portion of the Snow Peak Mountains. The wisp could sense two sources of power that it could work with. There, in that forest, the wisp of black smoke found two travelers sitting around a fire. A half-orc, half-human man and a dark elf woman. The wisp of black smoke split into two and entered the two figures. Two members of the Apex Quartet had just been taken over by a powerful, ancient, and deadly force. From now on, they would be doing the Demon King's bidding. 116. Later that night, Sam found himself in bed, staring at the ceiling. His head was spinning from the joyousness of his first date with Alice. It had gone so well. He felt so happy. Images of kissing Alice replayed over in his mind, warming him up. Eventually, though, his restlessness turned to other thoughts. He pulled up his profile in his retina and looked over his newest path ability. Path of the Goddess. Step 1, Essence Ring. Step 2, Essence Manipulation. Step 3, Essence Fusion. No further steps discovered. Sam was pleased with a lot of his gains. The new Essence Ring promised a whole new set of powers that he was only beginning to grasp. It was amazing to think about how much more significantly powerful he was in this timeline than he had ever been able to reach in his previous life. Time was running out, though. They were just over a year away from the final confrontation with the Demon King. Time for growing stronger was running out, and yet he desperately needed to get stronger soon. And more than that, there were still so many things he didn't understand. He thought there would be less questions at this point in the timeline, but instead he felt the opposite. The relationship between the Carvesians, the Demon King, and Interversals swirled in his mind. And then the thought of his parents. Who were they? Who had been trying to kill them? And would they eventually come after him? Sam's thoughts were cut off by a knock at the door. Sam walked over and opened it. Standing before him were Edgar Redfield and Lucius Morrow, standing outside the door. "What's going on?" asked Sam. "I always hated the name the Apex Quartet," said Lucius. "Agreed," said Edgar. "What are you talking about?" "We've come to an understanding, Lucius and I," said Edgar. "The two remaining members of the quartet are at large. We've heard they've teamed up and have been causing some issues. In short, we need to get you to Master Tier, and we figured we're the best teachers to get you there." Come on," said Edgar. "Your training starts now."